Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. Olomajashi. So there it is. Right there. And here I am, there you are, here we are, and here we go. So here you are, well, here we go. Anyway, let me just leave it at that. Sometimes you want to overlabor this metaphor, and then it takes on a life of its own. So here we are, here we go again. Good to have you, always a delight. How are you? So we're now in the full throes of the weekend. It's raining where we are. It's raining where I am, I should say. I don't know about where you are, but it's raining where I am. So if I tell you that I'm in England, then that explains all you need to know. I think everybody has that notion that in England, It's raining, it's wet, and it's miserable. And I can tell you that you're not too far from it in that lazy assumption. Often, the best summer, we have like a 3-4 month window of sunshine, although we've not really had a summer this year. But the best summer on this planet, and I've traveled quite a bit, so I say with some authority, the best summer on this planet. You can't beat London, no. I don't know about the rest of the UK, but you cannot beat London. If you go especially to King's Road in Chelsea during the heights of summer, you will see all that life has to offer. And try it. Just pick a hot summer and come to England, go to London, go to King's Road in Chelsea, go to one of those fresco cafes where they spill over to the pavement. Order yourself a bottle of wine or whatever it is, a coffee, and then just watch. You will see all that life has to offer. You know, if the long-legged Russian blonde if that is your picadillo, you'll feast to your heart's content. If it's the chubby African, all of life, and it's such a glorious sight. London in the summer, and nothing beats it. But there it is. Good to have you anyway. So here we go again, and here we go again. So that's my recommendation for you. Kings Road, Chelsea, London summer. Book that for next year. But don't come this year. It's just raining and miserable. You know, you can hear the rattlings of rain just behind me. Anyway, it's always raining and miserable here. But hopefully we are dispersed with the misery as we go to the Nigerian space to wail and holler at the goings on in our country. So before we wail and holler, follow the instructions written in the white letters on your screen. Please like, share, and subscribe. So we are pushing the like button because we don't see sufficient enough activities on that space. So if it doesn't cut through your core being to click on the like button, then just click on it. You know, even if grudgingly or willingly, just click on it. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, then please make sure that has been corrected as well. The subscription button on every screen that is that is watching me now, that I'm appearing on now is a better. So the subscription button on every screen that I'm appearing on now, as I speak to you now, it should be gray. If your subscription button is red, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. You are not yet part of the in crowd. So make sure you gray out your subscription button. So like and subscribe is that long essay that I just delivered. So like and subscribe. Even Solomon is imploring you in the comment section to do exactly that. So do that, and let's see that reflect in the numbers. So you are doing that, and we are seeing that in the numbers. So like and subscribe now. So now this hyperlink that I'm going to send to the comment section now. This is your invitation to come and join us on the screen. You know, especially if you're a new voice, you know, we're canvassing for new voices. If you want to hop on, and that's hyperlink that says StreamYard is your invitation to hop on. So hop on. So like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us. And then there's a link pinned to the thing that says buy your host cups of coffee. Just ignore that because I know you will anyway. So all those. So do all those. A cameo appearance by Alexander Gomez. So before we go to the opening sequence, because of course, you know he's going to run away in 5 seconds flat. So in 5, 3, 2, 1, the majesty, that is Mr. Gomez. Good to see you. How are you?
Thanks for having me. How are you, one man?
I'm good. A real delight. All the better for you being here.
You look well relaxed. I hope your weekend is going well.
Yes. I was actually thinking to go to Scotland, you know, but the weather here has put me off somewhat. I'm not looking forward to that. Just maybe for the weekend, I was thinking maybe next weekend I will do it. But okay. The weather, I don't like driving in the rain. It's just the treachery of it all. And then you know how the roads narrow when you start to get to Scotland. I just don't want to have to deal with that. You know.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm happy that the Senate didn't approve of this military intervention in the Niger Republic. I was I was kind of worried about that, but I'm glad that the Senate did the right thing and declined his request. So that's good to hear. We need to jumpstart this economy. Like Kulata said yesterday or 2 days ago, I was hoping that it wasn't the money that would be saving up based on this cancellation of the subsidy was what Tinubu wanted to use to go fight the war. So I know the war isn't going to take place anymore, at least temporarily. So that's a good thing from my perspective. You know,
I was rather looking forward to us lighting up Niger Republic like a Christmas tree. All those
no,
dropping
it was
a
something
few.
that would start. It was something that was going to start and wouldn't have an uh, end at sight. It was something that was going to be perpetual if it started. And there's too much relationship between the Northerners and the Nigerians for them to allow that to happen. A lot of our Northerners are really from Nigeria but claim to be Nigerians because they were born in Nigeria. So I'm happy that's been averted. I'm glad to hear that. I just wanted to come in and say hello. I'm
Yes.
a little bit under the weather, but I discovered that this, in America, we have a lot of roaches and things like that. So
Right.
I had this guy come fumigate my house and sprayed my house with some heavy chemical. I think I inhaled that and it messed up my sinus. So I've been struggling. I coughed for 2 weeks nonstop. 2 weeks nonstop. But I'm back to my normal self now, hopefully. And I'll be watching behind the scenes to see what people are saying.
Okay. All right, brilliant, excellent.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Alexander. So that's Alexander Gomez, of course. Needs no introduction to anybody that spent more than a minute right here. So that's the Chief Executive Officer of the platform, coming in to wish us bon voyage. Bon voyage, but it is not bon voyage. Pardon me. But it is not bon voyage for the Nigerian military forces because, of course, the spoil sports at the parliament, they have kiboshed what we were looking forward to, lighting up Niamey from the skies like a Christmas tree. So lighting up Niamey from the skies like a Christmas tree, that has been put in abeyance. I bring in this. Nigerian Senate to pass resolution ruling out military action in Niger Republic, says U.S. forces already have base in Francophone country. So this was preempting that news, which has now subsequently become the news. The Nigerian parliament has put a stop to this now military excursion that Tinubu was so much looking forward to. But I will speak to that because there are so many layers and so many perspectives to this headline. So on the surface level, you can read it on its own merits, but of course, it's never surface level in politics. So there are layers to unpeel in now this decision that has been made by the Senate. So hang around as we unpeel those layers. Nigerian Senate to pass resolution ruling out military action in Niger Republic, says U.S. forces already have base in Francophone country. So, of course, events have subsequently superseded that, but that, of course, are one of the headlines that we already had lined up. But a lot of activities still around that space. The Nigerians, they are not taking that as anything. They are in the state of readiness and preparedness. Niger's junta seeks Russia's Wagner help to combat ECOWAS military threat. So, yes, the parliament may not have approved Tinubu's warmongering, but that nevertheless has not has not really stopped the Nigerians from seeking a solution to that space. So I'm talking slowly. I'm talking slowly because I'm looking for another headline that lines up with this. So essentially, the Nigerians, they are already preparing for war anyway. The other headline that I was looking to bring you, but I cannot find that at the moment, is the ECOWAS are saying that they are ready and ready to go. So I'll find that headline. I'll find that headline for you and present it to you in a moment. But the ECOWAS are saying they are ready and ready to go. So ready and ready to go. Let's see, what else do we have in that space? So let's go on from there to this. So is war everywhere, and it's always war in the Southeast. You know, we've always predicted on this platform that there is going to be a locking of the horns between the two alphas within the Southeast space, because you cannot have two alphas, of course. That's an oxymoron. You know, that's a contradiction in terms, saying that you have two alphas. Alpha means one. So the alpha and omega of the Southeast is what we're about to find out. Nnamdi Kanu abolishes sit at home in Southeast, introduces EED. So you have to hang around to find out exactly what EED means. But it looks as though that fight now has now been taken on frontally by Nnamdi Kanu, who has gone via the portal of the EFCC prison cell to go and confront via some sort of Jedi transmission, to go and confront what's his name, the cross-dresser in Finland, Simon Tekpa, to go and confront him frontally and say, sheathe your sword and yield or have your head taken off. Nnamdi Kanu abolishes it at home in Southeast, introduces EED. So what exactly EED means, like I said, hang around to find out. Hang around to find out, and hang around to find out more about this as well. Mariam Shetty reacts to President Tinubu after the withdrawal of her ministerial nomination. So we were all bleeding at the heart for this pretty young girl who, in her highest moment of glory in life, suddenly had the carpet drawn from her feet. So let's now see just what she has to say. In a surprising twist of events, Mariam Shetty, a prominent member of the All Progressives Congress APC, responded to President Bola Tinubu after he withdrew her ministerial nomination. Despite the setback, Shetty gracefully addressed the situation, attributing the withdrawal to divine will. Initially elated and proud of her nomination, Shetty saw it as a testament to her capabilities and a significant step for women's representation in Nigeria. However, life's unpredictable nature led to the abrupt. Let's take that again. In a surprising twist of events, Madam Shetty, a prominent member of the All Progressives Congress APC, responded to President Bola Tinubu after he withdrew her ministerial nomination. Despite the setback, Shetty gracefully addressed the situation, attributing the withdrawal to divine will. Initially elated and proud of her nomination, Shetty saw it as a testament to her capabilities and a significant step for women's representation in Nigeria. However, life's unpredictable nature led to the abrupt withdrawal of her nomination just before her scheduled Senate screening. You know, just before her scheduled Senate screening, she actually turned up at the Senate only to be turned back. Imagine the embarrassment. Imagine the disgrace. Drawing strength from her deep faith as a devout Muslim, Shetty interpreted the withdrawal as a manifestation of Allah's divine plan. She firmly believes that power is bestowed according to his will and remains resolute in her commitment to serve her beloved country, Nigeria. In her statement, Shetty expressed sincere appreciation to President Bola Tinubu for considering her for the esteemed position. Despite the unexpected turn of events, she views the withdrawal as a stepping stone towards future opportunities to contribute meaningfully to the nation. Undeterred by the current setback, Shetty's unwavering hope and determination shine through as she reassures her supporters that this is only the beginning of her journey. Her resolve to serve Nigeria in any capacity remains steadfast. As Nigeria continues to pursue progress and development, Mariam Shetty's unwavering spirit and positive outlook serves as an inspiration to many. Her willingness to embrace divine will and her dedication to her country highlights her potential as a future leader. I think this was actually a there piece that was written by somebody sympathetic to her. This was written by Bashar Jelani, so some northerner type person. But really, I have to say, I applaud the way she has handled this space. I applaud the way she has handled this space. And it's really, there's a lot to be said about the Islamic faith because it gives them the capacity to cope with all these sort of things. Because of that doctrinal lining of that particular faith, they are invited to submit everything to the will of God. So rather than carry the burden of disappointment, she just packs it to the will of God. So that is one of I suppose that's one of the doctrinal lines of that faith that serves the adherents to it. So I think she's handled it very well. And a round of applause for Shetty Baby. And if Rational Mind was here, that's what he probably called her. Nigerian senators tackled Tunubu'S ministerial nominee Tijani for calling them morons in 2021 on Twitter. So this is it. People feel that they say the social media, they say the internet never forgets. So the internet, if you don't want anybody, if you don't want it to come back and haunt you, don't say it on the internet. Because the moment you say it on the internet, thinking that you've gone to delete it, you are just being dumb. It's embedded somewhere, and people will dig it out. So this is now the narrative of this element. Nigerian senators tackled Tunubu'S ministerial nominee Tijani for calling them morons in 2021. So this is the tweet. Nigeria is a bloody. This is his tweet. I think he'll probably be in the article anyway. So let me just give it to you. No, it's not too long and winding. So let's speed through this. Bosun Tijani, one of the ministerial nominees of President Bola Tinubu on Saturday, came under fire of the Nigerian Senate when they reminded him of a controversial tweet he made in 2021. Calling members of the Red Chambers morons. Senator Abdul Fatai Buhari, representing Oyo North Senatorial District, first attacked Tijani over his old tweets when the nominee appeared for screening before the federal lawmakers. On the 21st of July 2019, Dr. Bosun tweeted against Nigeria that he does not appreciate the Nigerian passport and Nigeria as a nation. The Oyo senator, said after 46-year-old Tijani, an information technology expert, read his profile to the lawmakers. The lawmaker asked the nominee to clarify whether he still believes in Nigeria and the country's passport. So it's one of those situations where you start to squirm and read and write and riddle. You start to twirl around on your seat. You don't know how to place yourself. It's one of those situations. On the 21st of July 2019, Dr. Bosun tweeted against Nigeria that he does not appreciate the Nigerian passport and Nigeria as a nation. The Oyo senator said after 46-year-old Tijani, an information technology expert, read his profile to the lawmakers. The lawmaker asked the nominee to clarify whether he still believed in Nigeria and the country's passport. But addressing the Senate, Tijani said he was very passionate about Nigeria and he was committed to the country's development. The nominee said he tweeted as a result of a frustrating experience he had with the Chinese embassy. Another tweet from April the 21st, 2021, by the nominee had read, "Who conducted the security check on him when he was appointed? What sort of check was done? by the Nigerian Senate when they confirmed appointees, and the media question for another day. Until we ask the right questions, these morons will continue to take us for granted. I tweeted in anger. The ministerial nominee from Ogun State admitted. Senator Ishaku Abo, and that's, Senator Ishaku Abo, by the way, it was the one that was slapping some girl in some sex shop about 2 years ago. So that is how you should continue to remember him. What moral authority does he even have to speak on anything is really the wider question, but there he is. Senator Ishaku Abo, representing Adamawa North Senatorial District, immediately rose to Tijani's defense, saying that the nominee tweeted out of a mixture of frustration and love for Nigeria. Also, Senator Solomon Adeola from Ogun West Senatorial District, so I suppose that would be his constituency, I suspect that Tijani comes from. Also, Senator Solomon Adeola from Ogun West Senatorial District defended the nominee from his state, of course, yes, saying his youthful exuberance and shortcomings should be forgiven. Adeola, who chided the nominee, said Tijani has what it takes to use his skills to develop Nigeria's IT industry, saying the baby should not be thrown out with the bath water. Tijani's prolonged tough moment was not yet over before the lawmakers, as the Senate Minority Leader representing Plateau North Senatorial District, Simon Unwa something or the other, read another non-patriotic tweet by Tijani, which was posted sometimes in 2021. Similarly, Senate Majority Leader representing Ekiti Senatorial District, Opeyemi Bamidele, described Tijani as an NSAS protester. Bamidele, a lot of people consider the guy to be an obedient, by the way. So that would be, Tinubu said he was going to form a government of national unity. So this Tijani now is the bit of big compliment in that government of national unity. Bamidele said his daughter also protested police brutality and extrajudicial killing in October 2020. He said Tijani is trying to speak for his generation and should not be haunted. The Senate leader said Tijani wants to work with young people. Said Tinubu rather. The Senate leader said Tinubu wants to work with young people like Tijani to harmonize their ideas for the betterment of the country. Bamidele asked youth to learn from Tijani's situation and thereafter urged his colleague to forgive the nominee. The nominee subsequently apologized for his controversial tweets. I wonder, should he have apologized or doubled down is really the thing. The nominee subsequently apologized for his controversial tweet before the Senate President Godswill Akpabio said his apology was accepted. We are all fathers and we cannot throw the baby away with the bath water. On behalf of the Senate, I want to accept your apology, Akpabio said, and asked the nominee to take a bow. So those are the travails of Tijani. You see, the internet never forgets. All of you rascalies that you think that all this noise making that you are making online is still embedded online. Maybe you think you'll never become anything in the future, but if you do become something in the future, knock on your door, as Tijani just experienced. Knock on your door, as Tijani just experienced. Niger's junta seeks Russia's Wagner help to combat ECOWAS threat. So they are not of any understanding that Nigeria's Senate is not approving anything. They are preparing for war in Niger Republic. I mean, just look at who we are contending with. The ridiculous, these are the people that we are contending with. A bunch of Arabs and a bunch of Tuaregs. So these are the people that are giving Nigeria sleepless nights. Just rascally Tuaregs, as I've now termed them. Niger Republic's new military junta has asked for help from Russian mercenary group Wagner as the deadline nears for it to release the country's ousted president or face possible military intervention by the West African regional bloc. Correspondents report that the Nigerian legislature had rejected the request of Nigeria's president and ECOWAS chairman Bola Tinubu to deploy troops to Niger Republic at the expiration of the deadline to release detained President Mohamed Bazoum. Voice of America reports that the request for Wagner Group's help came during a visit by a coup leader, General Salifau Modi, to neighboring Mali, where he contacted someone from Wagner, Wasim Nassar, a journalist and senior research fellow at the Something Institute, told Associate Press. He said 3 Malian sources and a French diplomat confirmed the meeting, first reported by France 24. The Wagner Group, because they will become their guarantees to hold on to power. They need the Wagner Group because they will become their guarantee to hold on to power, he said, adding that the group is considering the request. A Western military official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, because they were not authorized to comment. You see, this is why I'm saying that they need to strike at these people quickly. Because if they don't strike at them quickly and these people are able to form that relationship with Wagner and then consolidate, if these people are still in situation for an additional 2 weeks, that's just it. Then we just have to live with it. They need to strike them if they are going to strike them immediately and right now. They need Wagner because they will become their guarantee to hold on to power, he said, adding that the group is considering the request. A Western military official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, because they were not authorized to comment, told Associate Press they have also heard reports that the junta asked for help from Wagner in Mali. Niger's junta faces a Sunday deadline set by the regional bloc known as ECOWAS to release and reinstate the democratically elected President Mohamed Bazoum, who has described himself as a hostage. Defense chiefs from ECOWAS members finalized an intervention plan on Friday and urged militaries to prepare resources after a mediation team sent to Niger on Thursday was not allowed to enter the city or meet with the junta leader, General Chiani. After his visit to Mali, run by a sympathetic junta, Modi warned against a military intervention, vowing that Niger would do what it takes not to become a new Libya. Niger State Television reported on Friday. Niger has been seen as the West's last reliable counter-terrorism partner in the region, where coups have been common in recent years. Juntas have rejected former colonizer France and turned towards Russia. Wagner operates in a handful of African countries, including Mali, where human rights groups have accused its forces of deadly abuses. One can say there is a direct Russian implication in Niger's coup, but clearly there is an opportunistic attitude on the part of Russia, which tries to support destabilization efforts wherever it finds them. So this is from France. So of course, so that's a French. Let's see. Hold on. One can say there's a direct. Oh yes. Yes. Wherever he finds them. All right. It's all a sham, says Ahmed Hassan Bubakar, who teaches at the University of Niamey. They oppose foreign interference to restore constitutional order and legality. But on the contrary, they are ready to make a pact with Wagner and Russia to undermine the constitutional order. So this is exactly what Jide was saying to us yesterday, that it's essentially these people substituting one European Western overlord for another. So if you think that the French are imperialist, then you will soon find out with the Russians, they will just kill all of you and take your resources. They are prepared for the country to go up in flames so that they can illegally maintain their position. On Saturday, France's Foreign Affairs Minister, Catherine something or the other, said the regional threat of force was credible and warned the coupists to take it seriously. Coups are no longer appropriate. It's time to put an end to it, she said. The ministry said France supports the ministry said France supports with firmness and determination the ECOWAS efforts and called for Bazoum and all members of his government to be freed. It's a complex one. Anyway, we'll see how that plays out, but it's a complex one. I'm still of the thought that if they're going quickly and take these people out, then that's done. So this one really inspired by world peace. This one inspired by world peace. Edo 2024, why Obaseki refuses to endorse Shaibu as successor. This Shaibu, of course, is deputy at the moment. Facts have emerged on why Edo Governor Godwin Obaseki has refused to endorse his deputy, Philip Shaibu, as his preferred successor. It was gathered that Governor Obaseki is not disposed to his successor emerging from Edo North Senatorial District, where his predecessor Oshiomhole hails from. Pardon me. So it's more of their micro geopolitics rather than him finding him offensive. Shaibu hails from the same Etako extraction where Oshiomhole and the minister-designate Abubakar Mama hails from in Edo North. I wonder if there's a religious undertone to that as well, because Edo North is predominantly Muslim, isn't it? Sources said Obaseki plans to balance the power tripod in the state by endorsing his successor, who hails from Edo Central or other parts of Edo North Senatorial District. A source named Asiu Igodalo as the likely man Governor Obaseki prefers to succeed him. Besides the issue of power balancing, the source said Governor Obaseki does not believe Shaibu would continue with his plans and visions as spelled out in his 30-year development plan. The source said suspicion that Shaibu may defect to the All Progressive Congress APC was confirmed when he attended the Abuja inauguration party of Oshiomhole without clearance from Obaseki. It was gathered that Shaibu was alarmed when he was prevented from entering the governor's office, as he was told to give prior notice before seeing the governor. So the deputy governor is being asked to give prior notice before seeing the governor. So that is how politics is played in Edo State. Another source said the removal of overseeing revenue generation from the office of the deputy governor was an indictment to the capacity of Shaibu to handle affairs of the state. Speaking on the suit filed by Shaibu, seeking court protection over an alleged impeachment plot, the source said it was a ploy to drag Governor Obaseki into an open fight and allow him, Shaibu, remain in office even after defecting to APC. So that's politics. I'm not going to say it's I'm not going to say it's meaningless gibberish, but there it is. That's Edo politics. So that's Edo politics. Invasion plans, resources concluded will force Niger coup leaders out of power. So this is ECOWAS. So with or without Nigeria, they are going in, is what they're saying. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, says the bloc has assembled all resources and perfected plans to invade Niger Republic, to force out the military junta and reinstate its democratically elected leader, President Mohamed Bazoum. All the elements that will go into any eventual intervention have been brought out here and been refined, including the timing, the resources needed, and how and where and when we are going to deploy such a force, assured Abdel Fattah Musa, ECOWAS Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, at a meeting with other ECOWAS chiefs in Abuja on Friday. We will make them hand over to civilian authorities, Musa added. Representatives from Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, and Guinea were conspicuously absent at the ECOWAS meeting held in Abuja, Nigeria on Friday. There are still 2 days left before the ultimatum ECOWAS gave the junta to step down and allow democracy to reign. But Tierney seems implacable and unwilling to back down, evidenced in an announcement to cut off ties with its neighbors, Nigeria and 3 other nations. On Thursday, he announced Niger was severing all diplomatic relations with France, Nigeria, Togo, and the United States, and further asked the ambassadors to those countries to return. The delegation ECOWAS chair, the President Tunubu'S, also sent to make peace with the junta, met a dead end in their mission as they were unable to meet Mr. Tierney, and also denied entry into Niamey, the country's capital, a source said. So there it is. I thought we actually saw images of Abdusalami Abubakar in a meeting with one of those people. War against Niger could allow Tinubu postpone elections if Supreme Court orders rerun. So this is the take from the Obedience space. So that is what the Obedience are saying. So let's go to this one. Nigeria's outlook raised to stable by S&P on Tinubu's reforms. So this is now the international take on the Tinubu reforms. As you can see, this is locked. This is from Bloomberg. It's locked behind the paywall, and I'm not going to pay for anything just to read you one article. But the headline says it all. Rating firm keeps Nigeria's score at B-, 7 levels into junk. Regional geopolitics risk may rise in. So let's see. Nigeria's credit outlook was upgraded to stable from negative by S&P Global Rating on President Tinubu's planned reforms. The debt assessor still scored the nation at B-, 6 notches into junk, and on par with Bolivia and Barbados, according to a Friday statement. And that is all I can read from there. So for me to read any further, I have to pay, and I'm not paying to read an article. But still speaking to that space, this is what Soludo has to say. Subsidy removal, floating of Naira, disruptive changes Nigeria must go through. So this, you pay attention when Soludo speaks, because he just speaks to the clinicalness and coldness of the facts of it. The clinicalness and the coldness of the facts of it. The removal of subsidy and floating of the exchange rate are some of the disruptive changes Nigeria must go through, Anambra Governor Charles Soludo has said. The governor said this at the commissioning of the Takeover Center of the Solution, something or the other, some random commissioning anyway. Speaking in a statement by the special advisor to the governor on innovation and business incubation, something Okole, Soludo asks youth to look up to opportunities in these ongoing disruptive changes. Soludo is a very smart man. So we have to start it off with that. Soludo is a very smart man. And evidence of it, when there are disruptive changes, that is, it's actually a golden moment. Because when there are disruptive changes, then that is where the most opportunity is for anybody that can identify where the next landing point will be. So these disruptions to the system is a golden field of harvest for anybody that has the cranial functioning and the intellectual capacity and the educational fortification to take advantage of what is going on now. So this is a rich field for harvesting now, this space that Tunubu has opened up, and that is what Soludo means. Pardon me. Speaking in a statement by the special advisor to the governor on innovation and business incubation, something Okole, Soludo asks youth to look up to opportunities in these ongoing disruptive changes. He said, the world may be going east or west, but Nigeria must go through necessary disruptive changes. The removal of subsidy and floating of the exchange rates are just some of these changes. It is quite auspicious that we are opening this district at this critical time. I think he's trying to create some sort of intellectual tech hub in Anambra State. Our greatest resources is our human capital, and we want to mine it to its infinite elasticity. Only those who can see tomorrow, who plan and work towards it, can control the future. I asked our youth to look up to opportunities in the ongoing disruptive changes. So the people that Soludo is speaking to are not the people that you know on the usual spaces on social media. He's talking about the Igbo people with brains. So the ones we know in the usual places on social media, those are the Igbos without brains. So he's talking to the Igbos with brains. This is the people that Soludo is talking to. Anyway, so that captures that. So that captures that. Let me take a micro break with the. Let me take a micro break with. And by the way, there's plenty of room in the studio. If you want to come join. And then we'll see how it goes. We just see how it goes anyway. So that's just it. We'll see how it goes. Sometimes we have just these short sessions. When there's no traction in the let's go to the K guides as I catch my breath. Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu waila ti kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyela ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Soname ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Soduke ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
gbèsè o.
All right. Somebody's just sent this to me. I can't show it on the screen because it's on a different it's on our Firefox. So I'll have to swap and I don't want to reveal names. But somebody just said this to me. Let me read it out, and then I'll let Ajanle Koko and Bishop onto the screen. Those are the two that have turned up. It says resolution of the Senate in a closed-door session upon consideration of President Bola Tinubu's request in respect to the political situation in the Niger Republic. The Senate, in a closed-door session at its plenary session on Saturday, the 5th of August 2023, considered the request of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on implementation of ECOWAS resolutions on the political situation in the Niger Republic, and accordingly resolved as follows. So I'm having to squint because it's just a tiny little thing. And results as follow. Number one, condemn in totality the military coup that took place recently in Republic of Niger. Number two, commend President Tinubu and the authority of heads of state and government of ECOWAS for their prompt response and the positions taken on the unfortunate development in the Niger Republic. Number three, recognize the fact that President Tinubu, by virtue of his correspondence, had not asked. So let's see. I might have to see if I can clip this and then bring it into the studio. Because this is number three now. Recognize the fact that Tinubu, by virtue of his correspondence, had not asked for the approval of the parliament or Senate to go to war, has been erroneously suggested in some quarters. Rather, the president has expressed a wish to respectfully solicit the support of the National Assembly in the support of the successful implementation of the ECOWAS resolution as outlined in the said communication. Number four, mandate the leadership of the Senate to further engage with President Tinubu on behalf of the entire Senate on how best to resolve the issue. Number five, call on President Tinubu as chairman of ECOWAS to further encourage other ECOWAS leaders to strengthen the political and diplomatic options and other means with a view to resolve the political impasse in Niger Republic. And number six is getting tinier and tinier at the font. Pledge total support to the ECOWAS leadership under President Tinubu in resolving the political situation in Niger and returning the country to democratic governance in the near future. Number seven, further mandates the leadership of the Senate to engage with President Tinubu on behalf of the Senate and the National Assembly on how to best resolve the issue in view of the hitherto existing cordial relationship between Nigerians and Nigerians. Number eight, call on the ECOWAS parliament to rise to the occasion by equally condemning this coup and positing resolutions to resolve the impasse as soon as possible. So that's the resolution. Resolution of the Senate in a closed-door session upon consideration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's request in respect to political situation in the Niger Republic. So it doesn't look as though Tinubu actually requested for deployment. So it doesn't look as though Tinubu requested for deployment. Bishop joins us. Ajanle Koko is with us. Solomon is here, and so is Kumi. So good to have you, gentlemen. So, like I said, the space open for whoever else wants to hop on. Let's kick it off then with you, Bishop, if you're ready to go. Hopefully, you are in a good network space. Bishop, good to see you.
I have distractions with noise here. I will just keep this for now. I'm with you, but there's a lot of noise here.
Do you want me to go to Kumi and then come back to you?
Yes. Go around.
All right. Let's kick it off with you, Kumi, then, if you're ready. Kumi.
Woman, I'm busy now. Sorry.
All right. Let's kick it off with Solomon. We have to kick it off with someone. So, Solomon, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So let me actually let me start you off. So the news now is that the Senate had rejected Tunubu'S request to go to war in the Niger Republic, but it doesn't look as though Tunubu has actually requested even to go to war in the Niger Republic. So what's the latest development in that space, Solomon?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man. Yeah, the Senate they did well, and they helped this guy a lot in turning down this request of going to war because the kind of relationship we have with Niger, it will not be advisable for us to go to war, especially because we know this war now is majorly to fight for the West, France to be. Yeah. So it's not him not as in them turning down this request is a very good one, and is going to help. Is just to help him get his reputation intact and back, because it would have been a disgrace if we went to this war and we just go like that.
Are you saying it's an orchestrated window for soft landing? So he would have probably signaled to them to. Do you think he signals to them to reject it so that they'll give him a way out?
Yeah, yes. Now, and he has people in his caucus that would tell him, see, this war. They would have advised him, and he just behaved like somebody that don't think before he talks. He just talks before he thinks. So, and it's not making sense. So he has to learn from this mistake he has just made, and he needs to thank the Senate for what they've done for him, because it would have been a very big disgrace to him and all that. He is from the Southwest. He don't really understand the relationship between the northern Nigeria and Niger. It's not like but somebody, as he doesn't understand the relationship because of the way he doesn't understand the relationship with Niger, the northern Nigeria and Niger. He just took that drastic decision of saying, make that statement of saying that he's giving them 7 days and all that. So the Senate has really done well in saying no to that war and all that. The resources we would have even wasted in going to this war is something that I don't think we can, even if we have the money, but we have the resources, but it's not something we should invest.
Because if we go to war, of course, the Nigeria will have to foot the bill. I don't think Ghana will be putting in a penny or any other African country.
You see, so and we are going to be the major contributors in that in this movement. But thank God that we will not be going to war. They should do it. They should solve this problem in a diplomatic way, and not just in this not the way that they were. He's really, really lucky. He would have embarrassed himself as a president, to be honest with you.
But how would he have embarrassed himself though? Because if we do deploy in Niger Republic, it's not anything that will be more than a week's exercise. Because all they'll have to do is they'll go to the seat of power, take charge of that, and then put troops just at all of the flanks of that. It is not anything long and winding. It's not anything. It's not. How do you imagine he would have embarrassed himself? It's like me having a boxing match with a 5-year-old. Yeah, the only thing I'll be accused is abuse. Is being of abuse.
See, let me tell you something. Outside, apart from this, yeah, I know that Niger is a sovereign nation, but let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You know, we it's just we in the southern Nigeria that just that too. I will use the word ignorant, that we don't even think about our roots and our offspring and our that is like relations, relatives. You see, the relationship when you come to ethnicity, the relationship in the northern Nigeria and the Niger is something that they don't want to jeopardize. They are not even ready.
No, but that's not in jeopardy though. The fight is not against the people of Niger. The fight is actually on behalf of the people of Niger to get rid
Who
of these interlopers who have just seized power for reasons of greed and avarice.
see what
If we can move quickly and reverse the situation, I think the Nigerians, they will see us as heroes. The intellectuals in that space, they don't care for these ragtags.
woman, woman, the even the intellectuals in northern Nigeria, most of them are not in support of the war. They are not even they even support likes of Adamu Gauba. He supports the Russian um, 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 presence in Niger. So them they know what look they have the well these ones were saying here that they because we saw one clip here and we say that we just said that they are intellectuals in Niger that they are in support that they are not in support of this. I don't think it's true because the people there, you see, I've seen clips that have come out from that space. Like is this is a form of liberation for them to them the way they understand. But it's just this for people to change their mind, and then they don't know that even the Russians they are still white people. They will not really have, and they are in collaboration with China. They will not really have the black man's interest 100% at heart, or they will still have something behind that they will want and all that. They will not really. They'll still be like the West. If but so what I'm trying to say is they would have is counseling they will do is not by coming to just say because you are intel okay the few ones that feel like they are knowledgeable they will not want to come and override the other people's decision. If Nigeria assuming Nigeria was going to that war it's going to be bad. It's not apart from even jeopardizing their relationship the destruction it will cause for their people. I know some Nigerians have investments in that place too. So this war that they are not going is a very good thing, is a good one, and the Senate. I hope, and I want to say this to some people that were saying that we have rubber stamp Senate. I hope this time around now, after because of the Senate's image,
They
they've
redeem themselves.
come
Yeah.
claim now. Redeem themselves. So I don't want to hear we have rubber stamp Senate again because anybody that will say it, that person, this is that will tell you how the level of hypocrisy that is going on in this country and is setting space in this country. If they just open mouth and say that it is rubber stamp Senate that we have in Nigeria, yeah.
I think you can still call it a rubber stamp if Tinubu is actually using them as a get out clause, because there's the argument that Tinubu finds himself in a sticky situation because the ultimatum runs out tomorrow. So by tomorrow they should start deploying. So if he doesn't deploy tomorrow, then he will lose face internationally. But now the Senate give him a get out clause. So he will say it's a law-abiding administration, and he has been put a stop to. So it's still rubber stamp if they give him a soft landing, don't you think?
No, woman. Even though and I hope assuming these people were like they were really how would I put it like they are very competent people that are very genuine and really have the country and the people at heart. With what they just did, with I say I know that there's separation of power, but as in working the way they just did carry out this action is really is interesting. It's good. It shows that they got each other's back positively. Like if they can do it positively, it's going to be really be good for this country, and yeah, it will be good for this country. But for this one, they tried in helping Tinubu to redeem his image. I'm telling you the
So, so,
truth.
so,
Like,
so, 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 what's the way forward then, Solomon, in terms of Niger Republic? Are we going to have to live with this ministry administration? The Russians are coming; they are now at the borders of Nigeria. Is this something we have to live with? And do we lose face? Haven't postured so much, and then we're somewhat backing down? Do we lose face if we don't? If this administration takes hold and we're not able to get rid of them?
for me, I would have said because of the this time around, we have to go unofficial, in the sense that since the northern elders have a close relationship with these Niger people, they should know how to. I know the Sultan has gone, and the other general has gone to Niger to for diplomatic talk, but they should still go on an official, try and let these people know that these Russians you are rushing to, they are still. If you want liberation, you should liberate yourself totally. In fact, we all have to do it together, not inviting white man to come and liberate us or help us in liberation. They have their own bargains, they have things that they need. So it's not just going this way. This is they still need to go. Talks need to still be going on as we speak. And yeah, for these people to just deviate or change their mind from this thing they are planning to go into. So that is just the thing. And
You know, my own concern is that if they don't strike, if they don't remove these people within the next 2 weeks, then that is going to be the administration. That they are going to, we're going to have to live with them. You know.
well, is very is good, is quite unfortunate. But let's see what will be playing out
So some
in
people
this.
are also suggesting that Nigeria can find some elements within their forces in Niger Republic and plan a so have them just create a divide within their structures and fund a counter coup to get rid of these people and then move them back to democracy.
Yeah, but this one, the Wagner group is already in Niger now. They will be vigilant, and they would the security there now will be tight. But I hope and these people have already signed a deal with them. So I don't know how, man. Black man, we black men, we need to really start thinking for ourselves and stop allowing other people to think for us. It's really, really bad, and it's not something we should be doing at this point in life. But it's very unfortunate. But by the grace of God, one day we would our eyes will open, and we would start thinking straight. Not this thing they are doing. Like, I just don't know what to even say about this, because they've already signed the deal with Wagner to do this. Except now they can just go back, as in use their senses to just stop this deal and just move on. But I believe something must definitely happen. Something must happen for.
Something must happen. ECOWAS cannot take such an aggressive stance and then they back down. And if that administration, if they're still in position by this time next year, then that means that ECOWAS is not fit for purpose. It's a toothless bulldog. It has no meaning. It's just a rubbish.
Of
If
course,
that administration is still there by this time, even 2 months' time, then they can just cancel ECOWAS and just forget it. It's a total nonsense.
ECOWAS has been rubbish. Let me tell you, for in Mali they have a military government. In Burkina Faso the same thing, and you say they are not. The ECOWAS is rubbish, because if they are not rubbish, they would have tackled it from the start. From Mali, from Burkina Faso, they would have the first coup that happened, they would have tackled it, and it will not give room for another one. But you see, when you see this one has happened, the other, they will have the rest will have the mind to carry out the coup. And so you see, that is just the thing. We And you know, before the election, they were even saying it is something like that.
Solomon, can I just quickly digest?
Okay, okay.
Okay, so what I just want to do something for what you said now. So because ECOWAS failed to act when similar things happened in Burkina Faso and some other places, that automatically means that they should not react now. So let everything just go that same way. Is that what is just implied by your statement?
No. What I'm saying is that they've been stupid. That like they've not really been doing well. They've been weak.
I heard you. I heard that one. I mean, I don't think you should be using the word stupid. You've used that one. You said Tinubu did not. How did you put it? They have brain to think. Right. I don't think that's right. What I'm saying is that you are
let him
saying
use
that.
the
No,
word
hold on,
said,
hold
yeah.
on. I'm saying. What do you mean? What do you say, woman?
No, I'm saying don't worry, carry on. But let him speak as it feels. But then have the interjection and then round up that space, Solomon. And then I want to bring Body into the conversation. But carry on, Bishop.
The interjection, the one you interjected me, is even longer than I said. I don't think using the word stupid to describe our leaders, ECOWAS, West African leaders. I don't think it's that. I say I should get him. I just want to draw his attention to something. What I want to know is, you said in your few past sentences that because that they should not do what they want to do now, because when similar thing happened in some other countries, they did not do anything. So I'm now saying that, is that enough reason now to just allow the things to continue to degenerate because they did not act when some people did it? Does it make it right that they should not now still act to correct this anomaly? That's what I want to just find out from you.
I'm not saying that they should not act now. If they want to act now, like how anyway, I don't know how they want to act, but whatever way they want to act, they should act. But it's good. After now, ECOWAS as a body should sit up, should tighten up, and they should start bringing, as in they should enforce policies that would be strong and would really be effective in this West African region, and not just there holding meetings and let it all in the name of holding meetings. And look at the way ECOWAS and AU embarrassed themselves. The other one gave 1 week, the other one gave 2 weeks. You see, these are the things. These bodies in this, they should be strong. They should tighten up and not behaving like weaklings. Yeah, that is what I'm trying to say. It's not like they can act now, but to me, I feel it's too late, and because it's going to be because of the, like they said, how Niger supplies France uranium and all that. So because the thing is really, I think this one really hooked France. So that is why they are now just pushing for all in name of restoring democracy for these people. And you see, these are the things we're talking about. They need to just come up and they should tighten up. Yeah, woman.
Woman, can I just ask? Can I just put a point through, please?
All right, put that point through. But then after that point, I'll be going to Body because I want to bring Body into the conversation now. But I put the point here.
Thank you, woman. Solomon, I think we are not looking at this thing from the right perspective. I need to let everyone know that I'm not that I'm in for war. Because anybody that have enjoyed peace will know how tough is it to get peace. So when the Mali coup happened, people have forgotten that it was in the heart of COVID-19. The COVID-19 already rattled West Africa, and that time they couldn't really act, and they were looking at it that it was a popular uprising, very popular uprising, that came against the then government. So there was I was watching, and they were looking
government. That government wanted to change the constitution to continue to perpetuate itself in government. So it was a different scenario.
That was so sorry. I made a mistake. That was Guinea. Guinea already, he already did it. He already won the election. He already won the election, but a lot of people died. And I remember very well, I watched one of their program when Buhari was saying it at the ECOWAS meeting. I watched it like because I have their something on Facebook where Buhari was talking about it, that he has warned many of these African countries, West African countries, that they shouldn't tamper with their what, with their constitution. You see, so they allowed that one to go, and they mounted prayer. From Guinea, it moved to what? It moved to Mali. From Mali, it moved to Burkina Faso. That was how it moved. But in this case, don't you think that it will be good for Nigeria to at least, I mean, for ECOWAS to at least try to salvage their image? You see, military is not actually good for us. Let's just come off these things. We know how it set us backward. In fact, many of the problems that we're having today, it was because of these 33 years that we spent under military that we're having, many of them. Fine, these guys also added to it, but we know that 3 years destroyed futures of people. So, but let me be clear on this. Take Nigeria. Actually, you have to look at it in this format. Tinubu might be using that opportunity to negotiate.
Make the interjection. Hold on. Make the interjections brief, and that's for everyone as well. If you're interjecting, just make it brief. So don't make it long and extended. So I'll bring it home and then we'll bring body in. Yeah.
Okay. Don't you think Tinubu might be using it as an opportunity to kind of bat in a better deal for the people of Niger? But I want us to know, and also, don't you think that it is good that he used a strong tone at the beginning? That's how it is. You know, in the Gambia, that was the stuff that they use. You have to use a strong tone at the beginning.
No. If you, hold on. Using a strong tone at the beginning and then not being able to land at a result, it makes you look foolish. What has the strong? Hold on. Can you hold on? What has the strong tone gotten him? The military regime, they've dug their heels, saying they are seeking partnership from powerful people and they're shoring up their hold on power. So what has the strong? It's just made him look silly.
No, it did not make him look silly. You expect him to act. Nigeria cannot sit idly. Probably we don't understand what is going on in the West African country. The only bias I saw in the whole of this thing is because of the relationship between the northern part of Nigeria and Niger, and the likely power play that might happen that they may escalate on a normal day. If ECOWAS go into Niger, the armies of both Mali and Guinea and Niger will be granted. Go and read the Liberian War very well. Go and read how Nigeria broke through their rights and secure the interim government in Liberia. People we don't know these things. So, but let's just look at those two factors. That is what is keeping us. We are looking at our northern brothers, their affiliation with the people of Niger, and the relationship that exists.
Hold on. The relationship between our northern brothers and Niger, that was in place before Tinubu was making the threat. Was he not aware of that relationship before it was as threatening?
He was aware, but he has to do that as the president of Nigeria and also the chairman of ECOWAS. You do not expect him to now chicken and now be looking like we are still going to be the one that will still condemn him on this platform. We ourselves will still condemn him, because let me tell you, if it goes like that and nobody said anything, it's coming to everybody. See, the whole of this region will be engulfed by military rule, and you know what it mean? Everybody will run out of it and run to Europe. We are coming to come and meet you over there. That's what's going to happen. I'm serious.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Let's hear from Ribado. Ribado, come in.
Yeah, very sorry because I'm still in the field. I'll be coming in next week, so I have just like 5 minutes to talk. I don't want to debate on this, but I want to bring another angle into the discussion. Okay, and I hope you guys will analyze it and see. What I think, okay, let's not talk of Tinubu now, even though this is our discussion. But what I want us to see is, can't you people see that the West is trying to punish France? Because since day one, even prior to the Ukraine war, it's only France that is trying to take an independent stand for Europe, independent stand from United States interests and NATO. He had been saying that all along, okay? And another thing is, you see, Macron has been saying Europe will not be subservient to America or to NATO, okay? He's trying to have a stronger and independent Europe. So look at what happened in France, the chaos that erupted in France. I don't think I cannot, let me not use the word simply, but I don't think because police killed one immigrant, the whole of France, not just Paris, almost 4 of their major cities got burned. There is something on the ground. Okay, I may be wrong, but this is just an hint. Okay, and then remember that United States of America has 2 military bases in Niger. They have a very modern, sufficient intelligence about the situation of that country. Okay, so if they are going to be a military coup, United States will have been in a position to advise African Union and ECOWAS to do something about it, or even the president himself. But something is fishy. I cannot put my hands. You guys are there on the platform. There is a lot of educated guys and that has more experience than myself that can see what I'm trying to say here. Is a possibility that America is trying to punish France based on their independent stance. And look at Macron was running to Saudis when the Saudis are having head-to-head on US. He was in China. He was in India. You know, I don't know if any one of you can try to make sense out of all this. It's a jigsaw, but this is another angle to look at things. So I apologize.
No,
Yeah.
don't apologize. You know how everybody enjoys hearing from you, Ribadu. But Ribadu, I take what you're saying is there's several moving parts to all of this, and it's not just about these characters that have taken charge of Niger Republic. But the only thing that somewhat disagrees with you on that theory that you are putting forward is that the Americans are also taking a very hawkish stance against this coup. Because Anthony Blinken, he put it out on Twitter a few days ago that he fully backs Nigeria to step down this coupist, and all of the support that Nigeria needs to make that happen, they're happy to consider it. So at least from the public pronouncements, the Americans are aggressively against these coup plotters as well.
It's a good thing that you said public pronouncement, okay? What I'm trying to tell you is if America want to do something, they will do it at all costs. Everybody knows how mighty America is, especially when it comes to conflict, okay? Look, when America wanted to take down Libya, 5 heads of states from Africa get on a plane to go to Libya. NATO turned them out. NATO tell them to turn and go back. 5 heads of states from Africa before Gaddafi go down. They went there to mediate, to bring peace. But NATO, at the express of the United States, tell them to turn their plane or they will be shot down. It has happened. So what I'm trying to tell you, if America said that, what Blinken said is just for public pronouncements, as we put it. Okay? But if they want, because they have the intelligence, okay? I mean, it's a very common recurring decimal. All these coups that happen in Africa, they are all Francophone countries, okay? And almost 80% of France's sustainability is coming from those colonies, okay? They ship their finished good to those colonies and get their raw material, especially energy. Everybody knows the amount of uranium that is going for France energy sustenance, okay? So if America wanted to stop that, they will have given African Union or ECOWAS, okay, the intelligence they have been gathering on ground and what is going on in Niger Republic prior to the occurrence of the coup. They wouldn't have allowed it. You want to tell me that they were taken unaware or they were taken by surprise?
But Ribadu, the thing is, the puppeteers that we're seeing in all of these Francophone coups, they're Russians, not Western. So what we're seeing are Russian hands in all of these francophone coups, which runs contrary to your theory that they want to play the wings of France.
One man, I can go any moment now because my battery is low. It is not. Yeah. What I'm saying is America deliberately allowed that thing to take place. I'm not saying it's America that perpetuates it. No. America deliberately allowed it to take place in order to punish France. Because let me tell you, America does not want a stain in their fabric of dominance in Europe. Okay? It was France that was so vocal about having their own independence, Europe, having their own defense policy. You know, they don't want to stand as a puppet of foreign policy of United States, all that, okay? So what I mean is just like to save your ships, your herders of sheep, you sacrifice one lamb, okay? What I'm saying, America is damn aware of Russian influence. I mean, come on. Do you think America with two bases in a country will allow Russia to take them unaware?
You know, when you say America has a sorry, did you want to come in, Buddy?
Thank you, Omar. Yeah. On the present issue, you know, is Tinubu actually making a bragado? I say no, because his position presently as a president of Nigeria and as a chairman of head of nation of ECOWAS, he has to do that. And we have to realize a life is at stake. President Bazoum is being held hostage. This is not a war declaration. If you look at the declaration very well, the communique of the meeting, it was a collective decision of the ECOWAS head of nation. And one of it is this: they should deploy a diplomatic channel, which they are doing. And then a timeline is given. So at that point in time, they say on a last resort, they have to rescue one of them, which is President Bazoum, which is being held hostage, which these juntas are not ready to release anytime soon. It's not a declaration of war. Nigeria is not fighting anybody, but rescuing President Bazoum, in which that could happen anytime soon from tomorrow. So,
was that the request that Tinubu made to the Senate that it's a rescue mission?
The letter that was sent to the Senate was the communique. If you look at those line items, compared to what was read on the day the ECOWAS of the head of nation met in Aso Rock. So if you look at it, they were ECOWAS resolution, and the president cannot act alone. If you remember, in 2003, the same thing happened in Sao Tome and Principe, that Obasanjo made the same request to the National Assembly, in which Nigeria intervened in Sao Tome and Principe. And if you remember as well, in 2017 in Gambia, the same requests were made. Only that they didn't make so much noise about it like this one. Because this one, there are a lot of attention about it because of the proximity and the close affinity of Niger to Nigeria. So I think that's the reason why. And another thing that I want to point out as well is Niger of that strong value to Nigeria. No, but we care because of the position we had in ECOWAS and because of our security. Because if you look at Niger, they have their local political issue. Under the present President Bazoum, there's deterioration in security over time, and there's economy insecurity as well, because people are getting poorer, the economy is doing badly. So at that point in time, anything can happen in that country. And if you look at this very country, it's of strategic importance to US and Russia and France than even Nigeria, because we have no economic benefit from them, except they are neighbors. If you look at the uranium that people are talking about, 60% of the power generation in France is being run on uranium. And if you look at US submarine as well, they have been run on uranium. So we have to factor in those two things, that these two countries is of importance to them. Can they put on ground there? No, it won't happen, because it's far from them. They will consider the strategic importance of Nigeria leadership in that region before they could make any decision in that area. Because if you look at it over time, even France being their colonial master, France has been shining in that leadership responsibility over time, in which we saw in Mali, we saw in Burkina Faso, in some of their old territory, in some of their old colonies. So, and if you sum all those things together, you will realize that, like, to Nigeria, the only thing that is important to us is like restoring democracy. That's the key. It's not the war itself. Restoring democracy and our security of our border. Because if you look at the crisis that we're having in the Chad region and in Borno areas in the Sahel, you will discover that much of it are from Libya, passing through the North Central Africa, coming down to Niger and Chad. And then we realize that if you have problem in that region, the problem of Boko Haram will become more complicated and it will cost us more. That's our interest. So
yes, I agree with you, Buddy, that it's in our security strategic interest. And you say they have no economic value, but a lot of the cattle that we eat actually come from that space as well. So there's even some agricultural economic ties to that country as well. Yeah,
accepted. That's very right. Another thing I want to make mention is that, like, this issue of these military exercise is a military exercise, rescuing the president. We know the president could be rescued. This guy, they will surrender. They will surrender. And another thing that I want us to note is what we call the diplomatic channel. Over time, within the past week, we've seen Tinubu deploying former ambassador, deploying Sultan of Sokoto, deploying Abu Salam to go and talk to this guy, to go and talk to Algeria, to go over to Libya and talk to them. So we need all hands on deck. Let me put it that way. All hands must be on deck to resolve this issue. I see this issue being resolved diplomatically than military exercise going on. Military exercise, I think it won't happen. If it will happen, it will be a last resort. Maybe this guy, they are not ready to free Bassoon. If this guy are ready to free Bassoon, I don't think there's a need for military exercise anymore. Why the fear? I don't think there should be a fear because we've done it before, like I said earlier. We did it in Sierra Leone. We did it in Gambia, and nothing happened. So we can do it again. Regardless of, we can save Bassoon. Let me say, because I say we can do it again. People might think, oh, are we declaring war in Niger? No, we are not declaring war in Niger.
Buddy, I cannot say past a military exercise. I'm pretty certain that there's going to be a military incursion into Niger Republic, and I think it's going to catch them off guard.
That would be an aggression on our part. We are not invading Niger. What we are trying to do is that taking the former president, the Bassoon that is at those stage, out of the captivity of these people. If they can do that successfully, those guards will surrender.
They're not going to. They are not going to surrender the former president, and you cannot use some sort of James Bond style of send somebody into, because they will have troops around that guy, because that is their one ticket. That president.
You know how they did this in Gambia. Do you remember they did this in Gambia? Nigeria jet fighter only fly on the presidential filler three times, and the Yahya surrendered. Nigeria fighter jet flew 3 times on their presidential palace, and then the guy surrendered. So I don't think they will joke with that. I don't think they will joke to that, regardless of the local issue that are there. Because I don't want to, like, the far before me, I'm only saying, like, oh, I don't want to read any conspiracy theory into it. Whether Russia, whether US, but what we can see, how it's affecting Nigeria. That's the only thing that I can speak to right now. Like, Nigeria want to promote democracy, which is okay. Niger is of strategic agricultural importance to us. Even security, we need to protect our border. I think those 3 things are very, very important to us. And I think, is there any good reason to commit ourselves to it? I think it's good. We have to commit ourselves.
Do you not see this situation in Niger Republic? Do you not see it as an opportunity to address once and for all permanently those insurgent banditry sort of Boko Haram and narrative that has plagued the northern space? Because if we're able to seize charge of governance in Niger Republic, because Niger Republic is the real conduit that, a lot of those people, they are not actually Nigerians. Niger Republic is the real conduit that funnels all of these people into the Nigerian. Yeah, so if we're able to get that country and then block them off at the seams, does it not present that opportunity, or am I going too far?
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's one of the points I mentioned earlier, that Niger is of strategic security importance to us. that if we are making a commitment, if we are sounding so loud on it, we are not making it in error. We are making it for a purpose. Because if you look at the position of Niger on the map of Africa, it's just a boundary between the Central Africa and the West Africa, which is a conduit for the arms. That's why that's the route where the arms is flowing down to the Chad. And if we can move in now, use this opportunity, I think by that, the security situation in the Northeast will be solved.
All right, brilliant. Well said. I'm not far from you in thought in most of the things that you said. So well said.
Mama.
Yeah.
Remember Côte d'Ivoire too. Remember Côte d'Ivoire, the flush Gbagbo, Laurent Gbagbo house.
Yeah, that was in 2003. Yeah. That was in 2003. You know, that operation was led by France. You know, that operation was led by. Yeah, it was led by France. You know, France like simulated the whole thing.
We're struggling to hear you, by the way, Dorothy. But yeah,
I said that stuff was that Laurent Gbagbo. It was almost the same thing. Ouattara and Laurent Gbagbo was they were fighting. They only lost an election.
But the look issue there were different.
One voice.
Yeah, they're different. They're a bit different. Yeah, you're right.
The look issue in Côte d'Ivoire then was like the candidates that was denied the right of winning was enjoying the popularity of the masses.
Popularity of the masses. Alassane Ouattara.
Alassane Ouattara was enjoying the support of the masses. But if you look at this, the one in Niger, the present president have failed the people due to the economy issue, the insecurity have pervaded the whole area. I think you get that. So it's over time, it has lost the support of people. But what we care about is the democracy, regardless of that's what we care about, the democracy and the security of that country. Because if you are so careless about the security of what is going on in Niger, it will definitely bounce back on us. You know, the northern leaders might be so, how would I say it, be so emotional because of the affinity with that country. You know, being emotional may not make them to reason so well. Because if they realize the damage, the insecurity, or the hopelessness of border in Niger has caused them in the north, they won't be taking the position they are taking. But the position is right, that like we should deploy more diplomatic channel, which Tunubu'S actually doing on all fronts. You see Absalam, you see Sultan.
You know, buddy. When although we saw images of Abdul Salami and the emir, we saw him sat with what looked like functionaries, but they said he wasn't actually able to meet with the main coup leader himself, who recused himself from any meeting, and that diplomatic something, it fell short. So I think really where we should place our hopes is the mission of Babagana Kingibe, who has gone to Libya and Algeria to ask them to stay out of it. So, because of course, if Libya or Algeria back Niger Republic, they border them to the north, then it can be a long, protracted something that we could be there for months.
Yes.
But if Niger and if Algeria and Libya decide to stay out, then it can just be a surgical strike, and they don't have any resistance against an ECOMOG force. So,
I don't even think the armed forces is up to 10,000.
Buddy, do you know that if you look at the map, of Niger, look at where their capital is. It's very easy to cut them off. You can cut them off. You can cut them off and control that place, and then you push back up north.
It's very close.
All they need to do is just from Benin Republic, from Sokoto. See, if they want to do it, I've already said those factors that we are looking at. But there's even imminent. I told the line of one man that it will be very hard for this thing not to happen, because I saw the president of the Gambia came in yesterday and was talking about the action that they have jointly took this action together as ECOWAS, led by Tinubu as the chairman. If you remember, so if they want to cut off Niger, they will just. Miami is very easy. Once you take the seat of power, that's the end.
If you remember the strategy for that of Gambia, the Senegalese force marched to Gambia on foot, whereby Nigerian Air Force came in. So that's why they overwhelmed the Gambian forces. So the same thing might happen anytime soon from tomorrow, if the coup leader didn't make himself accessible to the diplomat, because there's a lot of pressure on them right now. But you know, this is the first meeting of Sultan and Absalam with them. These people want to make a deal as well. They don't want to go that way, because if they just go that way, they might be arrested and be jailed forever. So they have been very careful. They've been very strategic. You know.
Go on.
So they've been very strategic. And now, if you look at the second in command of the coup, if you look at where he was yesterday, I think he was in Mali.
Yes, you know. So sorry. Let me pause you for a moment. You see, when I'm saying that Nigeria needs to move very quickly, or the ECOWAS have to move very quickly, that second in command, his name is Buddy, similar to your name actually. You know, is that you even? Are you? So
I know.
Your accent is not Nigerian, but he's trying to go there and strike a deal with the Wagner Group, who have a strong base in Mali.
Mm-hmm.
So if they strike that deal, and then with the Wagner Group, they move all of these kids into Niger Republic, then it's game over. When they move all this anti-aircraft and all this heavy weaponry, Russian weaponry into Niger Republic, then that's the end of it. So if they don't move quickly, then they don't get to move at all.
You know, that's why time is of essence. Time is very, very important. And then you need to realize that America is not folding its hands. America has a lot of infrastructure in Niger. They have a lot of investment there, and France has too. And then the US and Wagner can never co-locate. They can never coexist in the same country. So I don't think that will work that much, because even if now Wagner's moving, America is going to curtail them. It's going to stop them. America will stop them, definitely.
All right. Let's hear from Baba, and then maybe we'll move on to a different topic if people have satiated on that. Baba.
Yes, thank you, one man, for the opportunity. I salute you all in the house. Happy weekend. This Niger thing, actually, I chatted yesterday. I saw it coming. I knew Tunubu was trying actually to leverage with his people in the National Assembly to find a way out. We are mixing a lot of things here. We are talking about Liberia in the same breath. We're talking about Sierra Leone and Gambia. They are all different things. They are different kind of war, except Sierra Leone, which is about rebels, incursions, about diamond, blood diamond. And in Liberia, it was about Charles Taylor and still some diamond and rubber resources. In Gambia, it was about tenor elongation. In Gambia, same thing in Cote d'Ivoire. And when you talk about military incursion, it was easy in Gambia, because Gambia is along the Atlantic Ocean coast. So the Navy was there with their boats, and the Air Force, I think, had a base in Senegal. So they were surrounded. But look at the map, one man. Up north, we share the 7 states in the north, share border with Niger. 7 states, including Kebbi, I think, Yobe, Jigawa, Zamfara, Katsina, all the rest. 7 states. So they are like brothers. To them, even there is no border. And we are talking about military takeover here. One question we are not asking here. America has 2 bases in Niger. Total soldiers, 1,100. They have on the ground there. There is a resource there, uranium, very important for energy and also for atomic power. So we are not asking the right question. In Guinea, when the coup happened in Guinea, who trained the soldiers? in the form of military cooperation, the Americans. In Niger, who trained the soldiers? The Americans. Why did they allow the coup to happen? Have we asked ourselves that if America doesn't want the coup to happen, it won't happen? It won't happen, but it happened.
Have you considered that the Americans, sometimes I wonder if we give too much, if we give too much to the Americans in terms of this looming large, they know everything. They may have been caught off guard by this coup too, especially from the pronouncements that we're hearing from Washington, who are just completely annoyed by the coup. Do you think the Americans were also caught off guard?
I don't think so. You understand? If they are interested in something, look, in Sierra Leone, as in Liberia, people forget that ECOMOG succeeded at the end of the day because they gave us air cover and communication cover. They had their boat stationed at the coast of, when it happened in Sierra Leone, when it happened in Liberia. They had their boats there and they were flying their reconnaissance aircraft. So nobody can convince me that they do not know. With America, we have to be very, very careful. We have to be very, very careful. And our economy is very fragile at this material point in time. Left to me, you understand, I think we should just desist to be the hawk. Because even in ECOWAS, how many are the Anglophone countries? Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Gambia. I think that's all. All the remaining ones are all Francophone countries.
If Nigeria deploys body and we successfully overturn this coup, who owns that country then? Because the ownership of that country presently belongs previously belonged to the French. Now looks as though the Russians and the natives are trying to take hold of that country. If Nigeria now goes and overturns this coup, does that country not then belong to us?
No, not at all. We only take the glory for the restoration of democracy, like we always been doing.
Then look at that glory there. We take ownership of the country now. We take it.
One man. This is the year of our Lord 2023. You understand? We are not in the colonial era anymore. There is no small country anymore. When you talk about war, you can know when it will start. You can't tell when it's going to end. Unfortunately, the Jojo we did not embrace in the beginning. It is the Jojo that will end the war. Every war in the world ended up on a round table discussion. Even if they're going to be surrender, still you will sit down. Papers have to be signed. You understand? There is no small war, and we have a lot to lose in this. These guys, they know that if they capitulate, they are dead.
All right. Because that's a valid point. Because like I said it earlier too, this guy trying to make a deal for themselves as well. They can't just
they don't necessarily have to die, if they can, just like they did with Yahya Jammeh, if they can promise them an exile and a whole bunch of money, and they can go to Saudi Arabia and live a life of an Arab prince. But let's bring Ovie into the conversation. So Ovie, is this rejection by the Senate of this thing? Is this Tinubu orchestrating a soft landing for himself? Because of course the ultimatum expires today, and really what we should be hearing by middays are the loud sounds of bombs dropping on Niamey. But now the Senate says no, and now he can hide behind that excuse. So is this really an orchestrated soft landing for himself at this Senate rejection, Ovie?
Well, it's interesting that you're seeing it from that angle. I mean, I think I will agree with you. But I mean, it's there's also, I think, there's a zero chance that we will actually want to actually go into, use the military to arrive at peace in Nigeria. I don't. That's the last thing I expect Nigeria will do. So, but what I don't understand is that how much is the influence of the Americans, right? Against the French, or are they working together? So I seriously don't know the game the game at play here. I don't understand why, all of a sudden things turn the way, and is it a test or from our own angle? One man seriously cannot point out exactly what is happening or how
Okay,
it's going to end.
I'm not sure if you heard Ribadu earlier. He had to dip out because of the network where he is. But what Ribadu was bringing to the conversation was that the Americans are looking to punish the French because of their hawkishness in terms of American dominance and wanting to remove the European Union from under the influence of the Americans. So he was suggesting that the Americans are somewhat either allowing or even by some remote orchestration facilitating this in order to undermine the French, who are somewhat saber rattling against. That's some far from the middle of Narnia theory by Ribadu. But is there any flesh in that, Ovie?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to go by what is on front of our newspapers, TVs, and social media, that seems.
Have you lost you? You're in a bad network place, are you? Ovie? Can anyone still hear me? Hello, have you lost me?
That's what we see.
Yes.
Oh no, it's
and
back.
your new, yeah.
Oh,
all right.
sorry.
Oh man, I like your heading. No, that your nuke thing that you wrote. I made me laugh.
Yes, that was a clickbait. Now that was a clickbait. But yes, Ovie, back to you. We have you now. Carry on.
Yeah, so I will not. I mean, yes, that's a possibility, but would they go that far in terms of making sure? I mean, they are losing ground pretty much everywhere they are in control. So, which offense they commit that warrants that kind of? So that's why I say, are they possibly working together against the? Because don't forget, nobody's even made mention of the Chinese, right? The Chinese have interest there too. It might not be obvious to us now like that of the Europeans. That could also be an issue to get ahead of them because what I don't understand that America can now have one of their biggest drone manufacturing site there, and you tell me they don't know or they are not into what is happening. That's not possible. That's not how America operates. They know everything, and that they are involved directly, whatever it is. That's why I said I don't know why this is headed, and I don't know why it's happening because you cannot tell me that the Americans don't know what is happening or they are not aware. They happen like that. For them to be there, whatever that happens, they know. If they didn't decide to look the other way around, if that is the case, why? So the whole thing is just Tunubu is just get caught up the fact that yes, he's the ECOWAS chairman, and I don't know what because going by the kind of relationship it display on to every one of us in public between him and the French counterparts, then why is this thing happening to French then? That's another angle I'm looking at it from. Tunubu is very close, unlike Buhari, who we know that his allegiance is not necessarily, it's more of a British guy. Tunubu is clearly a Frenchman, right? The guy they come visit in the so why is this happening? If the interest is against French and Bola Tinubu is so where is he? So I that's why I said there's more to this to what is playing out now.
Where do you see it ultimately landing, Ovie? And to whose glory? Firstly, where do you see this ultimately landing, and within what timeline? Is this a short kill, or are we going to have to live with this coup as the new government of that country? So, firstly, how do you see it landing first, and then I'll ask you who gets the glory. So, where do you see it landing?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Seriously, I'm looking at it in a 50 to 100 years from now. What is happening to the Chinese in terms of their relationship with the Taiwanese and America's interests, right? The easiest way to contain the Chinese is to be very close to their door. The easiest way to actually contain the what's his name, the Russian, is to be very close to their door. Hence, the need for to bring the Zelensky and people into the NATO folks. So I am saying that in the future, should all the prediction that's coming out from some quarters, both home and abroad, and Nigeria actually rose to the occasion and become that nation that we hope to be in the next 50, 100 years, where's the best way to contain us, if not right there in our doorstep? Right. So that's
May
what
I
I'm
interject
saying.
one
So
minute?
at the end of the day, one of these European nations will come out on top. As you are asking, who own Niger now? That's the question I heard you ask earlier on. Who is going to own Niger, right? That's the right question to ask. So at the end of it all, who is going to own Niger? And what is going to be the deal? How far would they go to say, yes, we own Niger by controlling it, by actually providing support in terms of military hardware, in case things go sour or things go better from our own end? So I'm looking at it from that.
Is Nigeria? Sorry, Ovie. Is Nigeria in the mix in that question? Who is going to own Nigeria? Is Nigeria also Niger? Is Nigeria also in that narrative as a potential owner of Niger? And should we be in that sort of politics of somewhat remotely owning some of these lesser African countries?
Well, if you want to, I think for me, Nigeria should rise to the occasion, and politically speaking, militarily, economically, and dominate pretty much all the West African countries. That should be the goal. I normally say jokingly that if I become president one day, within my 4 years, I won't enhance all these neighboring countries to be Nigerian, right? But economically or politically speaking, I should say, that's the position way. And I think the Western world are also seeing it, but from a very far angle. That should be our goal. But again, either of owning them, I don't think that is the right word, because we are families. If you want to go historically speaking, right? I mean, if not for the August visitor that came in our midst that actually divide and partition the land, we are all relative now. If you understand that the Katsina people are pretty much directly blooded.
We've lost you again. We've even just recently had a president from Niger Republic by the name Buhari.
Yeah, may I come in one man, please?
Yeah, come in, Baba. I think Ovie lost connection.
Yeah. Right. In this issue, you understand, gunboat diplomacy will
sorry,
not work.
Ovie, you lost connection for a moment. Baba, go on, Baba.
Gunboat diplomacy will not work. It's only shuttle diplomacy that will work. Here's the thing. It happened in Mali, nothing happened. Burkina Faso, nothing happened. It has come nearest home to us with Mali. So there's been precedence. These boys will not back down. Bazoum is gone. In shuttle diplomacy, what we just do right now is how to save his life. Bring him home to come on exile. You understand? As for our power, our leverage, we have economic power. That's what we can use to put all the other African countries under our foot. You understand? We don't use it before. We don't use our economic power. But right now, what we should learn to do is to leverage on our large economy. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, their total GDP is less than half of Lagos State GDP. So relatively, they are very, very poor country. They depend on us. So we should just only tighten the noose economically and let them know where power lies. That is the thing. In this case here, gunboat diplomacy will not work. It will only bog us down into a war we do not want. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Ovie, do we have you back? I think we lost Ovie for a moment. Let's bring Bishop in. So Bishop, come in. This rejection. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Round off your thoughts. Are you in a nightclub? You sound like you're out and about.
It's Saturday, my man.
Yes, of course.
Anyway,
man must work, Abi. Is it Shadekwa's turn tonight? Shadekwa.
Oh my God, my man! I don't say no. The way you pronounce that name tells me you be you. What have you been up to, one man lately? Because you were in America last year. Is that?
Yes. You know. I sometimes I kick myself. You know that I missed out on all of those opportunities as a single man. I should have done the Shadekwa. And then you know that Thailand, you should go, once you are still single, just go to Thailand and fill your boots. Do all of this but now that window is gone. But yes, to the politics.
Yes, the politics. I saw one of your headlines talking about Philip Shaibu and the next godfather in town, Obaseki.
Yes. So Obaseki's term is up, and then his successor, of course. So the deputy governor wants to take that seat, but Obaseki, he doesn't want him there. I think he wants another character in there. Well, but I'll find his name in a moment. But then there's an alignment between Shiabu, who is the deputy vice governor, and Adams Oshiomhole, because they both come from Edo North Senatorial District. And Obaseki wants to break the influence of that space, and he doesn't also have confidence in Shiabu, who he feels will not continue with this 30-year roadmap for that state. So all of that. I was actually looking to tease world peace with that, but yes. Do you have thoughts on that space?
It's pretty much the same thing that happened the PDP space. I mean, the whole country leading to the permanent election, zoning. And I don't know. Me personally, I don't like the idea of zoning. Right, the only way we can actually get the best to run for the position is when it's always open. Let people prove that yes, they are worthy. Just like now in 2031. If Tunubu run 8 years, I mean, it's pretty much 50% settled that is going to the north, right? And that's to me, it's not the way to go. So yes, but on Philip, one cannot deny that. I don't know of within the last 24 years, but after today, is the most famous deputy governor in Nigeria. You cannot deny that. Not just in the states, but even across the country. And for him to reject senatorial position means business. So yes, you can only push him out now if you don't want to give him the tickets. It's only right to push him out. Because what's the point letting him stay to the hip of the old, and you understand that. Again, is he going to literally beg Oshiomhole, because that will make him relinquishing power? He will just be there as a ceremonial governor. And the kind of person that I know him to be is not that kind of a person. So I think that, to me, that's where the biggest problem is. Is he going to go under Oshiomhole? Because Oshiomhole, as far as Akoko-Edo is concerned, Oshiomhole run the Akoko-Edo, Oshiomhole run the donuts in general. And you see pretty much the minister and pretty much the juicy position are coming from that angle. And even the past election shows his influence still. So yes, in terms of zoning, maybe that is where the Obaseki will be say, okay, yes, I will have more power, I have more say. But I say yes, now Asian time, that is going to the Asian.
Do you think Obaseki is overreaching himself? Because the godfather of Edo politics is Oshiomhole, and Obaseki only got that second term as a protest vote against Tinubu it wasn't because they had any real. It's not because of his strength or potency. It was like the underdog. And then that little. Do you remember that little clip that Tinubu put out that when he was speaking to them from his garden, and then they then came up with that Edo no be Lagos. So it was actually Edo no be Lagos that got him, and then the way Oshomole tried to step him down and put Eze Yami. So it was very messy. So it was more protest votes that gave him a second term. But he now thinks he owns Edo State, which he doesn't.
Yes, and the pioneer, the leader of that revolution is Philip Shaibu. He's the one that actually galvanized, mobilized for that victory. He's the one that publicly denied Oshomole, say, "Well, Godfather, you teach me that I should oppose, to any tendency of Godfatherism. So, and I'm going to do so." And we see how Wike also publicly insult him. They say, "Will be in father." So he played a very crucial role in their victory. You cannot deny that. But again, the possibility that even if Obaseki give her the tickets, say they will win, it's also not sure, because if Oshomole decide to, if Obaseki say decide to say, okay, I won't go against the grind, I won't go against the rule, which is by zoning, turn by turn, then Oshomole will use that opportunity to mobilize for anybody from Isha. Don't forget, the guy who Oshomole beat to become the governor of Edo State is also interested. Talking about Professor Osumbo, it's also an Isha man. So
Igadelo is also in play. Is it Asiu Igadelo?
So
that's who Obaseki favors, Igadelo.
Yes, it's still very early to start predicting who now. But so from as far as I'm concerned, it's Oshomole race to lose, because whether we like it or not, he still control the state apparatus and whatnot. You will get money spent. But again, you are going against a wounded lion. a man, he had, where he go from here, from being a senator, depends largely how much influence he will have at home. So, other than the fact that he's a wounded lion, I'm talking about Oshomole, other than the fact he's a wounded lion, he's coming for vengeance, he's coming for a bigger picture. If he need to put himself,
and you have
don't
to
forget.
remember, sorry, Ovie, you have to remember that the Oshomole now has the power of the presidency now, as well as his structures in Edo State.
Yes, and again, the vice presidential post for 2031 is up for grab. So you understand why it's a do or die for him. But again, Oshomole is Obaseki, his relevance from now on also depends on who succeeds him.
Have we lost you again? No, I think Obaseki's relevance in Nigerian politics, it will end with his administration, because one, it doesn't have structure, and two,
if there's a don't be Lagos, maybe Edo will be Abuja this time around.
Yes, you were dipping in and out, but I was saying that that Obaseki's relevance in Nigerian politics will end with his administration, because he, number one, would not be able to install a successor because he doesn't have the structures to do that. And even though the Edo people can tolerate him, he's certainly not amongst the top 3, even top 5 most popular politicians in Edo State. So, and there is no senatorial window for him to even slot into the Senate to maintain some form of relevance. So he will just end up. Who remembers? What was that governor? The something Babangida that was threatening good dog Jonathan Baki. He will end up in just the mortuaries of once upon a time politicians. His relevance ends with his administration. That's my reading.
Yeah, I think if they really, I think if the decision go way more on Obaseki ability to raise funds. I think he underrates. He doesn't believe he can raise funds. because, but again, he doesn't believe, he didn't believe that his victory has a lot to do with the masses. Believe in that money bags, na his supporter. That's why he win. That is why he's leaning towards because if you believe in that people make you win, it's a no-brainer for you to give Obaseki the tickets, Philip the tickets. Because the story will just be a continuous story, loyalty, right? Not necessarily Godfather. This will not be the idea of Godfatherism now. This is the idea of loyalty. The earn it. The man, Philip worked for it. So I feel sorry for for Philip, but again, knowing the kind of politician he is, I know rule him out. So it's a battle for Oshomole, Shaibu, and Obaseki, who is going to come out victorious. So PDP, and again,
Yeah,
who can mobilize the obedience? We decide where the victory will go. Who can mobilize the Labour Party in Edo State? No, they are not going to win, but they will. There will be an important factor if they actually put that energy into it.
Ovie, a couple of days ago, Obaseki was inviting the Labour Congress to reject Tinubu's palliative. Is that somewhat trying to mobilize that obedience space for his candidate in the? Is that a bone? Is it throwing a bone to the obedience for
Is
the
a
electors? Yeah.
is a lone wolf. He's trying to up his relevance before the coming election.
Have we lost you again? All right. Have we,
And accept my own. Reject their own and accept my own. So I don't see the sense in that. But it's a man who is desperate for relevance against ahead of a 2024 election that is coming. So fly now. His counterparts are doing the same thing that he's promising without necessarily say don't accept the federal government. How you go to me they no collect federal government palliative? Make them collect your that you'll be removing 500 million every month. From where? The same budget, budget that you cry every month that is not enough for you to pay salary. So it's a desperate time for him. The person who support him with money is no longer with him. That is Wiki. So are you going to go there to say I'm sorry? So and Wike no go the Wike army for Edo State led by Tiaudu Dan Obi. Dan Obi is I don't know if he's still now was the national South chairman, the PDP South national deputy chairman. I mean, so definitely they are very, and that is another fight that Obaseki is desperately trying to cover. It's a fight between the party, right? The Wike faction led by Odobe. I don't think they are still in good time with the Obaseki himself in terms of who should get the ticket. So the guy, every movie he's making now, is just to stay, to either cover out some of his shortcomings or just to stay relevant, as long as he can to drive a traffic to his candidate, whoever that is going to be. That is looking like his chief of staff, which is the Ogiadome that you were talking about. If I'm not mistaken.
all right, brilliant. So, yes,
So
stay with us. Yeah.
yeah, and I know Tunubu will be interested too because Tunubu will need every state possible.
No, that's what I was actually. No, actually, I was going to move from you, but just where you opened up, I was going to say that to you just earlier. All of these orchestrations and machinations by Obaseki and the PDP is going to prove to be a fruitless exercise because in
Yes.
2024, almost with certainty, APC will take that state back.
Yes, they have to. I mean, Tinubu no go. He will not see any opportunity and just let it slide. He will be very much interested how that. And again, I mean, he's doing well so far in terms of how he's spreading his wing to absorb everybody that can possibly anywhere that can possibly bring
all right, Ovie, we've lost you again. I think where you are, the connection dips in and out quite heavily.
More minutes of his friend so that everything will run smoothly. So I for that I give him I give him credit. But in terms of who is bearing the fallout of those decisions, the ordinary Nigerian, but which I expect in the first place. But in terms of how he's moving around within the circles of the elites, I think I'll give him credit.
All right,
So
brilliant.
yes, every opportunity that presents himself, any election now on, I don't. It's he doesn't want. He will not want to lose. Or the coming election, he will do everything to make sure he wins. If he's still, because so far he's in charge, he's very much present. You know what is going on. You know what he's doing. He's in charge. But I just pray continue like that. Because if anything happened to inherit whereby no fit day up and going like this, then we are in trouble. When I mean we are in trouble, the vultures around him, I don't know, because the party will party self never patch themselves together, and that's another credit I'm giving to Tunubu. He's having his way so far. He has his he get the House of Rep that he wanted. He get the Senate he wants. He even get the party. So, but how long can he keep it together like that? That's where my focus is. Because for him to get down good, get pretty much everything he wanted, everything he wants in terms of being in control. He's having his way easy so far. But how long? And
All right, brilliant.
How long it will now determine if the country will follow suit in terms of the state getting disrupted or not.
All right, brilliant. Yes, stay with us, Sophie. Let me take the conversation to Bishop, who has been with us all the way through, but his connection, I think, hopefully a bit better now. So, Bishop, you're up next, and just with previous conversations with previous contributors, this rejection by the Senate now presents a soft landing for Tinubu, who can reverse from his hawkish posturing around the Niger Republic narrative and just blame it on the parliament. So what are you then making of the parliament's rejection of Tinubu's request to drop bombs on Niger Republic? Bishop, good to have you.
Okay. Let me start by saying good evening. Nigerians, fellow compatriots, wherever you may be, please click on the like button if that's the only thing you will do today. I might not be with you for much too long, but on this, there are so many, quite a few dimensions, a very interesting perspective to this Niger scenario, what's playing out in Niger. And I think we are having quite a number of distortions from the media space. I don't know who is sponsoring it. One thing that shocked me a little bit was how suddenly everybody in Nigeria now lost, especially a section of people now lost Niger more than even Nigerians. And all of a sudden, Niger is the darling now, the same Niger that we hated with so much passion. We are constructing railway line there, voila. Buhari said, oh, you know, the way we talked down on Niger just a few months or a year ago, and all of a sudden, Niger is the darling of anybody now that Tinubu cannot dare to go and touch. And some people are even parading some people saying that they will deal with the Nigeria. It shows a level of unpatriotism. But having said that, number one, I wanted to read the letter of what Tinubu really requested from the Senate, because Tinubu, I don't think he requested the permission for the declaration of war. Everything they put forward was the implementation of the ECOWAS resolution. So if he's going to use Nigerian resources to do so, I really wanted to get a grasp of what was the letter, what request did Tinubu submit to the National Assembly, and what did he deliberate, and what was the response? Because what we are getting that they told him no. Might not necessarily, because I don't think, because Tinubu was elected the chairman of the ECOWAS head of government. And if there is a resolution that ECOWAS passed, it is binding on him the implementation of that resolution. So if what we are saying is that the Senate of the Nigerian National Assembly I said, look, President Tinubu, you cannot go ahead with the implementation of that ECOWAS resolution. So invariably, I'm telling him that, okay, resign as the chairman. So, like I said, I have not read it, and I would just join others to speculate. Really, I would have wished that I have opportunity to read or to listen to it. But the way the narrative is being shaped now, I think there are some people that are really interested and they are seizing the media space. So now these are the facts. There was a coup in Niger, and not long before then, Tinubu has said that look, the era of coup in Niger is over. We're not, in Africa, sorry, in West Africa especially, that we're not going to allow it. Another thing we're not going to allow is the second scrambling and partition of Africa. I don't know the right word he used, but that's pretty much what he implied. And within weeks or months, the two things he said is playing out in the direct opposite. So who are the ones that are interested in gradually, one after the other, planting their surrogate military, how do you call it now, in West African states or in African states? And who are those that are hell-bent on pushing their vested interest through, which invariably is another way of saying we are entering into another scrambling and partition of Africa. So now, are we going to fold our hands and look and say, well, it doesn't concern me. Shebi is Niger, and Shebi is this. But if the more military government we have, the next one will now be Benin Republic. Before you know it, Cameroon will follow suit. Will now be encircled completely. And what happens to those people affect us seriously, more than it affect France and whosoever you think is in that space. So people in the diplomatic circle, unfortunately, majority of us have been tainted by where our narrative lies now. I don't have a clear position other than I want the resolution of the ECOWAS head of government to be fully implemented. It might require some, the other guy that spoke earlier on, use of gunboat diplomacy, where you can use some subtle threats. And we are making a mistake. No, don't let me say we are making a mistake. Another narrative that is being pushed is that, oh, it is against the all Nigerian. No, quite a number. I was hearing one station, one of the diplomats of top Nigerian functionaries. Some of them from within are resisting that military coup. So the way we are making it appear as if it's Nigeria versus Niger. No, it's not Nigeria versus Niger. Even though the Nigerian military junta, they are sponsoring some people to come and protest, say, oh yeah, it is liberation from France and we are in support. But majority are not in support of the coup. So how it's playing out, or how it eventually play out, if Tinubu's request was going to fall flat the way we are making it appear it fell, it shows that he did not do his own work even before approaching the Senate. And Tinubu does not look like somebody that will not do his own work, and people that will voice, the opinion.
Sorry, Bishop. Tinubu has looked in several instances as somebody who doesn't do his own work. We have to say that.
Okay,
give me
an example.
I can give you several. The off-the-cuff remark of fuel subsidy is gone.
Yeah.
It did not do homework around
that. You hold on. You hold on. No, you hold on. You hold on first.
Okay, go
on. You hold on first. Yes, you hold on. We had this conversation then. That you said it was a Freudian slip, and I said I disagree. He knew the consequences of what was going to play out, and he weighed the option, and he chose that way. Whichever way there would have been resistance, whichever way there would have been argument, whichever way there would have been debate, whichever way there would have been talk and suffering, he weighed his option, and he knew exactly where he wanted to chip it in. So I will not take it that it was a mistake. Even though so many people have been fooled that say, "Oh, it was a mistake," he just made it. I did not agree with that.
He has admitted it himself.
Listen. If that's going to make sorry, that's an agent in Yoruba. If that's going to say, okay, let's calm things down. But I know the Tinubu know that there will be reactions. Anyhow, that's one which I'm pretty much convinced that Tinubu is not a neophyte. Tinubu is not It's not a greyhound to the extent that you would think that something that's. See, when he made that statement that look, you know that when he removed the strike, the petroleum subsidy, that there will be strike. That if they like, let them strike forever. That the first subsidy removal will stay. Are you going to say that was a mistake too? Was it a freedom slip?
No. If you had let me land, I wasn't talking about the removal of the subsidy. I was talking about the ad lib at his inaugural speech, which
Which one is ad lib?
yeah, just hold on. I was talking about the ad lib at his inaugural speech, which his own team have even told us was off script. So saying those words, fuel subsidy is gone. His own team have told us that that wasn't part of the prepared speech for that inauguration speech. So that was him acting off the cuff. And the removal of the subsidy is not the issue, but him just announcing it without preparation, as big as an announcement as that, to just do it off the cuff, that was a mistake.
Okay.
So that's but I don't want to label that one too much. Let me just give you other mistakes. The palliative, the 8,000 naira, which he announced and then subsequently withdrew, that shows a lack of preparedness and thorough planning. And because if they had thoroughly planned it, then they would not have needed to have withdrawn it. And if they had considered it as sufficiently enough, then they'd have made the decision either that it was a goer or not.
Okay.
So that shows a lack of preparedness.
Okay. Let me take that.
Hold on. Even with this ministerial list, the announcement of this Mariam Shetima, who then arrived at the parliament only to be told that her name had been withdrawn, that shows a lack of preparedness. And then the handling of this Niger Republic space, which even though is an ECOWAS initiative, is essentially propelled by the Nigerian space, given a 7-day ultimatum, which did not then give him sufficient enough of a wriggle room, and the coupist sufficient enough of it shows a lack of proper planning. So there has been several instances indicating a lack of proper planning or thinking through by the Tunubu administration.
And everything you have said, I disagree with you. Everything you have said. The first one you mentioned on the issue of the one you still referring to as the sleep. I say it was not a sleep. It might not be in Hold on now. No, you have said your own. Off clip does not mean it was a sleep.
Nobody said it was a sleep. I said it was off the cuff.
That's what I'm saying now. I might have 100-page speech, and I have something in mind I want to insert. I don't need to write it there. I might deliberately want to insert it there. That look, that message will resonate. And it was not like it was just a mistake. That's what you say, that off the clip, and when he made a mistake, he did not intend to say it. That's what I'm saying, that it was not a mistake. It was not written in the statement, but he wanted to pass that message, and he passed the message. All the other rigmarole, the message had been passed. The deed had been done. So whatever you want to say, so to now come and say, oh, sorry, it was a mistake, if that's going to assuage everybody that is up in harm and say, oh, well, we are going to die, at least the man had achieved what he wanted to achieve. I am saying, I understand your position that it was a blunder or a slip, but I am saying it was not a slip. That was how he schemed it to play out, and it has played out exactly the way he wanted it. Things are dousing down. The second one you made mention of the 8,000. Look at the kind of campaign. Now, Tinubu had won something, an accolade for himself. I'll be in some quarters, maybe not everywhere. Oh, after all, he listens. Oh, if you object to any of his decision, oh, he listens and he takes a second look at it, and he's won something for himself there. Are they going to completely do away with? I was listening to a discussion of some people. When was that? A few days ago. That they are rebranding it, they are bringing it back, because I said something on this platform a couple of days ago. But I appear that look, the people they said they have something for the poor of the poor. They said whether it was a loan or a grant,
they want to give to people. People opposed it. They blah, 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 blah. But now they have gone and repackaged it, bring it now to the elite, the people. But everybody is now celebrating it. So in real sense of the word, we were not actually fighting for the poor of the poor. They have repackaged this money to now give entrepreneurs. How many entrepreneurs there for our villages? It's in the urban areas that they are going to get those loans, which probably they will never pay back, or whether it is grant or loan. The real people that are real poor of the poor, that really deserve it, the one that gets the food stamp, or what do you call it, the EBTs in America and the rest, that deserve it. So we have succeeded in fighting everybody. 8,000. We demonize 8,000 so much that, okay, let's withdraw it from those people. Shebi, you want it, we'll give it to you. Now, when the say we give it to you, everybody is not happy. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Because people are making 8,000 look like it's not.
Have we lost you? Everybody's connection today, man. What's going on? Everybody's out and about. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, maybe you're a mistake. I just saw that I was muted. You just muted me.
No, I didn't mute you. I didn't mute you.
I was muted. I just unmuted myself now, and the phone was not in my hand. It's hanging there. I'm just talking.
All right, just carry on.
So that second one. So if the only thing he has gained is that, okay, and he listens. After all, if people complain, because I've had that one pretty much on some people that were very vehement about him. No, after all, he listens. So this man is better than before that they don't listen. So he has gained what he wanted to gain by saying. So was it a mistake that they wanted to give 8,000? No, that 8,000 did not even originate from Tunubu. You remember one time we were discussing when Buhari made that request and put the thing to Senate, and they are saying that he wanted to make money for the boys. I said, look, this thing does not even work that way. That money will never be ready until Buhari leaves office. There are only 2 weeks to go. He wanted to collect the money. It's not like you just put in you were saying that, immediately they get the approval, they can get promissory notes. You were saying that. I said, no, there is a procedure. The bottleneck is a little bit more, than that. So, yeah, it was an inherited plan. It was the suggestion of the World Bank that, look, you need to cushion the effect for the poor of the poor. Maybe he did not agree with it. Maybe the fact that some people now opposed it and demonize 8,000 naira, which I don't agree with, because there are people that still beg for 10,000, for 5,000 naira today in some of our local areas. There are some people, if I share 100,000 to people in Shaki, some people will get 5,000. I said, don't call me. Don't just bother to call me. Sorry, hold on. Say that again. No. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, as I was saying, he has won some people's heart that after all, he listens. So I don't see it as that his lack of preparedness. I see it as a strategy. Sometimes so you want to go to somebody's house, you are not hungry, but you want to win him, so you want him to present. You say, "Waiting you the chop, bring and come, make we chop." You are not hungry, but you will swallow 2 or 3 spoons, because by so doing you have won that man, not because you want to eat food, but because you want to pass a message. So for me, I believe that I'm not saying that your own position is wrong, that some of these things, they are strategies, and he is getting his way. Now, if he is going to, back to the focus of our conversation, going to the Senate, and he wanted to get through for the implementation of the ECOWAS resolution, there will be grand work. He has been in the Senate before. He has Senate people that will speak on it. I did not listen to what was discussed, and I want to restrain myself from making comment. I have not read the letter he sent to them. I did not listen to the debate. I did not listen to the response. The only thing I heard was Shehu Sani and the rest making comment that it was a good thing that the Senate has rejected that. I'm sure Tinubu did not ask that he wanted to go to war with Niger. I'm sure the action is not against Niger. The way people are making it as if we are going to wage war and kill everybody in Niger and refugee withdrawal. No, it's against a handful of people. They are not even up to 10. The real mastermind of the coup, they are just about 6 or thereabout from what the conversations, commentaries we have had. So for me, I want to see how this plays out. If I have my way, I want these guys to be pushed out. If I have my way, I want us to show them some small military might. Not necessarily drop a gun. Look, we can pick those guys out. That's how much. If from what Blinken said, and the US is in support. The one you were discussing that maybe the coup the American was aware. I think we are sometimes we give too much credit. It's okay. You see, it could be an opportunistic something. The guy just saw an opportunity. Because he's been there as the commander of the presidential something for how many years? Is it 12 or 14 years? For crying out loud, how do you allow one man to dominate a sphere like that? He has built for himself a fiefdom. So pretty much looking like it was something that was, for the taking, that it was going to happen after all. So it is in our interest in that sub-region that we don't allow this to stay. By so doing, we'll be sending strong messages to other would-be coupists in the West African sub-region. And we're going to have all the people that have come, they are the barrel of the gun. Oh, we want to come and do this. How did they leave it? Except the few ones that died and left the place. We don't know what the guy we used to celebrate when we were younger, the guy in Burkina Faso,
Thomas Sankara.
We don't know how it would have ended. I do tell people that we don't know how Muritala would have ended if not that death to Bashir. We don't know how it would have been another terrible dictator, because Muritala was very soft too. I mean, people that were close to him and the rest, religious was very soft to some extent. He ended up a dictator. I mean, I was reading some news a few days ago, and the way people were eulogizing and praising Yaradua, the former president, as if he's the best thing. So we don't know. So, but the record majority
I think the issue died like we lack sense of history, because it was this same Yaradua that depleted our foreign reserve.
It's not just depleted; he took us backwards. But that's the way for another day.
Like $60 billion.
The way people were praising him, I would just laugh. I say, "Are you kidding me?"
Because they are using that our reserve to subsidize dollar. Then.
Exactly. So the way people are praising, him. So these military coupists have left us worse off than they met us. Look, democracy will make the chief of defense staff of Nigeria was saying that, look, the only thing that is better than democracy is more democracy. We will make a mistake. And one of the things that make democracy to fall is the way
although, Bishop, some of us were praying for the military administration under the Buhari administration. Military administration would have been better.
Those are obedient.
That was one of them. Under Buhari, it showed us Pepe.
Those ones are obedient.
I did not. I have a little bit, very tiny sense of military, incursion, and I know the evil they have done, not just to our politics or democracy, even to the psyche of an average Nigerian. When Obasanjo left in 1979, and people were gearing and preparing and doing that, and when eventually Obasanjo again, by a stroke of fate, left, and he came back his second coming in 1979, and the things he did, I knew that bye to rather military incursion in Nigeria. How do we now extend that sphere of influence to other neighboring countries in the sub-region? They're going to make their mistake. They're going to fall and flutter. They're going to stumble and But in doing that, the more we stumble, the more we learn. The more we stumble, the more we learn, and we become better off. Whether anybody wants to admit it or not, our democracy is improving by the day. Our democracy is going forward. Even though I know there are naysayers that will not say anything, absolutely nothing good about how Nigeria had moved, from. But finally, the issue with Niger, how do we navigate it? Are we sleeping on the soft side of propaganda? Those that are sponsoring the campaign, all of a sudden, all obedience now love Niger more than, and that's surprising. All obedience now love Niger more than even Nigerians. They even love Niger more than Buhari now. I mean, that's amazing. They love Niger more than Buhari now, and everybody is talking that. And so for me, I think Tinubu is still in the works. I don't want it to lead to military, operations. But if that is going to be the last thing, if all diplomatic overtures fails and flying, these guys cannot. How many military bases they have? I mean, I was a few days ago, even though the guy, I asked his permission to contribute the day you were discussing this. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to talk. You know, there's a very good fair assessment, real on the ground assessment of the military capabilities of the. We are not even going to go there with foot soldiers. No, it's not going to happen. We are not going to roll tanks there. No, it's going to be a clinical precision operation, not even to remove anybody, ordinarily to even remove the 1 or 2 leaders of them to show that look, we mean business. You know, by the time you remove 2 or 3, others will, they will, and we don't even need to go there and you know. So for me, I don't know how they're going to navigate that, but I really want democracy as flawed as it is to continue to grow in West African sub-region. Now the direction of France, I think we give too much credit to that. Look, there was an assessment for 10 years. France can run their nuclear power plants without 1 gram of uranium from Niger. That's how bad it is.
Bishop, may I ask you a question, please?
Go ahead.
Now, let's just talk about democratic credentials.
Yeah.
Where are the Democrats in Niger? Can they pick up the fight? Because, for example, God forbid it, if it happens, the military in Nigeria are afraid of the democratic bloc here. They know if they start it, no, they won't succeed. The people will be on the street morning, noon, and night.
Yeah.
They will not breathe. So why can't they start the fight in their country? Then we can know how to help them.
Help them. All right. Respond to that briefly, Bishop, and then I want to move on from this topic to another. But yeah, Bishop. Yeah.
Like I said, I remember. I don't know if you were on this platform when we had this conversation a couple of days. So immediately when this scenario started playing out. Now, 2 things very clearly. There are people that are opposing it. There are a number of people. Some of them have gone out of the country. They don't have the kind of clout and exposure that Nigerians have. But they are really against, they are opposing it, but they can't speak out why they are still there. Some of them that have been able to make it out, like I said while I was speaking, that I had an interview from a Nigerian, even though he was not speaking English, but it was transliterated. He was out. I don't know where he was speaking from, but he was calling on the help of calling on ECOWAS and other countries to help restore democratic rule in their country. They might not have the kind of clout that Nigerians have that will move out. Because if you say, Major General Sonny Kotangora somewhere in the north now, some people will just tell you from the southwest that you're on your own. You just hear another man from Edo say, you the Chris, you are who? Do you understand what I'm saying? So it should not be too easy. When we were saying this some few weeks ago here, I remember, I think maybe it was Adale Gogo that we had that engagement with, and I said that, look, it's not cool, will not happen in Nigeria, but Nigerians have not matured to that level. Their level of resistance is still very low, but a few of them are speaking out, even though they cannot do that from the safety, from the comfort of their home country. They are managing to struggle. I don't know how many we have in Nigeria. If we have been able to encourage some of them to escape to Nigeria, grant them some cover, and let them be speaking out, that's part of the grand work that I thought. So you are hearing the opposition voice. It's not like the charade that the Nigerian military coupists are saying people are protesting, they are happy, and the rest, they are going to burn a French flag, and they are saying Russia too will dress very carefully. The area, let me just end it there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. So let me go from you, Bishop, to Oriola, who are hopefully still there. Oriola on mute. Let me know you're there. Oriola. All right. Let me go to.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So there you are. So a quick dash from the fridge back to your computer. So there is Oriola. So Oriola, I don't know if you want to run commentaries on the goings on in Niger Republic, but I want you to intro now this new headline: Nigerian senators tackle Tunubu'S ministerial nominee Tijani for calling them morons in 2021. So this is all of these habits, and by the way, this applies to Uptown as well, who is forever insulting people on Twitter. When you go to take up a senior position, all these things will come back and bite. So what are you then making then of the future catching up with this now new ministerial nominee?
Yeah, I actually watched this because I was on Twitter and people were running commentary. So I quickly just jumped to YouTube and start watching it. Yeah, but before I actually talk about this, I would like the Ninja thing. I would like to say something about Ninja. I actually think a lot of people they were making good, like the comment they made was very, they have a good point. But if you remember, was it 2 days ago? I mentioned something. I think was he as Asan or someone was actually talking, and I make that point of view that I think there's more to this than just um trying to insert what is it, Russia, France, and United States. I think there's more to it, and I think um Tinubu is playing chess, not checkers. Here's why I said that. So they, like people already said, there's about 2 or 3 coups that happened. The people that actually, if you remember, they're like the France and the United States, they're actually contacting this guy and they want him to do something. So what happened the last time when you have the 3 other countries or 4, the same thing happened to them. Did they make the effort to actually reach out to the president? So now, if you also remember, I think the last speaker make this point that when Tinubu came in, he said some stuff. So one, he said we will not allow coup. Now, second, he said we don't want people taking us for granted and just coming to our backyard and just taking our resources like it's theirs. He made 2 points, and since that, so you have to realize. And another thing in Nigeria that's going on as well, the oil thing. So this guy is speaking out, and he's like he said it too. The power to be, they won't let some things work. So basically, if this is why we have to, like, this is not like a tiny conversation. It's a big. You have to open your mind. There's a lot to this. I don't want to drop names because here's the thing: when people want to test you, especially the power countries, if you're if we have any military guys here, they a lot of fights around the world, a lot of wars. It's not the last thing you would think is someone started it, because a lot of countries, especially the one I know, they start a lot of things and you don't know why those things start. That's because they want to do something. And I felt like what is going on.
Are you suggesting that the Americans are behind this in order to test the Russians' influence in the sub-region? Is
I
that
think
where
it's
you are?
bigger than that, and I'm not going to name names. See,
What do you mean?
all the
You can name
platform that
names now. Name names.
all the platform that don't be too don't think that we're talking here, they're not even monitoring what you're doing. They monitor every single thing. So the thing I'm saying to you, someone came in and he says these things and he wants to stand up for his country, of course people will come for it. They will come for it. So I'm definitely sure. That's what I'm saying, that we have to be careful. Like, we're looking at it, like we have to look at the big picture. There's a lot of things going on that we might not know. And I think what he did, he's playing chess now. And I would say and I would let you know how he's playing chess. They're asking him to make a move. And what he's doing is, I'm not going to make a move unless the approval of the people that I work for is there. And the people that I work for is telling them, we don't want you to do this. So he's getting back to them that you can push all you want, but my people don't want this. So I know, like the last speaker said, he didn't see the list. So there's 7 stuff on that list. The first one is he want to actually deploy Nigerian military. So according to the news, it looks like that's the only one. He has other things with cut up the lie, diplomatic effort. He has so many other things. I think probably the military one is the one that was denied. But you have to understand that this is just about Nigeria. This has nothing to do with ECOWAS. ECOWAS themselves also has their own thing going on. ECOWAS does not need approval from Nigerian government. They would sort it out, whatever they. So anything, just like people just want to blame. It's okay. You can make blames. Whatever decision that come out from ECOWAS group is what he will come out and say. So if ECOWAS decide that they give them ultimatum for 7 days ultimatum, of course that's what they decide. Maybe I don't know how the vote will go.
Look, Oriola, the ECOWAS 7 days ultimatum, it has no bite without the Nigerian might. So really, is what
No,
the
what do you
Nigerian
mean? What do you mean?
Because Nigeria is going to pay for it. Nigeria is going to contribute the most troops. Only Nigeria has the military capacity and capability. I played this clip before. Let me play you this clip, and then only Nigeria has the function to have any effect in Niger Republic. So it's just as simple as that.
Yeah,
so.
But in order for it to actually work, ECOWAS is a team. It's not a one-man show. Irrespective of how many or how many money or how many military effort they bring into the table, it's still a teamwork. Nigeria is not just going to the chairman for ECOWAS is not just going to tell everybody this is how it goes. No, they still have to. It's a teamwork. So we don't care, irrespective of Nigeria bringing the biggest money. It doesn't matter. NATO would not go to war just because USA say, "Oh, let's go," because they bring the biggest money to the table. No, it doesn't work that way. It's a teamwork. So what he's doing, which I think this is a brilliant guy. He's thinking. I mean, he knows. Just like I previously said, there were 3 other coups. Where are these people that want to suddenly become so friendly, calling him, sending the vice VP, sending the foreign minister? All of a sudden, they want to like have communication and all of that. And even their president is not even like talking to him. So what he did, as Nigeria, what Nigeria is doing, I don't think it has anything to do with ECOWAS. ECOWAS, their own people, they will determine what they want to determine. It doesn't matter. Nigeria bring the most. It's still a teamwork. We're not just going to do it by ourselves. So that's the point I'm trying to make. That we have to be careful. This is a big thing. We have to look at the bigger picture. Of course, they're gaining something there. So I don't want to go into like but if everybody
You're talking in abstracts now. We're trying to follow you, but I'm not sure that we're fully with you because just say it as you see it now. Are you under some military?
Okay, here's what I would say.
Have you signed some military document that you cannot speak?
No. I didn't sign anything. But here's the thing. I believe that what's going on now, they're testing Tunubu. That's number one.
Who is they?
So United States is testing. United States is testing him. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
No, how? Wait, how?
I mentioned it already. That's why I said I don't believe that. So for example, I already mentioned this. I don't believe that United States and France together, such things will happen over there and they're not aware of it. That's number one. Number two, this guy made mention after the ECOWAS thing. And
if they were aware of it, what could they have done to prevent it?
I don't know. I'm not a military guy. There's intelligence on these things, one man. People that play stuff like, do you know that if we have any military guys in the house, I know in the US, do you know like some of the military, they will send them some jobs that the military, all they will tell those guys is this, get prepared tomorrow, you're going somewhere. They will get prepared. They will tell them this is what you have to do. They have no idea where they're going.
You know what, Oriola? You know what
Do the
it is.
job.
You've watched Black Hawk Down or something too
No,
many
man.
times. You've been watching it too
One
many
man.
American.
One man. I know military. I know field. So that's it. I'll just say that's all I want to say. I don't need to because that's all I have to say. I know if some military guys that actually they've worked for war powers, they know exactly they know what's going on. But just like I said, this is not something that we just look in a minute way. Is a bigger. We have to look at the bigger picture. It's more than what we think, and I think Tinubu is doing a good job because you can't just push someone to all of a sudden you're talking, you're making, you're putting now a lot of stuff just.
All right.
I feel like
take
this.
us to the senator because I'm not sure anybody is understanding.
Yeah, and I will also say that for us to because we are trying to be on our own, we don't want people to be telling us what to do, which is what won't happen, and other countries are saying that. No major powerful country in the world will see you want to liberate yourself just like that, and they would just let it go. Because when you start becoming what we all think Nigeria can become, you will step on toes, and a lot of countries are looking at you. They don't want that. So that's what I think about that. Yeah, the other, the one.
I'm sure everything you just said made sense to you, but I'm not sure that I understood a word of it. But take us to.
You don't understand. You don't.
I don't because you were leaving so many things out for reasons of
I speak in parables.
classified information,
and
I
speak in parables
because of
I speak in parables. I don't think I have to forcefully since everybody seem like they know a lot of things about what's going on in the world. I believe that they should be able to assimilate and actually comprehend where I'm going with that. I don't think I have
we are assuming at your high Patrick.
I think I get what he's trying to say.
All right, give it to us in a language that we understand. In our own pedestrian, yes.
Yeah, and he said that Tinubu is playing smart, which is very obvious. Now look at it now. Nigeria has taken two positions. Nigeria will eventually take two positions. Tinubu's presidency is saying, okay, ECOWAS, whatever you say, I will do. And then he's coming home to go to National Assembly. ECOWAS is saying attack, and National Assembly say don't attack. You understand now? So if eventually they succeeded in removing this guy, the ECOWAS will not blame Tinubu and say, oh, we succeeded in removing this guy. You didn't work with us. We say, I wanted to work with you. We're fighting for democracy in Niger. I don't want to destroy democracy in my country. In the spirit of democracy, my Congress says don't attack. If eventually they brought back the old guy into if eventually this junta succeeded, then they won't be blaming Nigeria as one of the countries that attacked them. You understand? So either way now, Nigeria is likely to be okay. If this junta succeeded and remain, Nigeria will not be seen as a country that invaded them and attacked them. If eventually these juntas they are deposed and new government comes in and ECOWAS position stands, ECOWAS will not blame the president that, oh, you didn't support us. It will simply mean my Congress didn't allow it. So Tinubu is playing two cards with them now. And the West cannot say, oh, disobey your Congress. The US cannot say, you want you to attack, but your Congress say no, disobey your Congress and go ahead. No. That's not the kind of example the US have shown us in terms of a democracy, right? We're saying we want democracy like yours, and your Congress said no. We don't want to make the same mistake like Bush did when the Congress even saying don't go to Iraq, and eventually they found a way to go. No. So we're saying we want to follow democracy. So Tinubu is really, I think
Tinubu can do this by executive order. It doesn't even need parliamentarian approval. It can do it by executive order, or which I think the law facilitates for.
No. You cannot invade a country by executive order. You can veto, you want to say, but I don't think Nigerian law has a provision for that. You understand? You still have to try to get
Can I
the
ask you a
consent.
question?
Yeah.
When a similar scenario played out in Gambia, did Buhari write to the Nigerian Senate in 2017? I'm just asking. I can't remember.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think so. I can't remember too.
Because
Yeah,
technically,
but Buhari
If you
is
agree
not.
with me,
See,
if you agree
Buhari
with me,
doesn't know much
this is a
about.
Democrat. Now,
no, what I'm
Okay.
saying is that
sorry.
it's not. We are making it look like it's an invasion. It's not an invasion. It was
No,
an ECOWAS action.
no.
It's
Hold
not a
on.
Nigerian invasion. We should separate those.
Hold on first. This is what I'm saying. You know, when Tinubu came in, one might, if you remember, I said Nigeria is going to experience what it means to have a Democrat as president for the first time. You understand? For the first time. Whether as a body or as an individual country, if you join a body to go and invade a country, it also means that, look, severally and jointly, you are taking responsibility for it. Look at what NATO did in Libya. You understand? And members of NATO cannot say, oh, France cannot say, I'm not part of it. It was NATO. No, we all knew France was spearheading it. Sarkozy was at the forefront of it. And Obama, I think he regretted that. But the point is, if we say, oh, we want to go in, it's an ECOWAS thing. No, except we want to believe in a lie. You understand? The consequence will not just be on ECOWAS. The consequence is not going to be it's going to be on our people. When people are going to die in that scenario, real people, real human beings will be dying, not numbers. Parents, fathers of people, husbands of people will be dying. You understand? Children of people will be dying. And for what? For nothing, for something that could have been avoided and if properly managed. And the country that is like to bear the brunt most is Nigeria. Ghana is far away. You understand? Benin is not too is close, but not as close as Nigeria. All other countries that are Cote d'Ivoire is there. You know, those countries are far. But we are going to bear the brunt for this thing. So that's why I think Tinubu is trying to play smart. And mind you, why didn't we do the same in Guinea? Why didn't we do the same in Mali? Why didn't we do the same in some of these other countries that either have had the dictatorship or have had civilian ruling for a long time? Are they trying to tell me that what you have in Cameroon is democracy? Or what you have in Cote d'Ivoire is democracy?
Yeah, can I
Where the
have
man changed the constitution and try to, you understand what I'm saying?
All right, back to you, Oriola.
yeah.
Round up that space. I'm keen to move away from that space. I
Yeah,
think
I'm going
we've been
to
on this
round off.
Yeah.
I'm going to round off, but I don't understand why a lot of people are saying they don't get exactly what I was saying, because I think it's pretty clear, but I just don't want to. So what I want to say is this: as what he just said, I believe it's Patrick. What he said is correct. That's part of what I was trying to say. But what I'm saying is this: so ECOWAS has like, I think they have 15 countries or maybe less, and they have other states. That means, so when this thing happened, how come United States is not reaching out to those? I mean, you want them to do something, correct? Then you need other president as well to formulate, to put their head together so they can come to the table and do exactly what you're thinking. But you're reaching out to one person that says that when he came in that he doesn't want any military coup in his region.
Sorry, they are not reaching out to one person. No, they are backing the ECOWAS position. So that's what the United States said, that they are backing the ECOWAS position, and that's what the United Kingdom said as well.
Yeah, they were backing it, but they reached out to him even before they may put out any statement. They reached out to what is it, Tunubu. And what I'm saying is this: okay, for example, ECOWAS has been there before Tunubu came in. How come when those other coups occurred, how come they didn't reach out to the chairman of ECOWAS then, that they need to take action?
We don't know that they did not, because
they did not. If they did,
we were not in.
ECOWAS would have made
something.
Yeah,
but we don't pay attention to ECOWAS, do we? We only pay attention
United
to
States would have
Nigeria.
said something as well, that we reach out to this so country that
Yeah,
we
but we don't
tolerate
pay
this.
attention. Do we pay attention to the United States? We only pay attention to Nigeria, so we don't know what they would.
I don't think they made any effort. To my own knowledge, I didn't see anything related to Mali or other thing. To be honest,
but you wouldn't have. What would you have? You're not from Mali.
I don't have to be there, but I'm from Africa. I don't have to be there. I don't have to be from specific country, but I'm from Africa though. And when other military coup occurred, it's all over the news. We can hear it. So what I'm saying is, the gain of this powerful country like France and United States is for you guys to be in turbulence. It's for Africa countries to be in turbulence.
No, I find that comment a bit lazy, actually.
Okay, it's lazy.
People say that too easily and too readily.
Okay, the military guys that are taking over, who train them?
What do you mean, who train them? A combination of several people. Why?
Like who?
Like the French, perhaps.
Even at the U.S. Congress, one of the military that came there, he said they already trained over almost 50,000 military guys in Africa that can do coup anytime they want. The thing, that's why I said we're not looking at the bigger picture, and you're saying that you don't understand what I'm saying. I don't have to use every mouth to say these things. There's the intention for them, for their country to be successful, is for you guys to be in turbulence. Our president came in and says we're not going to tolerate those nonsense anymore. And a few weeks later, at his backyard, the government was overthrown. And you're telling me you still don't understand what's going on. You still don't understand? Do you want me to actually teach you ABC? No.
Because I think that's conspiracy theory gone wild.
Okay, yeah, you can say that. You can say that, but okay, here, since Africa, since I think 1884, 1886, when they actually pick and choose what they want. Since there, how many government was actually successful? They all turn into coups. And one country now is being successful to be able to make transition over 24 years. And the first real Democrat guy came in and he said, we won't tolerate this. And a few weeks later, something happened at his backyard. And they forced people to reach out to him and they want him to take action. And he's all over the place. And the guy used his brain that I will have to get acknowledgement from my people, the people that work for the people, to say yes. And that's 1 out of 7 things that he was requesting. And you're saying no. And there's so much. All right, I'm just gonna jump over to
all right.
I feel
all right. Let's move on from there.
They're not gonna play us like they often been playing us, because
they will always play you. They will always play you. Don't worry about that.
We're smart now. Unless
when did you become smart? You're
it looks
a black
like
man.
a lot of us just stuck in that.
You're a black man. How can you be? When did you become smart? Have you stopped being black?
Well, all of us won't be smart, but few will be smart. So few are smart. They know what's going on. And
have you ever come across a smart black man?
There's so many
apart from myself.
Sure. There's a lot of smart. There's a lot of us that are smart though. The only thing is that I kind of hate is the fact that we have to take out the colonial thing, and
mentality.
We have to kind of think on our own. Because I mean, if you're my dad and you teach me something, there's close to 90% of the chance that I would likely want to be like you or take everything you said without actually questioning what you're saying, which is not always good, because critical thinking, you have to be able to ask questions why something is why it is. And that's the thing that we kind of lack, where we can think on our own, we just accept it. Oh, you say this, I'll just accept it because you're older than me, you know better. Who says so? If that's the way the world works, we'll never have computer today. We'll never have all these beautiful things, because a lot of things in the world they're by younger people, and older
All
people
right,
never want to
all right,
accept it.
Oriola. Let's move away from there. Yeah, take us to Tijani. Take us to Tijani.
All right, so I think it was like 2 days ago as well. I mentioned something that there's nothing wrong in having someone that have different opinion to you and have that person come work for you, because you don't want a yes man. You want someone that can actually stand on their own. They're tough enough to actually speak up if they don't agree with something. Yeah, I saw it. I mean, they were disappointed in him that he was during the during the time that he was most vulnerable, that was anger, and he was actually using that to say some things that were inappropriate. Yeah, I think he did, but that's life. I hope they pass him, because excuse me, I feel like a lot of people were angry. And I think is a lesson, especially the young people. This is a lesson that if you're not careful during the time that you're the most angry, you're vulnerable, you have to mind what you say, because it can actually work against you in the future. Because some of the stuff that he says, although like I was looking at his page, he was reposting some other good things that he said, that people should not just focus on just the time that he says something against the country. Um, I mean, it could, to be honest, anybody can make mistakes. Um, they grill him. I think they did well. I didn't like the fact that they were telling him that some senators was trying to be behind him and saying, "Oh, let him just take a bow and leave." So those part, I feel like all the questions that they have, every things that he said, he should be able to answer them. I feel like that's the time that we need him to actually. Although he retracted some of the stuff that he said, but we still want him to be able to like show. I know he's a good guy. He made a lot of things in Nigeria and other part of Africa, but we would like to actually have him talk, tell us what.
Do you think they interrogate them enough at that screening? Do you think, because they ask them some soft sell question, ask them to tell them how wonderful they are, and then they tell them to take a bow and leave. So do you think they interrogate them enough at that screening? Do you think they put their feet to the coal?
No, they don't. I saw some of the maybe you would call them technocrat. Like I saw majority of them, and I saw like the politicians. Well, no, they didn't hold them to their feet. It's more like they're rubbing their head. Basically, that's what it looks like. Although the Senate president said that they still have another session, but that would be. But I feel like at that time I would like them to grill them. I want to see people sweating, people shaking in their voice. I want to see that. That would We can see a lot of blunders. Because I actually believe some of the people for on this the ministerialist, I feel like some of them they're not good enough. But I know like um we it's not about being expertise in something. It's all about like your imaginary skills. Like if you can actually manage people, because all they will be doing is actually they will set a goal and they would manage those human like that will come on board. And another thing that I would also like to say is I I'm hoping that they will bring the people that they will bring on board, like that work for them, will actually be those people that have the brain, that they specialize in particular area, so they can lead them in what they want. Because the ministers, all they're doing is they're managing human, like they just manage them. I hope I hope the president won't be too scared to actually, if you don't do what I want, and get rid of them, because a lot of them they're not good enough. I'm sorry, some of the women, I feel like it might just be because everybody's saying they want women in the cabinet.
Why did he pick low quality women? Why do you think he did that?
Thank you.
Why do you
I
think he
think
did
so
that?
too. I think
But,
so.
but why? Why did he do that?
I don't know. I couldn't. I think that two of them, the Edun and the other outside lady. I think those I've seen them actually spoke on TV like interviews. They can articulate themselves, but when it comes to like managing people, I don't know if they will have that capacity to be able to do that. But I think that there's other people. A lot of those women, maybe out of he picked 9, maybe 2 manage the rest. I don't know. They just not capable enough. I mean, I've never seen them work, but looking at them speak, even though they didn't grill them enough, like I would like, they just rub them in the air, like, oh, let them go, let her take a bow. With like, but the Tijani guy, I like some people reading the tweet, but I would like to actually see him sweat, like being able to confront everything that he said. I wanted to see him shake in his voice. I want to see him actually. He
You want
apologized.
to see him cry? Really, is what you want, isn't it? You want
No,
them
it's
to.
not. Well, they're working for us. We want them to do good jobs, so they have to hold them to their feet. Like they have to really grade them. Because so, for example, like the electricity, this guy Rufai was thinking maybe that's where he would end up. I feel like what he said about it is actually that's why I said that what he said is not really the major problem of Nigeria. Like I feel like he just that's why I'm saying that the people that will work underneath them, I would like for them to actually bring people that know things. So, for example, if you want to build a house, you can tell people, this is the style of house I wanted, and you will get the right civil engineer and architect to design what you want. So, I'm hoping that the president already told them what he want, then he would actually get the right people to design and tell them how those things can be done before reaching out to the people who, like the foreign companies that will do it for them. Because I won't like a case which is always what always happen where they won't really know what exactly they want. They will reach out to those companies, and those companies will now be telling them, "We can do this for you." That's not how things get done. You have to.
All right, Oriola, let's bring Enigmatic into the conversation because, of course, he was gushing as he was eulogizing about this Tijani guy. But then when Tijani went for the screening, what Godswill Akpabio said to him, "Dobale sibeyen koniki dade ma binu." So what are you then making of how your boy was treated at the Red Chambers, Enigmatic?
One man.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, and then my salute and regards to the esteemed panelists in the house. I hope you guys did enjoy your weekend. I mean, your Saturday so far, and thanks for the opportunity. First of all, Tijani, what's his name again? Tijani Bosun, right? You can't take it away from him. He's got the talent, smart and brilliant, and then the body of work he has accumulated over the years, especially within this space of information, technology. It's in the innovation and the it's in the innovation and the business management part of IT generally. So I know a couple of things that he does. And then if you actually want to generate revenue from information technology, as Nigeria is really looking forward to a lot of revenue generation, he can do that. But he's not the only one that can do the job. Personally, if they give me the task to hunt for 100 top-notch Nigerians, not Nigeria from the whole of Nigeria, but from Southwest alone, I'll tell them to give me just 5 hours. Between 2 states in the US, I'll get 100 for them. Between Georgia and Texas, I'll give them 100. So people should be guided when they say he's talented, he can. No, there are so many Nigerians who can do this. Because I was speaking about him the other day because I've not really gone through. I was just basically on the face value of what he's got, which of course we cannot take away from him. One man. I respect effort, academic effort. You can't take it away from anyone who has taken time to do that. If you know what it means, or if you've been there, you understand the effort. So I respect him for that. I doff my hat for that. But leadership position goes beyond that. He lacks the human management skills. He lacks the emotional intelligence. He lacks the leadership, and at the core of it, he lacks the integrity. From what I've been able to
and the maturity, yes,
and the maturity. From what I've been able to see so far, I will emphasize on the integrity, because he has chastised particularly Tolu Ogunlesi. If you know this guy, he worked for Buhari, very young guy too, from the UK.
Yeah, he was the media something. He was digital media for Buhari, yes.
God bless you. So he chastised the guy, basically. It's typical of him. Questioning his integrity, taking up an appointment from a government of APC of Nigeria and under Buhari. So you will see the hypocrisy of human. This guy is but this is a plus for obedience. I think they should celebrate this guy. He's one of them. His leader is Peter Obi. This is not something that we have to discuss. It's a fact. And this is just the magnanimity of Asiwaju again, that he sees beyond, pedantic politics, and then the mediocrity of social media. He believes if you can do the job, he will get you to do it regardless of your opinions or probably your politics against him. But he wasn't actually the guy, though. He was Ian. I don't know, whoever knows Ian very well. It was Ian that was offered the job, but he wanted. He's not the political guy. He doesn't want anything out there or politics or whatever. He recommended these folk. But let me speak about his leadership. Of course, because you want to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that you do not believe in the first instance. If people listen to me carefully on this platform, they will understand that I'm very big on patriotism. Look, one man, we have a lot of Nigerians in diaspora that they behave as if Nigeria is their enemy today. A lot of them. Of course, Nigeria is not perfect. No nation is infallible. America, UK, or Canada, or wherever you are, that you are gloating and bragging about today, they, at a point in time, they had their own issues. You are comparing a democracy at its nascent stage of maybe 25 years with a democracy of almost over 200 years. They've had their issues. And I always try to reiterate the fact that even in America over here that has had issues, that have had their, let me say, glory days, politics, democracy, and governance for all these years. Just recently, 2020 here, America almost lost it because of a lunatic that we had in government. Somebody that almost torpedoed America's democracy. The insurrectionist, Donald Trump. That is just to tell you.
I think Peter Obi has taken permanent residence in your mind, though. Even talking about Trump, you are still thinking about Peter Obi.
Peter Obi is the version equivalent of Donald Trump in Nigeria. You can see the MAGA Republicans. They don't care if America burn down. They don't care if...
You are right, actually. The obedience space is very much like a MAGA sort of mindset.
Yes. You have the reasonable right? Reasonable.
The
and
deplorables, as Hillary Clinton called them, the deplorables.
Yes, Republicans. The deplorable. You have the real rational Republicans, the GOP. Then you have the deplorable, the insurrectionist, the fascist part of Republican, the MAGA group. So in the same vein, you have the fascist obedience who are calling for coup in Nigeria now, who want war in Nigeria now, who basically marched to the defense headquarters calling for the democratic, ideal of Nigeria to be vacated because of an election that they lost. Do not forget that Donald Trump is still running wild, claiming he won an election 3 years after the election. The same thing Peter Obi is doing and his obedient group. And this is part of the obedient guy. Bosun Tijani is an obedient to the core. So basically, you are going to be a minister of a federal republic. The federal republic that you actually eviscerated so far, to the point that you claimed that Nigeria's passport and Nigerian nation itself is a shame to be associated with your name. Omar, do you know Senator Buhari actually laminated this guy's tweet? They didn't allow the man to actually grill him. I hope maybe one day, and this is why I'm still giving Nigeria politics and the a leeway excuse, because we are still at our teething stage, either we like it or not. When you look at screens, when you look at the Senate screens in the US, you will have an idea of course, politics differs. You see Republicans and Democrats, but you will see the substance in what they are doing. When they really want to come for you, they will come for you, and they will come with facts, and they will grill you. You will pee, you will sweat, and you swear never to do what you did again. This guy right here, like I said, there are so many Nigerians who can do the job, who are patriotic, because I do not trust this guy with the classified information that he will be having access to. Is going to be in one of the critical, holding one of the critical portfolios, either Minister of Science and Technology or Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, where you have access to classified information. Are you going to be sharing classified information to your core obedience who want coup, or probably the kind of David Hussein? Probably we might be having an Edward Snowden in our hands if we are not careful with this kind of guy, because it's a loose cannon. This guy is a loose cannon. There's no denying the fact that he's not patriotic. He's not a Nigerian. He's fractious. He's peevish in the mind. He's quite cantankerous. You have the right to criticize your government, the policy, the ideas. You have the right to vilify politicians, because once you put yourself out there to canvass for votes, it means you've opened yourself up for criticism. But it should be measured. It should be measured in the way that there should be a limit to it, not to the point that you call your country a zoo, or you call your country Nigeria shouldn't be associated. You shouldn't be associated with or to Nigeria. It's a shame for you to be called a Nigerian.
I think he said Nigeria was a stain on his name or something like that.
God bless you, woman. So why? And then Yemi Oshibajo, go and see what he wrote about Yemi Oshibajo, the man from your state. Go and see what he wrote about our ex-president, Buhari. See what he wrote about even the man that you are begging, you are lobbying, you are praying. You are basically on your toes, on your knees, prostrating everywhere to work under his administration now. This Tinubu that you called almost every name. So tell me, how do you want to cope? And then when we talk about integrity, who lacks integrity now? So the core relationship between leadership, human management, talent, and emotional intelligence is quite lacking in this guy. Because when you look at leadership and human management, those things, they are interconnected, and they are aspects of people management within an organization that you will need to lead as a minister. Do not forget, this guy is going to have a seasoned and experienced and matured, almost well older than him, maybe 10 years older or 20 years older than him, is going to be his permanent secretary. You're going to have to deal with seasoned civil servants. So for you to be an effective leader, right, you should have a strong emotional intelligence. It's an ability for you to recognize, understand, and manage your emotion and effectively navigate social interactions and discussions. You does not have that. You do not have that.
Do you think it's too young?
It's not too young, one man. It's just
for the responsibility of a minister, because this is what seems to be coming out. They got rid of Shetima, the young lady Mariam, and now they are cutting him loose as well. So and it's all about maturity, even though she handled hers with the.
Shetima's case is, I told you yesterday, is interwoven. Right?
Yes, but this guy, you know, they were using patronizing terms like youthful exuberance.
No.
When they were screening him at they were saying, no, it's youthful exuberance.
Okay, let's take it this way.
If it's still at the exuberant youth phase, then is it fit and proper for the post?
Okay, let's take it this way. First of all, if it's actually youthful, as they say, the youthful exuberance, then it's not fit and proper for that position. Number one, that has actually defeated the purpose of him being nominated in the first instance. Number two, how old is the UK Prime Minister now? Barack Obama became American president at what age? The current American president, Joe Biden, go and look at his record when he was in the Senate. At the peak of his career in the Senate, when he was the star boy of the Senate, he was in his 40s. In his almost early 50s, mid 40s. And one man, there are so many of us on this platform that we've held several positions, not about age. One man, I'm telling you, there are, a couple of Nigerians, once they step out of Nigeria, they want to detach themselves from Nigeria. But you do not know that at a point in your life, you may probably need that Nigeria. Because making Nigeria the better state or the better country that you want, it's not just about you alone. It takes interconnectivity of ideas to get there. You will need politicians that you basically on a daily basis. Okay, Peter Obi is your leader. Have you forgotten Atiku is a leader to somebody too? And Tinubu is a leader to some people. That's politics. If you do not have that intellectual and that maturity concept to understand the fact that you have to understand the leadership capacity to have this kind of interaction, you are not fit for any public office. You should just go ahead and do that is private business. Because all these folks in the IT industry, especially the one they call themselves tech in Nigeria now, do you know how long tech has been evolving in the United States? Even when you look at the information technology space in the US, right? Which a couple of us, there are so many people on this platform that has repertoire of diverse academic and professional background, from law to business to information technology to military to everything. And they're able to juggle everything and still be top professionals and still being able to coordinate the affairs of their lives. So look at, even in America here, look at the top 10 companies, the top 10 IT companies, right? Especially in the technological space, the Google, the Facebook, the Apple, and all of them. Most of their CEOs are Indians. But these people, they do not detach themselves from India. They repatriate their widow's mite to India on a yearly basis. They connect with India. They help India. They are not unpatriotic to India. How would you just do that? And now you are on your knees begging the same man you've called almost every derogatory languages. You've deployed every derogatory languages to basically lampoon the institution of the government that is based that of APC that you so much hate, loath to work for now, the same Nigeria that you want to work for now, the same politicians that you actually want to work and you're actually lobbying now.
Do you think Tinubu should cut him loose?
There's no. If I were Tinubu, I'm not going to cut him loose. I'll let him make it. Then he will face the politics of it. One man, there's talent one side. I'm telling you, when he gets to the field, he will see the politics of Nigeria.
Can I say one thing to what you have said?
Yeah.
I think. Thank you very much, Enigmatic. Thank you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. You have spoken very, very, very spot on. The young man lacked character, and whatever competence and talent you have. When I was reading, I almost regretted reading some of the things he tweeted in the past. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I wanted to look him up on Twitter, and I realized he's blocked me. And I was wondering what happened. So I did a quick search, and I realized that I actually engaged him in 2021 because of some of the statements he made, and I responded to him. I actually called him a simpleton, and in his response, he blocked me. So I went and I read some of the things that, okay, this is one of the guys, because it was around the same time himself and Dave Hundeyi were engaged. It's painful how we have driven ourselves this far. What he was spewing out against some people, including the present president, was pure hatred. I don't know where it was coming from. Disrespected the president then, the sitting president then, disrespected people. And I actually thought when they brought the Tolu Ogunlesi history that he would do what he recommended that Tolu should do and decline. If you lack competence, and now by taking up the appointment, you have shown that you lacked integrity, then what is left? How do you want to run this race? I really felt bad reading some of the things he said, and I hope it's a lesson to others that are in that space also. And when you are angry, do the needful. Just keep quiet. You put things on print that can be easily referenced. If I were to be him and I read all the things I have said in the past, I would not be doing all these dobale kakiri because you want it. You have shown that. The statement that Nigeria is a stain, Nigeria is a sin on you. It's even enough. If you don't have loyalty, I'm not saying have loyalty to any president or leader, but to your country. There must be a distinction. There must be a line. There's a difference between Nigeria and politicians. When people take the hatred they have towards some politicians, I don't have any problem with that. But when they take it to Nigeria, I think he really crossed the line. How is he going to navigate the coming days? It's going to be challenging. I hope there is still room for Minister of State. Maybe they put him somebody that can mentor him and let him. Those two things, character and integrity that he lacked, if you can build up on them, and just wish him well. But he really, really did Nigeria bad. Thank you.
But you can't just pick and choose what he said. I'm not trying to fight his own battle, but it looks like people just take one part of it. They didn't look entire.
I disagree with you totally. Go and pick 10 of his tweets. Hold on. No, you just hold on. You just say I can just pick and choose.
Not just you. Everybody does.
No, that's not correct. The young man said even his father in his grave will not be proud of those things he has said. So what are we trying to do to justify? What do you want to justify by saying that because he's now said that in India? But we knew when he said that thing, it was as a result of what Obi Ezekwesili said. I've read about 10 or 20 of his tweets. in that period. They only just got
Do you
to.
really want to? Ariola, do you really want to go there? So let me tell you something, right? Even
I'm not
Google.
just here. I'm
Hold
not
on,
justifying what he said.
Oriola, 3 years. It was 3 years ago or something, maybe or something like that, right? I was involved in some stuff with Google that I had to do a couple of consulting and some with other folks. At a point, Google they need to reshape. They need to retool and then reshape the ideas of their leadership style, right? They have to find a way to embed emotional intelligence and human management, right? To hiring their talents. Look, like I've just said.
You're right. See, you're right. I'm not going to lie to you. What you just said, especially when companies are actually looking for people that would take their managerial positions, they look for exactly like how you actually your emotional or intelligence, how you treat people when you're angry. Did you just speak out of not paying the attention to what you're saying? So I agree with you, but I don't think. What we need is the talent. It's not really the
We
behavior.
don't need. I started by saying if we actually need talent, right? This is Nigeria. We have plethora of talents, and I said it in the beginning of the conversation that restricting it to even Texas and Georgia in the US. Give me 5 hours, I'll give you 100 talents from Southwest alone, not the Southeast or the South or the North or the North Central. Just restrict to Southeast, Southwest alone in Texas and Georgia. So when you are talking talents, right? We have depth of them. Nigeria we are blessed with talent, but we do not want talent who unpatriotic talent, right? Talent with no leadership, understanding. This guy is going. Look, politicians to make.
Don't you think this is actually a good example for especially people that talk out of bound on Twitter and other social media? Don't you think this is a great example for them to see, like, he wants this job, but because of all the stupid, crazy comment he made in the past, it looks like he's going to block him from becoming what he would like to become. Don't you think this is a good example?
Well, to folks who can irrationally not see what is happening, right? They probably will see it as a good example. But to me, and to people I believe will have probably that they've had the opportunity to spearhead, team, or probably have had the opportunity to be in a leadership position, you will know what this guy means. And I'm speaking from the position of the national security now. I'm scared that this guy is a national security risk as far as I'm concerned. That's the way I see it. This guy will not pass the polygraph or the background check or whatever to work in any federal government agency if they pull this thing out in US Senate. All these rhetorics on the social media, his activities in the social media, you won't make it to work at anywhere close to where he will have to go through security clearance. He won't make it.
But he passed the SSS, right?
Forget.
Ogbeni, may I come in? May I interject you, please?
Yeah, we are talking. We are talking? Is that okay? If we really go through a rigorous ministerial screening, we probably might not have 5 ministers cleared at the end of the day from that Senate. Tell me one of the ladies that actually did anything spectacular. Tell me any of the
zero. We all know.
Okay, what are we talking about? That's why I said the only excuse I give Nigeria for now is that
enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
I think you. I mean, you guys should just take it easy with this guy.
No. I
thank you.
About
a lot of Nigerians have said the worst against Nigerian state. Even this Tinubu have once said he doesn't believe in one Nigeria. He's not a president of Nigeria. Shagari said it so. The same thing in the 50s, that He doesn't believe in unity of Nigeria. Everybody should go on it, but he won't be. He became a president of Nigeria. So a lot of people that you see in the position of authority today have said one thing against Nigerian state one way or the other. Because they went through some experiences that we did not go through, or some of us did not go through. So when they express their anger against the state for for disappointment and dissatisfaction, and some are even went through some molestation and brutalization by Nigerian state. So when they talk bad about Nigeria, I think that shouldn't be. And that shouldn't disqualify them from serving Nigeria when their service is
Baba, I get your point.
when their service is required, to put in their best for the development of the land. So we just have one thing that we just have to do is just to praise Tinubu for not looking at the past of that guy, for looking at what that guy is talent, extraordinary talent, we should believe offering him that job, it can contribute immensely to the development of Nigeria in the areas of high tech, or what do you call it? So we shouldn't.
Ajanipo, can I say something?
Yes, we should just let that guy pass.
Okay.
And it's not a big deal to say anything against Nigerian state or against the senator or against it's not a big deal. They have disappointed everybody. Failed too many people.
If you don't mind,
we should just look it from the point of human angle, that look,
Baba,
when you are pushed to the wall.
Hold on, Bishop. I think Baba wanted to come in even before Ajanleko interjected.
Thank you,
Baba.
woman.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I am looking at this philosophically. You understand? Life is trying to teach us all some lessons. You understand? Because I watched the guy's performance in the Senate. I watched it live, and I was taken aback. Even there was a tweet where he referred to the senators maybe 3 years back as morons.
Morons, yes.
And I was like, I have my hand in my mouth that, what? You understand? I think I'm learning a lesson from this. We should all restrict ourselves. But as they mentioned earlier, as Enigmatic said, he lacked emotional intelligence. Some of us, or most of us, we get carried away easily. We should be very careful. I even read on Niger News, or they call Aisha Yesufu was trying to defend the Tijani young man, that they should all leave him alone, that he should serve his country and stuff like that. I think, like Baba Jale Koko said, we should really applaud Tinubu for his magnanimity, because what this young man has said in the past, I will even refer to him as a subversive. You understand? In some society, it would be like a subversive. He could do anything. But who knows? It could turn out well. And I think Tinubu too is not a fool. But equally also, I think we should give him credit. Because for me, you understand, we all hold king-size grudges. We are mere mortal after all. Nobody will tell me that kind of thing to that depth, and I want to touch him with a 10-foot pole. But here is a man, if he's forgotten about it, we are the one reminding him today through the Senate what this young man has said about Nigeria, about himself, and everything. So I think we should just overlook it. We should learn to be like Tinubu. Thank you.
You should learn to be like Jesus. That's learn to be like Jesus.
Tunumbu in this regard. So I don't want to go that religious route.
What would Jesus do? All right. Okay.
Thank you, Baba, for. But in a nutshell, just to say it.
Sorry, Martin, before you continue, let me quickly make my interjection, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to come in from the angle of Ajan Legoku. Why we want to move forward. The fact of the matter is this. There should be incentives for those that believe in Nigeria, even when things are not going well. That still believe that Nigeria has hope, Nigeria has future, that the destiny of Nigeria is great, that we are going through teething challenges. If you have a girlfriend today that at the slight of any argument, he smashes your television or your wristwatch or your phone. Tomorrow she's going to set your car on fire. And maybe the next thing she will do is she will set your house on fire. I am not saying crucify the young man. I am saying other people that were hitherto very patriotic, very devoted, that sacrificed everything, that believed in Nigeria. We are telling them in one way or the other that, look, it doesn't pay to even believe in Nigeria. You can do everything you want to do. When the time of reward comes, the ones that will get it, whichever way. So if there is going to be incentive for good behavior, there should be consequences for bad behavior. This gentleman, with his uncontrolled whatever, exemplifies bad behavior, bad character. Yoruba used to say something. If your character is defective, ab initio, and this is the same character trait you are going to be using in relating and interrelating with you people as you go down the line, there is a flaw from the beginning. I want him to go on. I want us to tap from him. But what are the lessons learned? I picked something up from what he said, that even his parents in their grave will not be proud of what he has said, even though he still wants to now to try to justify it. And that's a big lesson, a big word. So I know people that have sacrificed. You are mentioning in Aboyedi earlier on. I mean, there are some people when this other guy in Tribune too, when they wanted to, these people, there is always a track here. In America, somebody wanted to be a judge. They went and brought what he said in 1972. 1972, his position. So why we are not saying change back, but let us say it as it is. He crossed the line. He crossed. If you hate some individual, and I did say that much earlier in my first interjection, if you did hate individual for certain things, but not Nigeria, everything that people do, when he wanted to go to China, it was not because Nigeria, it was because some Nigerians had misbehaved. We say this thing here all the time. It is Nigerians that bring stains. It is Nigerian that brings stains to Nigeria, not the other way around.
Nigeria so is that it's not Nigerian fault. Is that what you're saying?
It's Nigerians.
No, so it's not Nigerian fault. So if Nigeria has you put a good policy in place, you put good regulation.
What good policy are we talking about? What good policy are we talking about?
Nigeria. So if you disrespect Nigeria, there's a punishment for you for doing that. If Nigeria sit up and do those things,
I'm not using disrespect. I never said disrespected. When you are not patriotic, when you don't have patriotism in you,
that means you're disrespecting your country.
I don't know whether it's disrespect. I don't know. It simply means you cannot be entrusted with higher responsibilities if you are not patriotic. Is that patriotism is not in you, and you will display it by some reckless utterances and conduct and behavior. I am saying we can move on, but what are the lessons learned? Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop.
Bishop.
Yes, Bishop. You know, one man. I'm instructively, right? I've not done anything or said anything to derogate this guy's talent or what he's been able to achieve. I believe people will understand that. I'm speaking differently about the leadership, qualities, because he's going to be entrusted, with his leadership capacity at the federal level, at the highest level of Nigeria's, administrative structure, a minister, that you'll be dealing with career politicians, you'll be dealing with career civil servants, you'll be dealing with, you have subordinates who you will be ordinarily be expecting to be subservient. When you look at the mood, even in the Senate, the non-senators, those arms, those uniform folks, the one wearing white, look at their countenance to that guy. See, like I said again, and I believe there are so many people on this platform who live in the US. I don't know about UK or Canada, but I know some people live in the US over here. There are certain positions that you probably want to take up in certain companies at a certain level, right? The hiring process will be different from any other process, especially when it probably in the federal government in the US. They will have to go through certain things. They will ensure that you are clean, that your patriotism is unalloyed to that country, that you have an unflinching belief, right, in the success of that country. So I'm speaking from that angle now, because if we don't make this guy a minister,
but patriotism is not as embedded within the Nigerian narrative. Like, Americans, they are to the Bewere messing sort of patriotism.
But when we had Pantami in our hands the other time, right? People called him terrorist sympathizer. They called him a lot of names. So I'm not gonna say because this guy is from the Southwest, I'm gonna shield him. No, it's not patriotic, right? Nobody. He does not believe in anybody's idea that is not synchronizing with ease. Go and look at his tweets, one man. I challenge everybody now. Go. He has tried to delete all those tweets, but he can't delete them. Go and look at his tweets. I know what he's been doing behind the scene. All the people he calls morons, he's been prostrating to them for the past 3 days. Imagine, do you know what integrity actually means? The same
he apologized at the screening, which I thought was disappointing.
He was even quaking in his shoes. He was quaking.
I was expecting, what I was expecting, one man? I was expecting him to come over there and to give me Kenneth Okonkwo 2.0 to them. Shame them, call them double morons, multiple morons, call them that
and
you guys,
out.
You ruin Nigeria, and I'm not gonna kowtow to you guys. You guys are vagabonds, like I said, and I do not need your job. I do not need anything to do with you. Peter Obi is my man. I will wait until he wins his mandate or whenever he becomes president.
No Yoruba man will do that.
And we're going to run Nigeria together. So the way he has postured himself, right? This all of a sudden, this overnight, sanctimoniousness, the pietism, the piousness, this false virtue.
Enigmatic. What I thought he should have done was to hold steady, to say, look, those were my sentiments at that time, and these are the reasons why I held those sentiments. And of course, yes, but he should not have apologized. He should have stuck to because it makes a nonsense of it's all about what Enigmatic was saying about integrity. So if he did not have the courage of the conviction when he said it then what courage of conviction will he have for anything he does in the future? So you have to stick by your words and live and die by your words. That was how I felt at the time. Events have since superseded. I have grown out of that space with a better understanding, and that is what I'll bring to the position. But no apology. He should not have apologized.
He was supposed to call their bluffs. We had an experience like this. People we have maybe elective amnesia in Nigeria. We had a ministerial nominee that the Senate believed he approached them or probably addressed them in some peevish manner, right? Regarding them to his 3-year-old daughter or 4-year-old daughter, but behind the scene they did everything. His handlers, quote unquote, probably the people that recommended him, wanted him to apologize to some minister, to some senators, so he could go through the line and stuff like that. He told them, look, I am a core professional. Okay? Globally, I am highly recommended. Globally, I do not like job. He told them, I'm not, if either I get the job from OBJ or I don't get the job, it's not going to stop my life. People over here, they will understand who I'm talking about, but they are Gusto. They should go and Google it. Okay? They should go and Google Bode Augusto. He was supposed to be OBJ's Minister of Finance then. So this guy, he has said so much, then he came over there apologizing to the morons that you have. So you came to the morons. The people you called morons. Is it possible that the two eyes of Democrats and Republicans, they bring something to you and they say you call them moron and they will pass you? That's why I say the only excuse I give Nigeria now is because we are still evolving in our democratic,
In fact, his actions now make him the moron, doesn't he? Really?
So who is the moron? Who is
Wait, I think he apologized.
Hold on. Now you are going to work. You are going to be a minister under the
of the morons, a minister of the morons.
And then you are and then you call yourself a talent. A talent shouldn't bow. Just like we have our brothers, they say, people we don't bow, but there are people out there bowing and taking a bow and go. So what you cannot do, don't say it. This guy, this guy don't bluff. You cannot have a reasonable conversation with him. If he knows you are speaking from the point of view of APC or PDP, then he goes off wire. And then they have everything. So I'm not going to say much. I appreciate the fact that Ashwaju is magnanimous to think beyond politics, right? And see what is good for Nigeria. But like I said, we have 1 million of more than that. We have like even 5 of them on this platform already who can do better job, who can do the job. They have like 5 medical doctors.
Are you tooting your own horn, enigmatic?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, on this platform, we have a lot of intelligent people on this platform. On this list too, we have people who came from abroad. But some people, the moment they live abroad or they have their professional careers abroad, woe betides every other person in Nigeria. They look Nigeria as a shithole country. We have people from Harvard.
He's carrying British passports.
So what? How many people?
Yeah, he said it.
Fuji is carrying carrying American passport. The Gavi man, Ali Patel. There are so many people who are, even the senators over there.
I'm about to say that.
More than half of the senators, they are carrying different passports. Don't you know? Most of the senators there, even the president you are working for, he worked at the highest level in America.
He has a Guinean passport. Even the president has a Guinean.
But diplomatic one.
That will be that you are dying for. He has a British. So look, you are not the only one. You are not the only diasporan. And this is what I want everybody to know, right? If you think you are the best doctor, right? We have plethora of doctors in the US, all over the world, are Nigerians. If you think you are the best astronaut, we have a lot of them. So for Nigeria recognizing you, what have you done? What have you done? What have now? The only thing you want to do for Nigeria is basically Nigeria is doing better than that for you now, because this guy should have been the guy that everybody will celebrate. Imagine if he had come, Abubakar Audu's son. He's 42 years old. He came over there yesterday, right? He graduated from Oxford. He was at Chase Merchant Bank. He worked at United Nations. He was at Wall Street at the highest level. He did a couple of things. We have a lot of young folks, even on this list. But what I'm big about is this guy. He went off the rail completely. So you call the morons now are the ones you are. So who is the moron now at the end of the day? Who is the moron? You are working in the national.
I think Ajale Koko wanted to come in now, but Ajale Koko, I suspect you think differently.
Who is the moron now? Who is the moron? Go ahead. Who is the moron?
What did they do for that guy? Did they
No,
not?
who is the moron now?
Oh, and that's what I'm saying. Did they tell him to take a bow and leave after all this?
Baba, you should
Uh,
watch it.
uh, uh, uh,
Akpabio saved him today. Akpabio saved his house, and that young man from that sex toy man, what's his name?
Abo, Senator Abo. Yes.
Abo. One man, the senator, they were vicious, they were visibly angry. Even there was a senator that wanted to speak something about. They told him to sit down. Even Okoyemi Bamidele, the leader of the Senate, he was very careful. He was cautious. He was speaking his words. Even Yayi, Okoyemi Adeola, Yayi, the Ogun guy, the Yewa guy, they were very careful. So Akpabio was so magnanimous and so matured to just save that guy. And now go and check what is happening now on the Arewa Twitter. So they are now turning it to, okay, so they are bringing this guy. Go and look at what. So it's like now Ashwaju and these goons, right? They are bringing the man who said so much about Buhari into their government, not APC government again, that they all belong to, into their government. And then just to do what? So it's like, look, the signal is not too good out there. Because if you are talking about talent, this talent, right? I'm telling you again, within the fold of APC, they have plethora of talent who will do better job than this guy, and they are patriotic. And they did not call Nigeria shito like he did. And he did not call the senators morons. He did not call the president who he's going to be working under. He did not call him some certain names. Kenneth Okonkwo was in APC now. He was in PDP, right? Now he's working for Labour Party for Peter Obi, but he knows how to play the politics. If he wants to go to APC, it's easy for him to move back to APC or PDP. You should know how to navigate your way.
Enigmatic. Let's take a little snippet of a screening. And by the way, I'm just seeing what the guy looks like now. I didn't know he looked like that. He would not be out of place in the backdrop of that Ipade Dojobo that we play at the beginning. It looks like one of those MC Olomo back singers, but here he is. Let's take a little snippet.
Having come from my alma mater, I'm also from the University of Jos, and I've taught there in University of Jos for 15 years. I find it very difficult to believe that a graduate of University of Jos will write this on the personality of the Nigerian Senate. I want to ask her, are you the author of this tweet or not? Thank you. Well, the Senate. I want to ask her, are you the author of this? I find it very difficult to believe. Order! This is a young man.
You see how sober it looks, one man?
Who is well read.
Yes. And not the capo.
I want to ask, having come from my alma mater, I'm also from the University of Jos, and I've taught there in University of Jos for 15 years. I find it very difficult to believe that a graduate of University of Jos will write this on the personality of the Nigerian Senate. I want to ask her, are you the author of this tweet?
That was his tweet referring to them as morons.
Well,
yeah.
The Senate leader. Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, I have a perspective to share with our distinguished colleagues. And I have a perspective to share with Nigerians, especially those among our youth who in the last 48 hours since the name of Dr. Bosun Tijani was sent to this hallowed chamber as a ministerial nominee. Our youths are divided on this matter. There are some who are supporting him. There are some who are also sharing other tweets from him similar to those that have been read out here. The truth about it is, beyond these two tweet messages, there are some other ones being shared online. And what is the underlying thing here? And what is the perspective that I want to share? Consider the dates of these tweets and recall the events that took place in Nigeria. Some of my own children and some of our own children were all part of these tweets. Standing before us, sir, is an NSAS protester, if you can so classify him. That is the truth about it. My own daughter, who was not born in Nigeria, I didn't hide my family in the US. I didn't take my family out of Nigeria after I came into public service. I was in the US doing my master's degree. I was there practicing as an attorney when I gave birth to my own children. So they were not born here. But when my daughter was done schooling, she told me she wanted to come to Nigeria for her national service, and I was very glad. My daughter joined the NSAS protests. Around the same time, all these tweets were going on. Very many of our own children asked us questions. Mr. President, I need your protection. All I'm trying to do is share a perspective. The same president, these are the issues for me. Number one, an NSAS protester who believed he was a spokesperson for his own generation, today has come to see the need to join hands with us to build this nation and bring all those ideas around which they organize protests on board to further build Nigeria and rebrand Nigeria. That's number one. More importantly, number two, the same President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a citizen as he then was, not in any official position, who was accused or alleged as having taken soldiers to toll gate plaza in Lagos to shoot NSAS protesters, is the one who today, by the grace of God, President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria, has sent Dr. Bosun Tijani as a nominee to this chamber, because he also believes that they have something to offer. So let's look at it from all these perspectives and know that this man standing before us did what any of our children could have done. At that point, based on their own understanding of what's going on, he portrayed a scenario of how most of the people he was struggling to help were being arrested by the police because they had laptops in their bags, not because they were criminals. Let us remember what happened in this country. We need to move on with this generation. We need to put this behind us. So, of course, if he said anything that he shouldn't have said, he's here to apologize. That's not the problem. But let's take it beyond that and be less emotional about this issue. But we must protect the integrity of this institution. I agree, with our colleagues who are saying this. And our own youth must also learn from this, that even in the face of anger or protest, you must mind the language that you use. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Well, let me, just before I listen to any other thing, let me point out the distinguished leader of the Senate, that even if it was that your child that came before us here, that child will still face the same question. The questions being asked are not, nobody, I don't think any of them has ever met him. I don't think any person here has any objection to his nomination. I don't think anybody here is against him. We are rather appreciative of Mr. President's choice. However, sometimes the past has a way of following us. And I think we can make progress. I will give you an example. The National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy 2020 to 2023 that involves ICT parks, entrepreneurship, innovators, youth empowerment, which should break it down to solid infrastructure, soft infrastructure, service infrastructure, all these policies, he was part of those who developed these policies that he believes can empower young people. When Mr. President was coming on board at Eagle Square, I said that I learned a lot from him when he was governor. I turned boys into men as a governor in my state, and that he will come if he won the election to be president in Nigeria, that he will turn a lot of Nigerian boys into men. I think this is one of such. Now, if we sit here for the next 5 minutes, somebody will bring out another very derogatory tweet from him, whether it was done in the heat of anger, or whether it was in collaboration with your child, I wouldn't know. But the major thing there is that he has a very good opportunity on live television to tender apologies to his elders for his youthful exuberance and his mistakes, and we move on. Dr. Tijani, Dr. Bozu Tijani, this last tweet and many others that will come, like the one you called your elders. Look at somebody like Senator Gomel. I'm sure he was in the Senate there when you said that he was a maroon. So, do you still believe that senators are maroons, or do you have an apology to make? You can tender an apology. We can move on. And then if you also believe now in your Nigeria, we can.
Nigerian ageism.
Okay, enigmatic. You are a lawyer. Does this guy look like somebody that is being processed for ministerial, or does it look like a convict on the dock awaiting his bail? It looks like a criminal on the dock, doesn't it? Eh?
You know what, man? ọwọ́ ọba ìgbìrà ó ní kíní ọwọ́ ọba kíní ìjẹ̀ṣà ó lóun kì í jẹ kíní ọkàn ọ̀yọ́ mi mọ́. I don't know how they say it. You know sometimes, and this is why people really need to be very careful. There are certain roles, like I will keep saying it, that you will be aspiring, for in the US, here in the corporate world. They will request for your social media handles. They want to see how you are doing. There are certain things, look, once again, we are not questioning, we are not putting to questions its capacity. All the frameworks, policy, all these, NIST frameworks that they are talking about. Anybody in the space can do it. Kulata can pair me with now. Anybody who does that, you can close your eyes and create several policies here within an hour, right? No, it's not a rocket science, of course.
But I understand you, but that's not true, man. Relax.
Okay, but what I'm saying now, right? What I'm saying right now, this is even a desecration of the Senate. Somebody called you guys morons, and you are still having conversation with him. So it means a moron is facing another moron. Who is right? Is it right that you guys are actually moron not doing your job by kicking him out by mere apology? But like I said, they can say, Mr. President, we know you want talent and you want youth. Nigeria, we have more than 70 million of that within that bracket. We have more than 5 million of those abroad. Give us another one. This is not a patriotic Nigerian. I will rest it at that. But you want to be a minister in the Federal Republic. Do not forget Adeosun, right, was a top-notch in our field. There are so many of them top-notch in their field abroad. They are all diasporans too. But they understand the fact that regardless of their second address professionally, and regardless of their second address, right, by way of naturalization, they still understand the fact that they come from somewhere. You want to see nationality and you want to see patriotism, go and see the Indians. I'm putting reference to that again. Go and see the Indians, even being the CEO of Google and all those multinational agent companies. You will see their allegiance to India and how they are even helping India to develop. But, I appreciate the fact that we have somebody who is magnanimous enough to think beyond politics. A lot of politicians will not do this. I doubt if Atiku will do this. I doubt if Obi will do this. I doubt if Kwapanso will do this. And I doubt if Yowore will even think about this guy having basically viciously, eviscerated him and probably lampooned him and his political party and leaders. It's this guy, Nigeria, the leader, the institution, everything about Nigeria, everything that has to do with Nigeria and its institution and the leaders, past and present, and everything. This guy desecrated everything, and now you want to be in that space. What a bloody hypocrite! Lack of moral and character.
Your honest
Enigmatic.
opinion. Can I say something real quick, please?
One man, arrest my case.
Your honest opinion. Should they deny him? Honest opinion. Should they deny him?
You say what?
Your honest opinion. Should he be denied?
Of course. To be honest with you, I really want them to deny him, but I want them to give him the job because I know they will do it. It's not done. I'm telling you. Go and look at what happened. Adeosun she was not booted out because of performance. The politics is not over yet. I'm telling you, this guy, the politics of this guy is not over yet. Look at what will happen. But of course, like I said, I'm not calling his talent to question. But if it's about talent in finance, in medicine, in tech, in pharmaceutical, in every sphere of life, we have Nigerians all over the world who can do the job, and they still remain patriotic Nigerians. They will not desecrate Nigeria anywhere.
Okay, but you still feel like it should not be denied, correct?
I mean, I'm scared for this. I'm scared for this guy is a national security risk.
I just want your honest opinion. Don't worry about how we will feel. Do you go or not?
If you know it very well, you won't ask me that question, and I won't answer that question directly. Give you direct.
That's answer. The thing you don't want.
I'll give you the answer. I'll give you the answer, but you are not. Hold on. Oriade, right? Oriade.
Oriola.
The version of your expected response is not what you are getting from me. The best I can offer you is what I've told you. Okay, so you can basically do the math and have a conclusion.
All right. I politician. All right, it's okay.
So, look, that senator that spoke, the leader that from Ekiti, that guy spoke very well, and he made a very good case for that guy to tell his colleagues in the Senate, look, the situation in the country then was responsible for his action. He was able to make that case to let them know that, look, if we were to be her daughter, he didn't say it directly, her daughter probably would have made such a statement. And he told the Senate that, look, her daughter even participated in NSAS demonstration. So when you have a nation and leadership that fail the people, this is the way people will react. For people to be patriotic to their nation, the nation must give them, the nation must be very, very responsible to them. When you have a nation that is not responsible to you, you can't. It's very hard to be patriotic to that nation, and that is what we have in Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians would have been very, very patriotic to that country, but the nation failed them. The nation beat them down. The nation destroyed their psyche. And in protest against the nation, they reacted just like the way this guy reacted by tweeting all what he tweeted. He expected so much from those leaders that failed the country. Are you going to tell me that even these senators and the what do you call them? The National Assembly that you guys are saying that they call them, what did they call them? They call them what? He called them, he denigrated them. Are you going to tell me that they have served us?
Morons.
Are you telling me that they serve us well as expected from them with much that the nation gave them? I mean, give them rather to do the job well. The highest paid National Assembly member in the world, if not one of the highest paid in the world. What are they giving us back as people? And you want to say because he said all these things, then it's not patriotic? I mean,
don't you think you should have turned it down, Babaja?
You should have turned what down?
That's
what he's doing now. He's showing that yes, it's a patriotic Nigeria. You want Nigeria to work better.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Listen to what Enigmatic just asked you. Off the back, and by the way, I have some of his tweets on the. Let me see. I have some of his tweets here. So for the way he's just viscerated and lampooned the Nigerian states, telling us that it's not fit for anything. Let me just read you a couple. It says, Nigeria is a bloody expensive tag to have against your name. Leave patriotism.
One man, don't poison us more, please.
Wait. Please, one man. Before that tweet you're reading, he said something before that. It looks like we are not looking at the big picture. There's more to that tweet. That's the cut and paste that you're reading. There's more to that tweet. I'm not backing him. I'm not supporting what he did, but there's more to it.
Okay, what about this one? When will all the toothless youths working at the asshole rock resign their crazy? So he's not going to work at the asshole rock.
Man, drop it.
So it's going to be the same asshole under the drug lord or with the morons. And then this guy actually told Ogunlesi that he shouldn't have taken the job, but he's
but Enigmatic. I want Ajane Koko to address your question because and that was why I was reading the tweet. For all of the things that this guy has said, should he have accepted? Does it not lack integrity? If he accepted that job, then that tells us that he lacks integrity, which makes him not even fit for the job.
It's an opportunity for him.
Can
you guys listen? Can you guys listen? Look, can you guys listen?
Well, look at Enigmatic though. I just asked him
let me tell you something. Can you guys let me land for God's sake? Can you guys let me land?
Daniel, convoy. Look at that.
Look, it's an opportunity for him to come and serve his nation. It's a call to service. We are all Nigerians. That country does not belong to the morons alone. It belongs to all of us. And when you are offered an opportunity to come and serve your country and serve it well, you have to accept it so that you can show to morons how to run things well. And that is what this guy is doing. Are you saying you should surrender? We should surrender that country to these morons?
Ajale, can you hear me?
Yes, Patiko.
Even the boy does not want your defense. He already acknowledged that he was wrong. So why are you defending that statement?
Hold on.
No, wait now. He already acknowledged that what he did was really wrong, except he was only pretending. And if he was,
what do you think he was doing? What do you think?
He went
think
to the National Assembly now. Wait now.
Yes, you think he was not pretending?
Then if he's a pretender, then we don't need that kind of person.
He got to do what he got to do so he can have his way.
Then we don't need that kind of person.
Oh,
then you don't
really?
need that kind of person.
So Baba, are you saying he's desperate? Are you saying he's desperate for the job?
It is not.
Are you saying it's fraudulent? Are you saying it's fraudulent?
It's not. Look, you don't know how the president you don't know the relationship between him and the president.
We don't have any. I can tell you if you want to hear
Okay,
that.
hold on. Okay, hold on.
How he got this thing. He's begging all the people everywhere.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. You don't know what the president has seen in him. You don't know the discussion that they've had together. You don't know what they have agreed together.
But you are going off what I'm saying.
Come and serve our country.
You are going off what I've asked you. I'm saying that the guy has regretted it.
So yeah, that is just look.
So you are telling me
what do you expect? You
lacks integrity.
You expected him to say something different.
So
you expect him to confront them.
Wait now. So he can mean the guy can mean something and say another thing. That's what you are saying. Look, that means integrity is when you mean something and you say it. When the two of them are integrated, that's integrity. When you mean something and you say something different, you lack integrity. There are 200 million.
I agree with
someone who has
I agree with you. I agree with you. But at this time, in that life of that country,
so you need anybody. Even if you don't have
every talent must be tapped to rescue that country. And that guy is one of our best talent. So if the president, do you want to tell me that the president doesn't know that he has said all this nonsense against him before he nominated him?
This might just be one of the blunders of the president now.
It's not. I want to call him this one.
One of the many blunders.
This is not blunder. This one, I rated Tinubu very high as a man. As a man, is high level. Look, for what he has done to bring one of his opposing voices against him, against what he stands for, it shows that he is ready to have all from all he can get to run that from all angles.
Sorry to cut you.
All angles of idea. To run that country.
Yeah. Now, if all of us had been like that guy, Tinubu wouldn't be on that seat today, choosing somebody. If all of us, me, Enigmatic, all of us, both diaspora and Nigeria, speaking and standing for Tinubu, if all of us had maintained that guy's position, Tinubu won't be on that seat today. So what is the meaning?
Yeah, but a lot of people that live abroad
what's the meaning of you brought someone who has
Hold on, Patrick. Look, we cannot look. A lot of you that are even supporting some of this, a lot of you are doing this based on your tribal sentiment, based on other sentiment as well, not on the basis of objectivity. Look, I want something good for this country. These people have not served us well. Let us look for better option. They are not the best. These people have not demonstrated that they are the best. They are the worst. This set of leadership, they are the worst. So
on what basis are you giving your own support to him?
Let me
I just have to ask you a question.
What is it?
On what basis? You said most of us here, we are not supporting him based on patriotism. It is on sentiment. So I'm asking you that you are supporting him. What is your sentiment?
On him. I'm saying on politicians.
On politicians and government, yes.
Politicians,
that's what I'm saying.
Supporting them on the basis of maybe tribal, or religion, ethnicity, or some other reason. Because these people have not served us well. Are this our best? Are this set of people the best that we have?
From Shorore's point of view, let me ask you, and this is very instructive. Do you think this guy now, right? Because I want to see this guy, let's assume this guy is a certain Ganifa Wemi having taken a position, right? And then going behind to do just exactly opposite of the position he has been taking all this while. Because what you are saying, you are trying to equate people's ideas now. We are talking of we have much more integrity than this guy, because this guy basically is like, is swallowing his vomit, the way they say it in Yoruba proverb, right? Everything you actually campaigned against, now you are taking everything back in the eyes of the world. Then it means he's a hustler. You said he was gonna do anything to get the job. It means he lacks that integrity. He's a pathological liar. He's a pretender of the highest order. And when I said that I do not trust this guy with national security because it's a security risk, then it means I'm right by what you just said, because basically he was lying by trying to show he's sorry or probably show some remorse. So that remorse is fake. So he's a fake guy all over. And then we have a fake guy, a con man, a 419 is calm, who wants to be.
You can't say because of his criticism of his.
No, you said it now, Baba.
Those were not criticisms. Those were not criticisms. Let's draw the line.
No,
those were not criticisms.
He's not a security risk. A lot of
but those were not criticisms.
Hold on. A lot of your senators and your representatives there are of security risk than anybody that you can talk of.
Do you know the type of security I'm talking about?
A lot of them.
Do you know the type of security I'm talking about, Baba?
Yes.
You know? What? Tell me
what you mean by security.
Okay, let me tell you the security I'm talking about. This guy, hold on. The security I'm talking about the intellectual property kind of security that will require in the same country like America, UK, and Canada, you will require a high level security clearance to operate at that level. Right? Like we have a David Udeyin who was probably going on Twitter the other day, right? Posting some details of some military covert operation. This guy being approved is probably going to be the Minister of Science and Technology that will be having access, right, to the highest level of Nigeria's intellectual property and content and patent, stuff like that. Then are you not surprised this guy can be sharing stuff with David Udeyin, with IPOB, with all these people, all the kind of Shinedu we have in Lagos? We are having an Edward Snowden in our hand. We are having like an espionage, an unpatriotic citizen.
No. You are going too far. The way you are defining this guy, I think you are going too far.
The office. I'm talking about the office. His office now. The office is probably going to be, having to superintend for Nigeria. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking from that perspective, because patriotism will tell you the guy who lacks integrity, number one, and you basically actually corroborated that when Patrick asked you that. So he was apologizing, that sanctimonious posture and stuff like that. You say you think it's true, he's lying because he will just do anything to get the job. That is fake. That is scam. That is fraud. That is pretense. So we don't need that type of person. So if you're a thief, come like a thief and let Nigeria assess you as a thief. If they want you, they put you in office. If you're a scam, come like a scam. Let Nigeria assess you. They put you wherever they want to put you. But do not come like who you are now.
Hold on, Enigmatic. This is for the moderators in the comment section. Please try and notify me when you're banning people. I was just looking through the banned list. Half of the comment section are already banned. I've just been on banning so many people now. So notify me when you ban people, because I was wondering, everybody, Mysterious Pansat, even Ahizon, everybody ban. So if you ban somebody, let me know. But sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say more than that. But look, one man, what we are saying, when we are talking about core politicians, we know who they are, right? We have nothing to zero or absolutely no expectation of them. When you see the likes of Badaru, Wike, all of them going doing their take a bow and go, we know who they are already. That's why I say if you pretend to be a man of integrity, stand by that. I respect the likes of Gani Fawemi until he died. He stood by his word. Until we have Omoyele Sowore, right? He will never take an appointment. Do you think Omoyele Sowore will take an appointment with any of these criminals that will say Obio, Atiku, Tinubu? Do you think Omoyele Sowore will take any appointment from them, regardless of whatever the talent he has? No. But we know, okay, when you say you are coming, you are begging, you are apologizing, you shouldn't have been apologizing from the stand this guy had been taking. You should have been on that podium and tell you guys, give them middle finger and walk out. That was what people were expecting. But of course, you can't compare him with them. They are professional politicians and they know how to play the game. We know them for who they are.
So Wike have integrity, right?
You're probably listening with something different. I'm not going to answer you.
You just said that. You said
I just told you again. You are probably listening from something different.
No, if you can't repeat what you said,
enigmatic. What I'm just pointing out.
You understand what I say?
Enigmatic. What I'm trying to point out here is that our representatives, the senators, and all the rest, most of them are even worse than this guy. The fact that they have never spoken like this before. They've never chatted like this before. They never tweeted like this before. I'm talking about the senators.
Yeah, but I just addressed that now in just a second ago.
Failure. Yes, they are
I just
failure.
addressed their own situation. I'm not expecting anything from those guys or any of the. I just addressed their own situation just a second ago. I think people should listen carefully instead of trying to pick and choose, right? Because when I want to address people like Wale Edun and this guy and Tunji Alausa and then Dr. Salako, right, and Ali Pate, those technocrats, I address them differently. When I want to address the morons that this guy called morons in the Senate, or the Peter Obis, or the Atikus, right, or the Kwakwansos, you address them differently. We know the posture of the thieves. And we know the posture of those who we consider to be the technocrats, especially with a global worldview. But you do not come like a scam with basic no integrity. I want to see you as take a position like Omoyele Sowore will call Tinubu.
I think I will agree with you. You should have turned down the job. I will agree with you. It should have stand that. Yeah, I want to agree.
But you can't take your position.
Hold on, Oriola. Let's listen to his apology because it was quite groveling. But before you even listen to his apology, look at that. The way he has his hands behind his back. It just caused
he's showing full respect to them.
It caused such a pathetic figure, but you know,
what the cabo
will tell you, you guys are bloody fools. You guys are bloody.
Wait, every one of them did the same thing. I didn't say anything wrong with what he did.
They corner this guy, and he has his hand behind him.
They didn't corner him. You see that you think so. They didn't.
All right. Let's hear from him, and then
properly as a Yoruba boy, both in Agege and Abeokuta. So I do understand that we're not meant to disrespect our elders, and that's not the training that we're given. My father probably won't be proud of me for all these allegations. But one thing he'll be proud of as well is that the passion that led me to those mistakes has also given me the opportunity to contribute to the development of this country. So I want to profusely apologize to everyone in this hall, including anyone anywhere in Nigeria that may have been offended about everything I said. I ask that you please, in the process of accepting my apology, that you look at the undertone of everything I've said. I didn't say it to spite. I said it out of frustration and love. So please accept my sincere apology, please.
Oh my show, what a pity. What a pity. It's just caught such a tragic figure. But there it is.
Woman, 1 second. There is a saying in my place. Woman sọ pé ẹni tí ò tó gèlètè tó ń mí fín.
Look at that. All right. Let's bring in voices that we've not heard.
Wait, can I say something real quick before you go?
Make it real quick. I want to move on to a different topic.
What that guy is saying, like a lot of people when they're in their house, they do say bad things about Nigeria just because they didn't write it on Twitter or a lot of people didn't hear them. So everybody like going after this guy just because of what he said. I'm not backing him, but I just feel like the hypocrisy is just like it's crazy. I understand he did something bad, but a lot of people does the same thing he did. So that's my take.
All right. Let's do another check. We've not heard the people on the screen that we've not heard their voices. I suspect that Uptown is there in body, but not in spirit. Uptown. Kedu. So there he is. Baba, sound check.
Well, yeah, not taking me now.
Yeah, woman.
No.
Yeah, I'm not taking any topic.
No, I'm taking you round now. I'm just
the last.
Adale Koko, you're not the last. I'm coming to you now. I'm just seeing who is with us or not. That's what I'm doing. But you're up next, and I'm taking you to a totally different topic as well. Ovie, sound check. Are you there? Aboye, you don't grab one for look at that. What a ring or hint is in here. Ovie. Okay, Bishop is there. We know. Ariola is there. We know. War Peace, are you there? All right, good. War Peace is with us. Patoski, we just heard from. Mike just joined us. So yes. I think
I'm here too.
Who's here too? No, yes. You're here too, Baba.
Yeah.
I think Uptown is no longer with us, and I think Ovie is probably either half asleep or asleep on top of a comfortable pillow, if you get my metaphor. Ovie, so Ovie not there. So let me shuffle Ovie for Prince Daddy. So Adale Koko, let me come to you, but I want to come to you with a totally different topic. So now, we've much anticipated this fight, and it looks as though we're about to have it now. So the headline, Adale Koko, Nnamdi Kanu abolishes sit-at-home in Southeast, introduces EED. So you are wondering what EED is, wonder no more. The detained leader of the pro-Biafran group, the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has abolished all forms of sit-at-home in the Southeast and declared that every Monday in the region will be observed as Economic Empowerment Day. So there it is, Ajanle Koko. It's a total transmutation from one state of being to the direct opposite state of being. So the sit-at-home is to grind to a halt all economic activities, but this now new space that Nnamdi Kanu opens up is to push economic activities on Mondays as aggressively as possible. So a polar opposite of Simon Ekpa's stance. The detained leader of the pro-Biafran group, the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has abolished all forms of sit-at-home in the Southeast and declared that every Monday in the region will be observed as Economic Empowerment Day, which is now acronymed EED. This was disclosed in a statement by IPOB's Media and Publicity Secretary Emma Powerful on Saturday, explaining IPOB's statement reads, Economic Empowerment Day EED connotes a day that set aside for mass mobilization of Biafrans to devote their resources and means towards reversing the sharp and unprecedented decline in economic, educational, and social needs of our people, occasioned by the prolonged sit-at-home. So this is essentially a cure to the sit-at-home. During the EED exercise, the people of Biafran were encouraged to embark on massive deployment of their resources for the empowerment of the educationally disadvantaged and poverty-ridden population of our people. Sit-at-home exercise was initially adopted by IPOB as part of its agitation for a sovereign state of Biafra, but variously it became abused by other variants of Biafran agitation, including the most condemned version of Simon Ekpa. Following the total cancellation of all forms of sit-at-home in the entire Southeast, as clearly and unequivocally encapsulated in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's handwritten letter, which was recently published by Special Counsel Barrister Aloy Ejimakor, are widely trended and deservedly celebrated. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has a follow-up to the recorded acceptability and massive compliance with the directive. Further directed Chineke, something Umu Chineke, to henceforth set aside every Monday as Economic Empowerment Day EED in the entire Southeast. During this exercise, Biafrans are encouraged to embark on massive deployment of their resources for the empowerment of the educationally disadvantaged and poverty-ridden population of our people through education, employment, health service, sense of identity and community. Our people and indeed Eastern region can begin to thrive and grow. There is an urgent need to reclaim our lost glory by embarking on empowering Biafrans with the resources they need to live beyond mere subsistence, as our people are known globally for hard work, resilience, and great achievement. Also, the implication of this Economic Empowerment Day EED is that Biafrans are expected to devote significant time to adhere to their routine calendar schedule template strictly and uninterruptedly, with a view to making up for the humongous time lost to the activities of misguided enforcers of unsanctioned Monday sit-at-homes. So there it is right there. And there it is. That clash, much anticipated, Ajale Koko, is now upon us. Simon Ekpa versus Nnamdi Kanu. Place your bet now.
Well, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. How many likes do we have now? One man. How many likes?
We have 48.
48.
Yes.
And how many how many
I think we have about 130 with us now, but we had a lot higher earlier on.
Okay, I think if we can reach 100, I think that'd be very good.
Yes.
If you are still with us, listening to us, wherever you are around the world, click on the like button here. I know a lot of you are with us here, viewing us from many parts of the world. Some are here to hear some voices. Some are here to hear the voice of Bishop. If you are here to hear the voice of Bishop and you stand with him all the time, click for Bishop. If you are here to hear the voice of Patoski or anybody, or one man or myself, whoever, if you really enjoy us, our contribution, our assertion, and whatsoever, encourage us to come back. And you can as well join us as well. It's a free platform for everybody. You can chat. If you're on the commentary session, just chat, notify one man, hey, I want to participate in this topic. Make a room for me. Let me come in. I mean, if the room is filled up, you can announce that maybe somebody want to step down and it can bring you in. So it's not a big deal. So it's an open platform for everybody. So click on the like button now and let's move on together. So Woman, you see the situation in the north, in the southeast. These acronyms, I don't know. Where
XYZ and ABC,
where is that coming? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I think gradually a lot of people are getting tired of this sit at home. They want to get back to life, and it is good that the leadership from the east, the governors and traditional leaders and other people in the position of leadership are pushing these efforts to get rid of this sit at home. And I think a lot of people are responding. Reports that's coming out from that area shows that maybe Owerri and some other people are getting back to work. Activities, are beginning to come up on Mondays. People are not. People doesn't want to believe in sit at home anymore. So this economic empowerment they talk, I don't know what that nonsense is meant for. I think the game that Nigerian state is playing with Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, we don't know. And maybe there is an agreement between them that, look, if you can do this, we will do this for you. If you can, go and convince people that Nnamdi Kanu wrote this letter to, wrote this letter to the people that do not observe sit at home anymore. I don't believe in the economic destruction of Igbo land. Everybody should go to work. Forget about sit at home. I think they should have done it better by letting him sit down in the DSS, let him have a video. Video recording will have gone far. It will have convinced people that, yes, this is Nnamdi Kanu speaking. Why they didn't do that, I don't know. So it's not really clear to me that
they can't do that, Ajane Kuko, because they don't want, because he has such an influence over that space. They don't want his voice and imaging being interpreted by the Southeast in manners that are that is not intended.
How would they have interpreted it? They would have said was or what? Or under duress or what?
I don't know. They don't want him sending out some coded messages or whatever. They just don't want his image or his voice out there. It's a security risk, Nnamdi Kanu.
I don't think it's a security risk. What
you don't think so?
Why I'm saying, I don't think if they have allowed his video call on his people that go back to work on Monday. I don't want to impoverish you. Let us build our place together. Let us continue to grow economically, by video. I don't think that will constitute any security threat. It just have to be with the presence of his lawyer, of his attorney, Ezekome, and all of them. Let them sit down with him and let him address the Southeasterner. That will push the case further. That, look, the person we are fighting for has spoken that we should go back to work. Some people, anybody can write letter. How are we sure that is the one that wrote that letter? Nobody is sure. But if it had been his video talking to the people that will resonate with people more than this letter. But, you know, I want to commend the leaders. I think they are making, you know, Nigerian state, the leader with the leaders from the East, I think they are working together to see how they can convince their people, and they should continue in this manner, putting pressure, spreading that gospel of going back to work on Monday. You know, between now and the next 2 months, I think the situation will change. It's a good strategy, and the leader should not stop. And they have to show commitment as well. It's not just they have to be very consistent, show commitment, and try as much as possible to reach some of these people that are still here bent on sit at home. They can't tell us that they don't know them. They know them. They know all those groups that still stand for sit at home. I mean, we are Africans. We know how to reach out with each other. Elders knows how to reach to the youth, and the youth will listen. So look, some governors, we should commend them, like the governor of Anambra State. I mean, that have offered himself to be the surety for Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is not from his state, but he is standing up because the economy of his state is not doing well. His projection for IGR on monthly basis is $4 billion. It's struggle to make 1 billion. That will adversely, affect the economy of the state. So he's not happy. So the same thing with what do you call the Abia state, where you have Ariara market, and Enugu state. And
Ajanle Koko, one of the consequences of this sit at home is that those spaces, if they stop it today, they would have lost a certain percentage of trade permanently, because a certain trade that would have gone somewhere else because they couldn't go there, and they would have found an alternative. Let's say, for instance, they go to somewhere in Edo State and they find the same product at a cheaper price. They are not going back to area market, even if they stop it at home. So there'll be a percentage permanent drop in trade in that area just as a result of this sit at home.
Yeah, you are right, one man. Like in Anambra, a lot of people have moved their businesses to Asaba. It's just across the river. It's just across the river Niger. Delta, Asaba, economy is booming now because a lot of businesses are relocated to Asaba because of this sit-at-home problem.
And they are not coming back, even if you say nobody's going to make the effort.
No,
to
it's not easy. It's not easy.
No,
it's not easy to move from one place, moving your business everywhere. No. So even some people, their children too, they are relocated to Asaba across the river, so that their children can have a stable school program, uninterrupted school program. Because when the children doesn't go to school on Monday, then they have to cover it up by going to school on Saturday. So a lot of businesses have moved to maybe there or to maybe River State. or Cross River, where there's no seat at all. So the economy of the East is struggling. And look, to get it back, to get everything back to normal, all hands must be on deck. All the leaders, business leaders, political leaders, religious leaders, just name it, community leaders, traditional leaders, everybody must be on board. Every hand must be on deck. Everybody, they must work together. Non-stop campaign, orientation of the people that we have, and they have to reach out to all these groups that are in favor of sit at home and bring them back. That look, let's forget about it. Nnamdi Kanu has spoken. Look, the leadership across the board have a lot of work to do. So, economy of the East is suffering. They are not hitting their target. If you listen to the governors of Enugu State, it's every time that guy is crying on the TV, calling on his people. Let us forget about this sit at home. Let us do this. Because he promised the people so much before the election. And he want to carry out all the mandate. We want to deliver according to a fulfillment of the promise that he has all he promised the people. So let us just commend them that at least they are making effort. And I think, as far as I'm concerned, I think that if they have done the video will have gone a long way to convince the people that, and it will have helped them too, the leaders, to say, look, you watch the video, what are you still fighting for? He said he doesn't believe in this sit at home because he doesn't want these people to suffer. So why do you want to fight? Why do you want to suffer? So, we hope his team of lawyers and the government are working things out so that it can regain his freedom and he can go home to his family and children, and everything will get back to normal. So that's my take on that, woman.
All right, Ajane Koko, let me take you to this space. It's a follow-on from the narrative we were talking about yesterday. So she arrived at the Senate building dressed in her best dress that she's ever had in her life, because she's about to step into a position that is the highest that she has yet achieved in her life. I'm talking about Miriam Shetty. So when she arrived at the Senate, as you know, she just got a note from the Senate president to say, your services no longer required, go back home. So her name had been withdrawn. But then, of course, we were waiting for her reaction. But the reaction of this young lady now, I have to say, is one of the most elegant reactions yet that I've heard. Because, and it's all testament to the faith that she follows, because the faith that she follows, which is Islam, it invites you to surrender everything to the will of God. So she then gone to that faith to seek her comfort. She says, drawing strength from her deep faith as a devout Muslim, Shetty interpreted the withdrawal as a manifestation of Allah's divine plan. She firmly believes that power is bestowed according to his will and remains resolute in her commitment to serve her beloved Nigeria, our beloved country, Nigeria. So that is Mariam Shettima, who surrenders all of that to the will of Allah. But she surrenders it to the will of Allah, but is it really the will of Allah? Ajan Lekoko, watch this.
An ɗora ƙwarya a gurgunta. Lokacin da aka ce an kawo wata Maryam Shetty. Maryam Sheti dukan mu kan mu ya kulle. An ce Maryam Sheti. Na ce yar ina ce Sheti yar ina ce aka ce yar Kano. Wace local
So there it is, Ajan Lekoko. So that is the unmistakable face of Gandola and his harem of wives mocking and joshing Mariam Shetty. Ha ha ha. Well, was it the will of Allah then, or the orchestration of mere mortal? What do then make then of Abdullahi Ganduje gathering his wives to mock and laugh at Mariam Shetty?
This guy needs that with controversy all the time. I don't know. Look, so they did not notify her before coming to the Senate.
She was at the Senate building when they turned that down. Which was just it was fight on it was wrong what they did.
That was very wrong. It's uncivilized, and they knew she was coming, and she should have been notified before coming to the house. They should have, communicated to her to say you don't need to appear because this is the latest situation. You can meet the clerk of the house. He can explain to you the situation. That is, they were not in the not in the chamber before everybody. I mean, in front of every house member, or how do I describe it, in the National Assembly, openly before. I mean, before everybody. I think that's the total difference.
Oh, sorry, Adale Koko. There she is. That is the moment. That's the moment she was turned back. So you can see. Sorry, I'll let you play one more time.
Is that in the National Assembly or outside?
Yeah, that's at the National Assembly, and then she's been notified to go back.
What I'm saying is that inside or outside?
No, well, that's within the premises, but not inside the chamber itself.
Not inside the chamber.
So that's within the premises.
But sorry for 1 second. But also, I heard from someone down there that she actually got the message of the withdrawal, but there were some last minute, what do you call it now, lobbying that maybe she will be reinstated and what have you. That she actually got to know before she was replaced. But people were still promising, oh, maybe they will be able to manipulate. I don't want to use the word manipulate, maneuver it here and there. So it was not like when she got there. It was only that when she got there, she knew that the change, the manipulation. I don't want to use that word manipulation. That's the working. It was not going to work anymore. But that was not where she landed. I had someone say that reliably that was there at the National Assembly.
Yeah, that is what I would have expected them to do. I don't think they should have. And if this video we just watched is, actually telling us how she was informed of deletion of her name from the list, I think it's not. I mean, it's not.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, I beg you, read up but I'm not excusing that behavior. It is completely unacceptable. We had 2.5 months to pick up a list, and you are just telling somebody that was a low. Whosoever are the people that were coordinating that one, on this particular one, there are several little areas, but this one, honestly, for 2 months and just only one night before, a few hours, they are not making last minute change that was even handled in this shoddy manner. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed by myself. So that's.
I think I agree with you. I agree with you, Bishop, in totality. I think somebody should have communicated. Maybe the what do you call chief of staff should have communicated. Hey, your name has been deleted.
It's the kamikaze sort of presidency that Tinubu is kamikaze.
Kamikaze.
It's also kamikaze sort of
Kamikaze.
president.
Kamikaze, yeah,
Kamikaze sort of presidency.
So look, well, yes, I think I agree with Bishop. It is not good. I don't know how she felt. I believe she'd be so disappointed. They should have called her, particularly the chief of staff, because she's the one that handles those names. And I believe he was aware when they took out her name. And at the moment they took out her name, he should have called her, inform her personally that this is the situation. Don't worry, the president will take care of you. You don't need to show up. Don't go anywhere, but just be rest assured that you will be reconsidered for something better. So, and it will end there, and that girl will not say she's going there. So I don't know. They like to play some kind of game. I don't understand Nigeria. I mean, you just saw the Kanduje, jollification with his family, celebrating.
Does that not suggest that it was actually Ganduje that orchestrated what happened
Sure.
to this?
Yes, you are right. I will agree with you. Yeah, I'm sure he's behind the deletion of that lady's name from that list. So, and that's why you see him. We don't understand. I don't understand. I hope we are not saying what is not to, but because a lot of video.
Jafar sent that in, so it must be categorical.
Oh, okay. So since Jafar sent, so Jafar, yeah. So I'm sure Ganduje is aware of it. Is the one behind it. He influenced the president to take that name down. So I hope the president will consider her for another position. Maybe for a head of one federal agency or something like that, because it is not good for somebody's name who is clearly written, who has been announced, and to shabbily took out the name when she's on the day she's going for screening. It's very, very bad. The joy.
And they can be very ruthless in the north, or they will mock her. They will mock. They know how to mock people in the north, or they know how to. Yeah.
Oh God, one man. Look, one man. This lady woke up, dressed up, hug her family, his husband, children, very hopeful. She's going for screening. She's going to be one of our ministers. Only to get there and be told that no, your name is that is very bad.
Completely. It is. Now, even she's giving us the full Hausa look. You know the northern, they like that dark, big sunglasses with that red, whatever it is they tie on their head. That is the full cultural look. Everything expensive, but look at that. Sorry.
The mess is squarely at the doorstep of Badabiabila.
Yes. I mean, didn't do his job well there. It's very bad. Look, one man.
Angelica, could you do you mind make a comment real quick?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, thanks. You guys said they had like 2 months to come up with the names, but the fact is that what's called Ganduje became the chairman of the APC, right? So you can't count it from day one when they had the opportunity to come up with a list. So something obviously happened in the past few days. Sure, there's no excuse to not have notified her about what is to happen, but
I can guarantee that something actually happened to the last few hours or minutes before this lady came to the place for her vetting. So we can't squarely say it's Biamila's fault, but something definitely happened in this past few days that culminated to this outcome. But they could have done better, obviously. I don't know why. I don't know how they even got a video, but they could have notified her, send somebody, distinguished or whatever, to meet her and talk to her and not make a mockery of it, for sure.
Do you think Ganduje toasted her and she said no? Do you think this is what it is? If she's single like Kulata is saying, do you think Ganduje toasted her and she said no?
Well, the question is she linked to Kwankwaso or Shikarao, one of those people? Canada's she's from Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Canada politics is kind of hot right now. There's alignment going on. Who knows where she's affiliated or where she's in line? And I think that's probably part of the problem. Is it like interesting that she came from Canada? She's the only one so far being like treated this way. So it's a lot of things going on. But we all know that just like you guys were talking about this Yoruba guy with a big mouth calling out those senators morons. We know one thing about, unlike what Adwale thought, about people's character when it comes to these kind of things. Tinubu is magnanimous. We know that, and that's what it was straight. And it does. I don't think it likes people being embarrassed. It likes loyalists, and I think it's going to take care of her. At the end of the day, it might be a happy ending.
All right.
Can I add real quick?
Study.
Yeah. So from what I heard, so I think the same thing that happened to the Tijani guy kind of happened to her, but because a lot of people were saying, even though she's a doctor, they from the northern side, they were calling her TikTok queen or whatever. So they didn't, and she's also like the modern type of woman. It's not like she doesn't cover her head, but she's not like fanatic like everybody else. So there's been a lot of stuff about her on social media. So I guess that might actually contribute to the fact that that might be one of the reasons why they took her out. So, but from what I've been hearing and what I've been reading, there's a lot of northerners saying stuff about her, and it wasn't nice. So maybe that, but I don't know.
Look, we are not saying the deletion of her name from the list is wrong. It is not wrong. But what we are saying, why not notify her before that very day of a screening? They should have notified her. I mean, the president have the prerogative to nominate anybody, and at the same time, can take any name out at any time. So if the president had, I mean, the president changed his mind that, okay, I don't want this name here anymore. It is the duty of the chief of staff who handles the name of all because we have seen him several times, I mean, twice or 3 times, taking those names personally to the president of the Senate. So he deleted her name. He was in the know of it. Why can't he call her and let her know that, look, my sister, you are no more nominated for this position. Don't worry, you'll be taken care of. So you don't need to show up at that, and it will close there. But, subjecting her to this kind of humiliation, imagine if your wife or your sister, how would you feel? Let's just say it's our wife. One of us wife. Very hopeful that day. Everybody woke up, eat wine, very hopeful that, oh, yes, my wife is going for a screening, ready to glue to the TV.
She's unmarried, though. I think that's part of the problem. She's unmarried.
She's unmarried. It doesn't matter. Let's say someone's daughter. Let's say it's my daughter. Hopefully she's, she still live with us. The mother, everybody woke up, we eat and enjoy. We are very, very hopeful, and we all gather in the house. Okay, we want to sit down at home today. We are having our seat at home to watch our daughter to be screened by the Senate, only to just sit down endlessly and nothing happened. And some few minutes later or hours later, she called us that, oh, they're taking out a name. We feel so bad. No matter, look, women are very, very emotional. I believe that lady will get home, cry and cry and cry. I am telling you, women are very emotional. And to subject her to that kind of treatment is very bad. It's not good. Women should not be subjected to such kind of treatment. We treated her bad. This is one of the ways that we should be, where is the duty of care? Where is that, where respect to each other? Where is it?
I think the whole thing was handled badly.
Badly, very, very bad, one man.
Yes, I think if they were going to withdraw her, then they could have given her the opportunity to say that she was not able to take the position for family reasons. They could have given her that courtesy so that she gets she gets to be the one rejecting them, rather than look at that now. She tossed up at the Senate and then they give her a note, go back home. That was
that's
somebody wanted to give her a public flogging. That was just what we saw.
Oh yeah. That is not good, one man. Oh, like these politicians are wicked people. Look at the way they just treated that girl, that lady. I'm sorry. That is not good at all. Anybody should not be treated like that. We should respect each other. We should have that, we should care and have that kind of feeling that if I were the one treated this way, how would I feel? But Nigerian politicians, they don't care. They just want to match their way and their interests at whatever it costs. So they just show it to this lady that, look, we will disgrace you. We will show you that you are nobody. And Ganduje, according to that video that our brother brought, well, he's happy now that he kicked her out from the nomination list. But well, I hope the president will give her another good position. So that's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. And then take us. And by the way, Mike, acknowledge that you are there, Mike, because I'll be handing over to you in a moment. So let me know when you're ready. But take us to this space then, Ajale Koko. The Nigerian Senate apparently rejecting Tinubu's request to deploy to Niger Republic. Do you think Tinubu orchestrated this to give himself a soft landing?
When did they meet to reject it? Is it
yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yes.
So they actually met, discussed.
The Senate met,
deliberated.
Yes, it's true.
Oh, it's true?
Yeah.
Okay.
But first, the correspondence from the president to the Senate was not that Nigeria want to use military intervention. The press, the media misquoted everything entirely. It was totally just seeking their advice on what the way to go. Okay, not that he wrote to them about military action at all. The letter was entirely different.
So what was
the correspondence just about seeking Senate advice on the impasse in Niger. It's not about writing a letter to them that you want to use military force in Niger. It's totally different.
They did military intervention.
He did.
Yes, thank you. It's not about military intervention. Totally.
He did. He listed 7 things. I can actually read them for you.
Okay, maybe you can go ahead and read it. But that's what Akpabio said. I listened to Akpabio when he was talking to the people. I mean, you can read it. You can let the people know about it. But what Akpabio said on the floor was that it was not about military intervention, that the media got it wrong, totally. So, but if you have a contrary something, you can let them have it and show it to them. No problem.
Okay. So, well, I think we have to commend our Senate for this loud.
I have it here, Ajande Koko, if you want it.
Okay. All right.
It says it's on the screen as well, but it's too tiny for you to be able to read. It says a resolution to Senate in closed door session upon consideration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's request in respect to the political situation in the Niger Republic. The Senate, in a closed door session at its plenary session on Saturday, 5th of August 2023, considered the request of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the implementation of the ECOWAS resolutions on the political situation in Niger Republic, and accordingly resolved as follows. Number 1, condemn in totality the military coup that took place recently in the Republic of Niger. Number 2, commend President Tinubu and the authority of heads of state and government of ECOWAS for their prompt response and the positions taken on the unfortunate development in the Niger Republic. Number 3, recognize the fact that President Tinubu, by virtue of his correspondence, has not asked for the approval of the Parliament or Senate to go to war, has been erroneously suggested in some quarters. Rather, the president has expressed a wish to respectfully solicit the support of the National Assembly in the support of the successful implementation of ECOWAS resolution as outlined in the said communication. So hold on to that number 3, because that number 3, if you read the underbelly, it's a request.
Yes.
It says number 4, mandates the leadership of the Senate to further engage with President Tinubu on behalf of the entire Senate on how best to resolve the issue. Number 5, call on President Tinubu as chairman of ECOWAS to further encourage other ECOWAS leaders to strengthen the political and diplomatic options and other means with a view to resolve the political impasse in Niger Republic. Number 6, pledge total support to the ECOWAS leadership under President Tinubu in resolving the political situation in Niger and returning the country to democratic governance in the nearest future. Number 7, further mandates the leadership of the Senate to engage with President Tinubu on behalf of the Senate and the National Assembly on how best to resolve the issue in view of the hitherto existing cordial relationship between Nigerians and Nigerians. And finally, number 8, call on the ECOWAS Parliament to rise to the occasion by equally condemning this coup and positing solutions to resolve this impasse as soon as possible. So that was what came out of the closed door meeting. And what they are saying is that at no space in all of that was there a request to deploy military action. But let me give you number 3 again. It says recognize the fact that President Tinubu, by virtue of his correspondence, has not asked for the approval of the Parliament or Senate to go to war, as has been erroneously suggested in some quarters. Rather, the president expressed a wish to respectfully solicit the support of the National Assembly in the support of the successful implementation of the ECOWAS resolution. So that's a request for war right there, because the ECOWAS resolution embeds a military option. So if Tinubu is asking them to support him to support the ECOWAS resolution, then implicit in that is a support for war.
Yes, that number three, clearly, whoever that coined that statement there must be a very, very intelligent diplomat. You see, the diplomatic language and statement can be very, very confusing. Except you read it, and try to, objectively interpret it, then you will get it right. So they make it sound as if the president did not make requests, but further down the line in that statement, it shows that he was seeking for their support. They call it support. They didn't say request. They could call him for their support for the resolution of West Africa. And that support and resolution of ECOWAS included going to war. So what are we talking about? So he requested for it using diplomatic and all this diplomatic language and stuff like that to deceive people. But but it gladdened my heart that the Senate did not agree with them to toe the line of war as a solution to this problem. And I wish they can stand firmly on this. If you may recall, one man yesterday and the day before yesterday, I made it very clear on this platform that the president must seek for approval, and he must engage with the Senate and the National Assembly members to guide him through, particularly those from the north, those states that share the border with Niger. If those leaders, the traditional leaders, religious leaders, political leaders, that can guide him well on what to do, because they share a long time relationship, family ties, religious ties, socio-cultural, and so many with these people. So waging war with Niger is waging war against Nigeria as well, because we share so many things in common. So the assembly have looked at so many things before coming out with this, with their own position on this issue. So I am very proud of them, and I would like them to be very, very categorical, to stand and reject any means whatsoever that we take the path, we toe the line of war against that country. If they stand firm, they will show to the entire world that Nigeria National Assembly is worthy to emulate when it comes to conflict resolution management. They can really show to fellow African country that, look, Nigeria is special among you all. We don't like war. We don't believe in war. We are peaceful, loving people, and we can only find solution in a peaceful manner without firing a sword on any issue. So I really, really commend them, and I'm proud. I'm proud that they can stand with us that does not believe in war, unlike one man, Kulata, Ogbeni.
Kolata is the real warmonger. I think it's all that living in America. He thinks everything is shock and awe. He just wants to go around.
Ogbeni enigmatic. All of you that were beating the drum of war, I'm happy that our Senate have demonstrated to you that yes, they are with us that does not believe in war. They are with me. They are with Pansat. Who else? I'm Patoski. They are with us.
Prince Daddy doesn't want the war too.
Prince Daddy.
But Oriola wants the whole country blown up.
So one man, look, I'm very proud of Nigerian Senate. I mean, National Assembly. How can I call them together? National Assembly for, I mean, the Senate. I think this communique is coming from the Senate, right?
Yes.
Or the from the Senate.
Yeah.
I think I'm very proud for the first time I can see them. I'm not saying they have not done any, but on this issue that have attracted international. I mean, this is an international issue all over the world. The news about Niger every day. So Nigeria Senate can save Nigeria. That can package Nigeria as a nation, as a country. Can bring us to international stage that look, Nigeria is worthy to emulate. Nigeria will not act the way some country, particularly some Western country, have taken up war against smaller nations. We are a bigger nation compared to Niger. You can
some people are suggesting that this is proof that this 10th Senate is not going to be a rubber stamp Senate. Are you willing to go that far?
No, don't mind those one talking about this one. I think I believe a lot of the senators from the north are not in support of this war. A lot of their leader does not in support of this war. And I believe that is what is responsible. And, look, let me tell you, this Senate, whether you call it 10 Senate or 9 Senate, majority of them that were in the last Senate were still here. If not majority, maybe, let me say, like 40% of them are still in this present Senate. So, and these people fought very, very hard during the last Senate against Buhari to give Nigerian security. They voted as they never voted before. Fund for Buhari, the budgetary allocation highest in the history of that country for defense and for procurement of war machinery and other equipment required for our military to do better. And we have seen so many of them cry openly in that Senate, wept that what they are seeing going on, I mean, happening in that country back then, they never seen it in the life of that nation. That the way our people were massacred, displaced, and things like that. So those people that have seen so many displacement of Nigeria, massacre of Nigerian, all those things that have happened to their people across the north, will never wish to support any war effort against innocent people. Because you can say, okay, you want to wage war against the military junta in this, it's innocent people that will suffer the most. If it turn out to be full-blown war, it's innocent people, I mean, women, children, particularly, suffer the most. And older men, older people. So I'm just proud of them, and I wish they can stand firm and let the president know we can never be on the same side with you. Tell you are the chairman of ECOWAS. This is the position of Nigeria. You have to let them know. So, and they have to pursue diplomatic effort with Niger. See how we can strengthen our relationship. The cooperation between us must be strengthened than ever before, and not be destroyed by war effort. No. So I really give kudos to the Senate President and his colleagues for this job they have done. We on this platform, we are majority, we are minority among the regular panelists here. We will continue to speak, and I believe they are hearing us. Our senators are hearing us, our representatives are hearing us, and they will remain on our side. They will never be shaken by anything. So, to one man, to Bishop, to Enigmatic, to Kulata, and to others that are supporting this war effort. You guys to now see that we that says the truth all the time. It is better to come on our own side. Come shift our side and let us come together and start telling the Nigerian government, Tinubu particularly, that it should not pursue any effort to take up war against Niger. So that's my take, one man. Come on our side. Let's join hands together to say no war against Niger. We should find peaceful means to resolve this problem. So that's my take, one man. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, ask the question, Remy, but 1 second. Let me see if Mike is there. So, Mike, are you there? You should be there now, Mike.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Are you ready to go?
Yeah. I mean, you can leave when you're ready. Yeah.
All right. Let me just acknowledge Ayo, of course, the super sticker, Shego Honor right there, Kulata, of course, when it's not on screen, Super Rain, that's Ayo again, and of course the majestic Alexander Gomez. So keep them coming. Now under the stewardship of the mighty Mike. So yes, that's mighty Mike. Yeah, that's so that seems to have a ring to it. So ask your question as I bail out to leave you in the capable hands of Mike. Thank you, everyone. Rejoin us tomorrow. So, Mike.
Okay. So my question to Babajale Koko, I know when you are pushing back the other time, you worry about human casualty, and then you also worry about money we are going to use to expend on the war. Now that the senators now come around and say that let's have a political solution. If the crisis degenerated and there's a lot of refugee coming from Niger, do you think Nigeria should close their border against them so that we don't accept any refugee? Because at the end of the day, we're still going to spend money in taking care of these people. That's my question.
You mean if
the crisis degenerated in Niger Republic, which I know.
What do you mean? I mean, make it clear. What do you mean?
What I mean is that we have the coupists leading the country now, and with a lot of sanctions in the nearest future, we'll be biting hard on the people, and maybe things are, and there's a crisis within Niger Republic itself, and it culminated into a kind of civil war, which I can see will happen soon. And there are people trying to troop into Nigeria as a refugee. So do you think we should accept them in, since we are going to spend a lot of money in taking them, sheltering them, and giving them food? So that's the question I wanted to ask.
Yes, yes. If the situation degenerated and people have to run away to Nigeria, yeah, we have to accept them.
So the money you don't want to spend before, you're also going to spend it again.
No, hold on. Look, these people have had accommodated Nigeria before.
Who? Nigerian refugee in Niger?
Yes, Nigerian refugee in Niger, in Chad. So, look, that on humanitarian ground, it is every nation by United Nations Charter is compelled to harbor refugee. We are compelled, as far as United Nations Charter is concerned, which if refugees to troop in from Niger into Nigeria, we have to accommodate them.
But we don't have the money to spend.
Well,
because
who
listen to them now already.
No, we have the money for humanity.
And we have the money to take care of these people while our people are suffering at home.
Hold on. We have the money to take care of refugee.
But don't have to take care of our people.
Wait. Look, our people and them people were the same people. Going to war is more disastrous than feeding people living happily in a camp. So and when it comes to that situation, hold on, Remy. And when it comes to that situation, the refugee matter most of the time are handled by international community. Red Cross will come in, other donors from around the world, United Nations. You know, it's going to be a responsibility of the whole world, but heavily it's going to fall on us. But the whole world, I mean, the world, United Nations can come to our rescue again as well in funding and giving material. And
so, but when the whole world needs you now, you don't want to go to war.
Who told you which world needs you?
Come on,
no, tell me the word. What do you mean by the word?
What I want to say.
What do you mean by the word?
Okay, let me. Okay, can you hear me out for 1 minute, please?
Yes.
What I want to say is this: now we are going to let them be, and they are the masses of the Russian. And what is panning out?
Where are you getting this propaganda for? What do you mean by
true? You will see soon by yourself. Just give from.
Have you seen Russian in that country? Is Russia there?
They are already there.
Hold on. So are you telling me that Russia have their military on the ground there?
They have their private militia there already.
Okay.
I don't. You know, I don't believe that the U.S. military base is there, so there's no way they will be sharing country with Russia. I mean, there's no way Russia will be there and U.S.
and U.S. will be there and France will be there.
I said that earlier. Yes.
Where is that happen? This propaganda
that's
been
U.S. ending
prepared
this thing, man.
By warmongers. These are the propaganda being prepared by warmongers.
Warmongers. Oh my
God. Was that Oriela? What did you say? Yes, did what?
Yes.
Are you talking to
yes,
me?
U.S. ends in this thing. I'm sorry.
Oh,
France
yeah.
is also in this thing. They know what they're doing. They want us to stay poor. They all tips. They know what they're doing.
A U.S. national radio program is like a public U.S. show. I didn't watch the entire show, but they're trying to They were trying to tell us about the U.S. involvement in the coup in Niger. But so far, I mean, I don't know the cause of the coup, the reason why the people back in the coup did it. I don't think anybody knows yet fully. Now there's all this.
Prince, they've been doing this since they started the colonization. They've been doing the same thing.
I know. That's not also. We know all around the world, from South America and everywhere. But the question is, this coup in Niger, what is the why we did it? For what purpose did they do it? It's one thing I don't know yet. Everybody talking about Russia there.
Wait,
We know the French are there. We know America has a large, if not the largest, military base in Africa there. So they're not there sleeping.
I
Obviously,
believe what Tinubu said. Some of this what he's saying that he wants to stand on his own. He doesn't. He stated a lot of powerful words that I think that they just don't want us to be us. They don't want us to be great. They know what they're doing. They won't be able to get the free stuff, the oil that they're thieving. Because if you don't know, they're part of the whole thing. Like they're part of it. All the natural resources that they're able to just take out whenever they want, they won't be able to do that. So
right.
they want to push us
But the
into a
military.
war.
1 second. The military junta, right? This guy in power is not in support of the U.S. or any Western nation apart from the Russians. So
That's
where did
how
this
they
guy come
work,
from?
man. They're playing mind games. They're playing
Uh,
mind games.
okay. Okay.
I mean, I guess there's a military guy in this thing here, right? They all know how they do that. They will start war. They will go to places and start problem. So you don't know what's going on, and they keep doing what they're doing. I don't believe
I
that.
don't get it when we are supporting. Some people are supporting us to go to war in that country to go and kick out the military junta. I don't know how that has affected us. He took out the president of the country. They are there. It's their country. And we say we should go to war to them. I mean, go and
Personally, to me, I
in what
think
way have they constitute security? They have never. That country has never. This is a country with 25 million people. Nothing. Very poor people.
I think
Hard. They don't. Their military is like it's a military that depend on aid, on I mean, that country economy does not, they don't even, their economy
But
rely on foreign aid.
what percentage of their electricity comes from Nigeria? Because they're
70%.
selling you.
70.
Okay, 70%, and it's selling uranium to France, right? And they can't get the technology or the know-how to build their own
Okay.
build their own
Who do you want to blame?
power
Who do you want to blame
station.
for that? Who do you blame for that?
I blame them. Who
You
else to
don't blame
blame?
them. Hold
Wait,
on.
isn't
Why
Nigeria
you
going
will not
through the
blame
same
them?
thing?
Okay, why you don't blame them is that you see this colonial monster and make it impossible for these people, France particular, and
Thank
make
you.
it impossible for them to develop.
But don't forget the greediness of these people too. Don't just blame the colonial masters, all the white people. What about the leaders like Yadema, this guy from Uganda, Mugabe? What about these people? Like they don't have a role to play. Of course, they have a role to play.
Prince, if
Prince,
those
can I
leaders
interject?
does not do what the colonial master is telling them, they will
But
get rid of them and get somebody else to do the job for them.
to do the
What's the-
job. So
Let-
what
let-
I'm saying is this: look, France, these military juntas have cancel all the military agreement, everything whatsoever with them. They don't want them. They said they don't want them in their land anymore. That is the most important. Let them send them packing. Let them own their land. Let them do whatever it's going to take for them to develop on their own, at their own pace, and with, I mean, relationship with other parts of the world that they like to have any form of business or whatsoever with to develop.
so. Luckily,
Baba, I
let's
don't
hear from
trust
Jafar real
Russia
quick.
either. I don't trust Russia.
Let's hear from Jafar real quick. Yeah. Jafar, go ahead.
Good evening, guys. Prince Daddy, I just wanted to respond to the question you asked. Why have they not been able to generate electricity for themselves, right? So I just wanted to, I just want to tell you that we have a convention with them, that we're not just giving them that electricity for free. It is based on an understanding that they should not build a dam on their own section, on their own side of the Niger River, so that we could get enough
water in Kanji Dam.
Okay, Jafar, real quick, I understand that point, but my point was, I was quite clear. I said the uranium they're selling to France, how come they don't build their own nuclear energy plant also? I mean, what is wrong with that? Why do they have to depend on the dam or River Niger?
Are you expecting them to build a nuclear plant or what?
As a matter of fact, France is taking that uranium.
Jafar, why not? Or why can't they get a nuke? I mean,
hold on, Prince Daddy. France is taking that uranium almost for free because they are colonial master. They don't give them that technology, that technological. I mean, how do I say it? That technological know-how to operate it on their own.
You mean the same thing they do for your petroleum in Nigeria?
So Prince Daddy,
Baba Jalikoko, that's an excuse. That's a big excuse.
Prince Daddy, let me put this to you. You are putting an expectation for a country like Niger to build a nuclear plant when Nigeria, right across, with our economy, with everything that God has given us, we are not even thinking of having a nuclear plant. Don't you think?
Well, no, I don't understand the comparison. I mean, South Africa used to have a nuclear plant, if I'm not mistaken. They were building nuclear stuff. Israel, a small country of 12 million people, thereabout, they have a nuclear stuff. So I don't underestimate the Nigerians that they are incapable of being able to manage their own one because Nigeria doesn't have one. I don't understand the argument.
The argument is that Nigeria is way, way superior than Niger. If we cannot have it, I would not expect a country like Niger to even think of it.
I agree with Jafar.
That's just not being realistic. A country that cannot feed itself should not be thinking of going nuclear, bro.
Yeah, but they have the resources there. If with the help of their colonial master, if truly.
But my concern about all this issue, and it's something that I've not heard people think about it. Okay, like, do we really want, like, Nigeria to have the Iranians Revolutionary Guard right in our backyard?
Yeah, that's what Baba Jalikoko wants. You can ask him that.
What is what's wrong with that, Jafar? I mean, what is wrong with Iranian Revolutionary Guard?
That is what we want.
Iranian Boko Haram in our backyard. I mean, is Iranian worse than a Boko Haram? I mean, the ISIS. I mean, what's wrong with Iranian? They are not known for terrorism.
The Iranians will be there. The Chinese will be there. All of them will be there.
Jafar, explain better so that everybody can understand.
Okay, my fear is that we all know when the Russians come in, for instance, if the Russians come in or Wagner Group is a mercenary group. They are never going to establish a base in Niger. They might just possibly come and do their dirty job and leave. And from every indication, based on the sociocultural environment around the region, Nigeria, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, going as far as Algeria, Sudan. If you see the Russian, Chinese, Iranian axis, it would only make sense for these friends to want to have Iran safeguard that region for them. And if you look for the past 30 years, the Iranians have been trying consistently to get a foothold of Nigeria. The amount of money they've been pouring into Nigeria through Sheikh Zazaki, Islamic Movement of Nigeria, the banks they've been creating around this Central African sub-regions around there. If you see the design, my fear is that we might think we might be underlooking Niger, but if we mess around, we don't handle this thing diplomatically properly, we will end up having Iran with all their drones facing us. And that will be an existential threat to us.
Jafar, what do you prefer to have in Nigeria? The British, the American, and French? I mean, or the Iranian?
I don't want none of them. I don't want none of them.
Okay, so currently, what do we have in Nigeria? I mean,
It's the British now.
No, not even the British. Nigeria has, in my view, this is my view. Nigeria has been able, among the African countries, Nigeria has been one of the countries in Africa that has consistently had an independent foreign policy vision. That's
Yeah.
why the level of influence that you could see the Americans, the British.
But we've been very pro-West in all our voting in the UN and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been more pro-West in everything. We've been aligning with the West, voting along with the West against the
Yeah, but
East.
we don't allow them. We don't give them a foothold in our country, as opposed
I
to
won't say
other
that.
African countries.
I
If
won't
you
say
go
that.
to the other African country, it's like just name an African country, then I will tell you who is in charge of their economy.
I
But you
I
see,
can say in Nigeria, what we've
Jafar, why don't you start with Nigeria? Start with Nigeria.
Let's start with Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
The British don't have that much influence on us. The Americans do not.
Say
Name all
true.
the oil
Say true.
companies in the Delta. Name all
That's
the oil
exactly.
companies.
Thank you. And
Yeah, British Petroleum, Shell, they own the
British
largest.
and America, they have a
right,
farm
your
grip on Nigeria.
your mobile and your mobile your
Your Mobil, your
telecommunication as
Chevron,
well.
all of them, are they not from there?
Jafar, you have to wake up, man. One way or another,
Even
they
the
have
cost
a
to
strong
drive,
foothold
what the cost to drive.
on the continent.
The
Those are
British
not
and
political.
America have a
Those are not
farm grip on
political
Nigeria,
influence.
very firm.
Those are not political influence. When we mean by having like
Wait,
a
how do you make
foothold,
political?
let me
Isn't
land.
that through your economic?
Let me land. There is no British prime minister or
You
American
know, because
president.
Let him land.
Obama did not like
Let him finish.
Jonathan. That's why he was kicked out.
No,
There
that's
is
not true.
no,
But let
there is
Jafar
no
land. I don't
British,
think
there is
That's
no
not
British
true,
prime minister
Prince.
it
that
was democracy that took him out.
will pick his phone and call the Nigerian president to give him marching orders, like they do in other African countries. I want you to do this. If you don't do this, Nigerian presidents have history of standing up. We have seen it
Not
with
all of them,
Babangida.
Wait,
Jafar.
isn't that what they're doing?
I mean, let me say this. This is why I agree with Jafar. It's not like before. Like before, actually, where we agree with Jafar, most of our presidents were knucklehead. They stood against the West in a lot of ways, and many of them paid the price. You know, well, there were the one that lasted long. Babangida and Obasanjo,
Maradona.
they obey the West full time. They obey the West. But the rest of them, I would say Muntala Mohammed was rebellious. That's why they took him out real quick. Abacha was very rebellious. He wasn't taking it from them. In the beginning, the first republic, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa was like he's straight up rebellious. He wasn't ready to be a puppet, and that's why our force coup succeeded. Gowon was kind of subservient for a while, but at one point he started acting a little bit independent. You know what's was I would say Gowon for the most part was very obedient to the West, so subservient to the West. And then Jonathan was the one that kind of like started standing up. And then Buhari definitely stood up. And hopefully Tinubu, but I would
Are
say
you sure? Are you
no,
sure
yeah,
they
yeah.
actually
Buhari
stand
wasn't,
up?
he wasn't willing to be a puppet.
Hey,
No.
hey, Mike, can I talk now? Because you
Yeah,
muted
yeah,
my
you
mic. Can
get
I
a
talk
chance.
now?
Give me a second. You get a chance. Let me learn. Buhari, yeah, he wasn't willing to just be a puppet, but yes, he had to give in to some extent on a deal basis, but he wasn't willing to just take matching order just for he was, I have to say that, I have to agree with that with Jafar. But go ahead, Prince, yeah, if you disagree.
No, you just said Jonathan pushed back against the West, but you at the same time is saying that Obama had nothing to do with Jonathan. But see, well, democracy played out, but the reality is that Obama was firmly against Jonathan, and also you got to keep in mind there was before the election, prior to the election, before Buhari won. There were a bunch of Northerners that came to the United States to see Obama. Obama, just like is pro-Islamist or pro-Muslim. So
Wait,
Go ahead,
Prof,
finish.
that's not true though.
Let him finish. Now go
well,
ahead.
you can say if it's not true, that is fine. Say you don't know. Don't tell me. Don't say
How
it's
you gonna tell
wrong.
us you
Because if you
don't
don't
know?
know, you don't know.
Go ahead,
Okay,
finish. Yeah.
because I mean, well, even Jonathan himself. I mean, I watched this guy on a video talking about the Obama administration and how they were against them. So I mean, he said it himself. But we also saw what played out in the U.S. And Obama came out for the first time before Buhari came to power. If you guys remember, Obama came out to give a speech to the Nigerian people. You guys forgot?
So
Okay, well, it was pretty much showing his hand or showing his leaning where who he prefers to be to become the president. So one way or another, the Europeans they have control in Africa whichever way they want it. It's still a
they
Buhari
don't
pushed
have
back.
full
Well,
control.
Can
uh,
I respond to you saying he was against what is it what's this guy name that he was Obama
Jonathan.
was against him? Yeah, Jonathan. He was. I think they were actually against him because of the gay law and stuff.
No,
Like
actually,
I think
really,
that's one
let
of it.
me, no, let me
I
tell you, all
don't
that gay stuff
think
is just,
so.
wait, let me give me a second. Let me tell you what it is. Chinese wanted to come in. That era was when Chinese wanted to come full blown into the continent, into the economy. And Nigeria was a very key economy in that West Africa. And the Americans didn't want Nigeria to allow the Chinese to get that, to come deep into that space, to come compete with the American companies in Nigeria. And Hillary Clinton approached Jonathan and she told him, do not let the Chinese. She literally told him, even Obasanjo talked about it. They even started doing Obasanjo regime, telling him not to let the Chinese in, where they were having that disagreement with Obasanjo. But Obasanjo kind of played that game, kind of pushed Jonathan to let the Chinese in, not to listen to the Americans. That's how Obasanjo said it. He said, how come you Americans allow Chinese to be in your economy? You deal with Chinese, but you don't want us to deal with the Chinese. So Jonathan allowed this, went against the Americans. What they told him. So he just brought the Chinese right into Nigeria, gave them the full access to the Nigerian economy. That was when the problem began. It wasn't because of gays. And when Buhari came in, Buhari continued with the same thing. He gave the Chinese even more access. And that's why America didn't like
in which industry? Which industry, Mike?
Especially in the infrastructure development, road, bridge, and some electrification contracts.
But the Chinese are doing this everywhere around the world, including Australia.
But what are the Americans even doing in Nigeria? They just give us aids and money. They are not even helping us in infrastructure development.
Wait, come on, man! They're stealing your oil now. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are they
So
doing?
okay,
They're
so
doing a lot of stuff.
okay. Quickly, I'm sorry. The Chinese, what the Chinese are doing in Nigeria is no different than what they do in Australia, even in England. By the way, even of course, everywhere in the U.S., everywhere, farmland, name it, they buying land close to military bases. So why is Nigeria case so unique that the administration is so much against the Chinese coming there?
Of course, because Chinese will
That's American markets, the Western markets. Chinese is taking over their markets. And that's why they
everywhere. So
all their markets. Come on, man. Do you know that the West are the monopoly of African markets?
Even in the United Kingdom, the Chinese before Trump.
Listen, Prince Daddy, you don't get it. They want to be the only one to deal with the Chinese and Russians doing business with them, but they don't want the Chinese and Russians in all these other places.
That's not true, man.
Their own.
That's your own assumption. That's not
reality. It's not an assumption. It's a fact, man.
Well,
it's a fact. Is Western Europe not buying Russian gas? Are they not dealing with doing business with Russia? But then they won't allow Russia to come. They kick Russia out of the Soviet of Africa. What are you talking about?
So to be frank with you, Prince Daddy, I think Americans, they were a little bit, because I live in China, and they were a little bit thinking that China is taking over. And let me be frank with you, what the American and the Western power do is to give us loans and aids and something like that. I mean, helping us. But the Chinese came with their money, giving us a kind of low interest loan and putting their money, building
what?
And when you can, hold on. When you expand your infrastructure, you are bringing more development to your country. Our Western powers are not doing this to Africa for a long time. When you see the faces of Nigeria now, you can say a lot of landmark area have changed a lot in Nigeria. Look at what they did. Just look at the Lagos Ibadan Standard Gauge Rail. See the train station they built. See everything they have done. Why can't the Western world help us 20 or 30 years ago doing this for us? So you can't blame. So everybody wants a development in their country, and so look at what is going on. I will tell you what is happening. China became the manufactured hub of the world. Most of the goods being produced all over the world are being manufactured in China. If you go to America, you see made in China everywhere.
Yeah, in which the US is number one purchaser.
I'm telling you, I'm coming. That is one. And China competing favorably.
That's not even true what you're saying.
No, let me just finish. You will have your own time. Then secondly, China is competing favorably in the field of technology with America. You talk about AI technology, you talk about other software technology, all of this, they are competing favorably well with the world. Thirdly, they are now moving all around the world, giving what the country really needs. And they will come to you. What do you need? If you want trade, if you want infrastructure, they are ready to give you software, and they will build it for you in the space of 1 or 2 or 3 years. Who will not like this kind of country? America will be scared that they are taking over the world. They are taking over their traditional ally. Before, everybody knows that if you don't go to America, or if you don't go to UK, these are the 2 countries that we Africans know. I mean, especially Nigeria. But now the Chinese are there, and they continue to give them contracts in Nigeria.
Okay, Ariella, go ahead. Okay.
So when you look at the
No,
totality of
go ahead.
if you were America, you will be scared, and that's what is happening.
All right, so I think I don't know. I don't like this argument because I think in the past we already had this.
This is not the past. This is even the present. The Chinese are even taking it up. They are coming together with their BRICS and coming out with their currency again. And we can trade together with our currency. What are you talking about?
Okay.
If you were America, would you fold your hand? So they are taking over everything from them. Are they going to fold their hand?
I don't know what you're saying. Okay, for example, so they're giving out people loan, but the loan.
Oriola, sorry, you get to speak next, but let me add this clip that somebody sent in to this conversation that you're having. I've sent it to Mike privately. This is from Jeffrey Sachs. So just hear what he has to say.
Basic reasons that I'd like to elaborate just briefly. One is we are in a new world in these years, and we're trying to navigate a new world. By that I mean the world that we have thought we knew in some places. The rather naive idea was a Western-led world. And that was an idea that predominated from roughly 1820 to, I would say, the middle of the 20th century. But the notion of Western-led world continued at least until the end of the 20th century. That world is finished, but we don't know it yet. And it's that ignorance of the end of the Western-led world, which is at the heart of the very, very serious tensions between the United States and China, for example, because the Western-led world is finished, the United States doesn't know it, and this means that we have a very deep misunderstanding about the nature of our current global reality. The second reason why we are here is that all together we are wrecking the world, the natural environment. So this is a feature of common humanity for a common global commons, which is the title of our meeting. I'd like to say just a few words about how we got here to give you my perspective. For most of the known history of the last 2 millennia, there was no question that Asia was the center of the world economy because it was well over half of the world population. nature of life pretty much across the world did not vary so widely. So what we would call per capita incomes were similar. People were small farmers in villages, and this was true whether it was in Western Europe, whether it was Native Americans, whether it was in Chinese villages, whether it was in African villages. The population of the world was, from 1 AD onward, enormous in the Indian subcontinent and in China. And this meant that Asia was the center of gravity, if you would make that calculation of the world economy as well as of the world demography. More than that, China was the dynamic country of the world technology and many civilizational inventions, especially during the Song dynasty from 960 to 1279, the Mongol conquest. The Song dynasty was a remarkable period of technological fecundity, of economic gain.
Woman,
Fundamental.
if you click on the settings, we can listen to the conversation, but it will be faster.
Paper currency, public administration, ocean navigation, movable type printing, and countless other inventions that changed the world fundamentally. So not only was China populous, but China was really dominant.
Sorry, Oriola, how do you mean?
All right, so we can listen to him, but it will talk a little bit faster. So go to settings. You see normal.
You mean
civilization?
Yeah.
You see normal, right? Click on that and go to 1.5 or 1.25. Just click on 1.25 or 1.5.
And Japan and Korea. And this civilization, which was
did you see normal? The speed? Did you see speed?
A remarkable
yeah, click on that. Click on 1.25 or 1.15.
Period in Western Europe.
1.25 or 1.5.
Some breakthroughs were starting.
Click on that.
By the way.
Yeah. And, so see, we're listening to him, but it's just faster.
Technology, a receiver of technology, not as a maker or giver of technology. And the technology came from the East in many directions, from the Arab world, from the Indian subcontinent, from China. There are some notable dates. The worst economic policy mistake in human history was made by China in 14.
Or do you want me to just remove it and you guys carry on with your conversation, or is it worth listening to?
Because China would
just remove it.
I've listened to this guy in the past, so this interview is a little bit like in the. I think this was. He has another recent interview, and these people, they change their mind every now and then.
Woman, should I play this video for Madam Zita? She said the U.S. is 200 years ahead of China. So, yeah.
As China vacated the.
All right, let me remove it and let you guys carry on. All right.
I still think that because of what has happened in the last, let's say, 20 to 30 years, I think that America totally felt they're a little bit jittery about the China dominance. If you know the amount of money that Europe borrowed from China, you'll be amazed. I'm talking about the EU itself.
Everybody borrows money, man.
But that is a dominance. If everybody go to them, Africa included too.
No, but China borrow money from them as well.
I know that China have a lot of debt in terms of their local government to the Western world, but the thing turn around just before you even know it.
Let me say something to you. You know, like all the companies so let's break it down. Okay. Nike, all your so let's use a phone for example. All the component that goes into that phone, majority of the people that own the intellectual property or that create that technology, they're not from China.
Right, I agree with you. You're right.
So I'm just
but hold on. You are right. But what about China coming together with their own brand, and their home brand is completely favorably with the iPhone and the rest. We are talking about Xiaomi and Huawei phone.
But that's
So
not innovation. That's just mean they're
I understand,
copying.
but they also innovate. Not all the
Tell
types
me
come
one.
from the
Tell
rest.
me one thing they innovate. Tell me like one or two things.
I don't know too much about the technical aspect of it, but what I'm trying to tell you is that
They
I
just
agree with you.
manufacture. That's what they use them
That
for, man.
I agree with you that look, you have to look at it in this way too. All these component parts, some are from China, some are from the rest of the world, and they assemble it in their big plant in China. That means China have a leverage for any company that want to produce in large quantity. If America have such a plant and also our cheap labor, I think they would have
See,
produced.
let me come out straight for you. That's what
Yeah,
that's what you call slavery. It's like this. We don't want to pollute. We don't want to pollute our own country. Then we
Okay,
send it to
fine.
another country to do it for us.
no, no, no. Well, let me jump in real
You are
quick. See,
wrong. To
there's
call it
two ways to
slavery.
dominate. Hold on. There's two ways to dominate. It's either
Okay.
you are the component maker or you are the organizer, and the Chinese are the organizer. So that's big. That's huge. Okay, that's not slavery.
What
Because
organizer?
So you
I
can't
don't
call that
understand
one
what you're
slavery at
well,
all.
just
what
like
does
Remy,
that mean?
what it means that if they acquire all these components around the world, the IPs, and they manufacture the phones and all this equipment, and everyone buys from them, that is
No,
the
they
organizer.
only assemble. If you look all those components in that phone, it was
I
manufactured
know. I
from
heard you. I heard
different
what you
countries.
said.
I
All
They
think
those.
the
don't.
only thing that Americans have is that the chip, the
Wait, do you see what's
semiconductor
going
that
on
they
now?
put.
That
That
most of those companies are moving away from
Guys,
China.
one at
Do
a
you know
time now.
that?
You guys are not allowing each other to finish what you're saying.
Okay, continue.
Do you know that? Do you realize that? So let's use Apple for example. They've been moving to like other neighboring countries because they don't want to 100% depend on China for the assembly of their phones and stuff. Do you realize
Yeah.
that they're moving out of China? Not just them.
I think they can move to other countries, but major chunk of Apple product is they being produced in China. And do you know how many flagship store that Apple has in China? If you know, you'll be amazed.
Mhm.
Do you think they'll just leave that kind of big market of 1.4 billion people and go and manufacture in Vietnam and Cambodia? They don't have the market.
No.
Yeah.
They not see. Okay, so for example, what about India? India is buying our iPhone, but they're not manufacturing in their place. So are you telling me
No.
that they can't cut it down?
No,
Wait,
no,
they
no,
can.
no.
They
India
can.
does not have the wealth or the purchasing power to buy Apple
Oh my
products like
gosh.
Chinese. They don't have it.
That is true. Like unlike the Chinese, that is true.
They
Yes.
don't have it, and they
Eh,
don't buy most Apple products. They bought mostly Chinese products imported to their country. What are you
yes.
talking about? The
And
Chinese have
also,
the purchasing power to buy their
Okay,
product,
okay.
and
and
therefore they
also,
are.
one second, and also, we all know that the Chinese, they've amassed and stolen over $1 trillion worth of IP from the United States and around the world. So
Yeah,
don't think they don't know. I mean, they
yeah,
have some proprietary stuff also, and they keep improving on their own
yeah.
technology.
That's what they do. That's the reason why Google, Facebook, all of those software companies didn't perish or they didn't survive in China because in order for them to work, in order for any company to work in China, you have to work hand in hand with their local company. And
Yeah,
while you
because
do that,
because
you
the Chinese are smart.
transfer. So you
Because they are much,
transfer your
yeah, you're right, Prince Daniel.
yeah.
Look at what happened in China is that Google, they didn't allow Google in because they have their own Baidu.
No,
They
they
have their
allow
own.
them in though. They just
No.
have to work with their local.
In the beginning, they allowed them in, but
Yeah.
after some few years, they stopped them and
No,
they
no, they
created
didn't
their
stop.
own.
Google was
Listen
losing
first.
money
Can you just let me finish, Oriola?
because what you're saying is not correct.
Okay, let me finish. Then I finish, then you can now talk about whether it's incorrect or correct. So they allowed Google in initially, and after that, some time they started launching a lot of rockets into space, and they developed their own satellite something. And after that, they have their own Baidu navigation, which is equivalent to Google. And if you go to like China, which is as big as America, with even more thrice of the population of America, they have their own Google. They call it Baidu navigation. I use it when I drive in China because
What about the WeChat?
yeah, and then later they produce WeChat, which is equivalent to, it's even more in advance than WhatsApp. With your WeChat, you have a wallet there. You can pay money. You can do business. You can buy train ticket. You can buy flight ticket. You can do so many things under one app. Just
It,
the
it,
question was if they allow WeChat to go over the world, if the other country allow, you forget your world.
game over.
Game over for WhatsApp. So, but you guys just think that the world has changed. The man is telling you the truth. Fine,
No,
America.
but you know that WeChat can only work in that particular because they don't allow any other.
No, WeChat.
Like,
So if
wait,
you have your WeChat,
listen.
I
You
have my
just told
WeChat
me
here.
that
It's working
I
now.
should wait for you to speak. Now you don't want to wait for me to finish.
All right, you guys keep organizing your discussion. Like, make your conversation have base. Like talk one at a time. And then so that way you are really understanding each other. It's not like
Let Oriola continue, please.
different things.
All right. So the thing is, I totally understand that Chinese is trying to do their own thing, which is great. Nobody is saying that, but there's no freedom like you have with other like all those Google and social media and stuff. You don't have that freedom. So they have problem going into China because they have to work with the local company, and because it's the local brand, the local brand can survive than the foreign thing. That's why Google, Facebook didn't survive. They lost bunch of money. They lost money. That's why a lot of them had to they fled. So I don't the China all of those by the WeChat, they can only work in that particular type of Chinese area. If they move outside, they won't survive because, okay, for example, WeChat, for example, in order for WeChat is so big to the extent that if you come from outside, your card would not, or if you have a debit card or credit card, it won't even kind of work. Like you need the WeChat in order for you to like make transaction.
Oriola, a quick question for you. Have you ever been to Singapore or Philippines?
I've not been there. Singapore, no.
I'm telling you that WeChat do work there, and you can use it to pay money or whatever you want to do. You can use it there, and you also must remember one thing, that every country have their own culture and the way they do their things. So if the Chinese allow Facebook, where people are killing themselves online, and also so you cannot blame them totally. If Facebook have agreed to Chinese norms and tradition, just like in Nigeria, see what online stuff is doing to Nigeria nowadays. If Nigeria have come out with a set of rules, I'm not saying total regulation, but it's a set of norms that we have our culture is totally different from America or totally different from UK. I think they would have accepted Facebook or WhatsApp in easily. Because sometimes so you can't blame them for that.
That's
but
not the
WeChat is accepted in most Asian countries, including Korea, Japan, and the rest. Maybe in America it's not allowed. But if you are even talking about the so-called TikTok you are using, it's also from China. It's called Douyin in China, and they now about the word as TikTok. So what are you telling me? You said they're not.
What I'm saying is this. So every country has like their regulation. If you have a technology company or whatever, they have the regulation. What I'm saying is a lot of those things. So when Facebook or whatever company goes into China, they have to follow China regulation. So you make an example that Facebook they are showing killing, they're showing all of those. If it's not under if anything Facebook is doing is outside the guideline that China has, they wouldn't accept it. So I don't think that's a good example. But what I'm saying is China, like they make their word in a way that they is a control environment. Like they control things. In a way that there's no freedom in a way that you have in the Western world. I'm not saying China should just like let anybody come in and do whatever they want. I'm not saying that. I'm not against what they have. I'm just saying that
I think you are being. I know that the Western media they are very powerful, but when they say seeing is believing. When you live in a country, you will see in reality what is going on over there. China is as free as America. The only thing that is not free in China is that there's some ideas that you cannot just go there and be abusing their president or showing some nudity, which they don't like because of their culture and tradition. So you can't blame them. And when you say that they don't allow Facebook or whatever into China, China also, America also does.
I didn't say none
Deliberately,
of
did not.
everything you said. I didn't say that.
No. I'm trying to say America too deliberately did not sell some technology to China, which China really want from America. They stopped them because they know that if they have that technology, they will be a direct competitor to America. So they are playing each one another, one way or the other. When you look at it in totality.
Right, but
what I
United,
just
the
want to say
Western
in
makes
conclusion
Chinese,
is
right?
that what I want to say in conclusion, for you as a country, from nowhere, China is a good example for the rest of the world. If you
Nope,
come together,
that's
no,
not.
let me
Nope,
finish.
I
Let me
disagree
finish.
100%.
See the context. See the context I'm talking about. If you come together as a nation, come together, and you put your people to work, and you have a good solid plan, even as a democratically elected government, you have a good solid plan for your people, and then you know what you are doing. The sky is the limit. That's what I just want to say. China is just like, they are not even up to the standard of Nigeria in the 1970s. But look at China today.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, China was the poorest country in the world in 1970s. Yeah, that's true. So, realize, what do you mean China is not a good example? If they are progressive, I mean, why is they not a good example?
No, but they're communists. What they practice, just like he just said that.
What is it practice?
But there's no like freedom of speech like that.
What do you?
I agree with them.
Let's deal with this freedom of speech. What do you mean? What is this freedom of speech that people always talk about? Like, what exactly is freedom of speech? Like, is it that somebody cannot talk on the streets? I mean, what does it mean? Yeah, this term, these buzzwords that they use, the America used to deceive people that, hey, we are free here, they're not free over there. What exactly is the freedom of speech? Tell me, like speech. Give me an example.
Okay, so he
It's
just
an insult.
mentioned.
Right.
Yeah.
Talk.
So like freedom of speech does not matter what you say. It means that you have the right to say whatever you want. Now, whatever you want might be you don't know what might happen to you after you say whatever you want. But in a way, over there, you are being controlled to the extent that you can't just say anything. That's what I'm saying. Like,
okay,
and
control.
it's not
Okay,
just there, but let me land. It's not just there though. I think majority of almost all the countries in the world is the freedom for you to just say whatever you want. So for example, now he just said to us that, oh, you can't cuss out the president. Like he's not that's a no. But in a country like this, you can say whatever you want.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying you have the right to express
Hold
yourself.
on. Wait now. Wait. I'm just bringing you there. In life, when you say things that offend another human being, the person will react to you. In America here, first of all, they got cancel culture. If you start saying some things, you lose your job, company may fire you. Even in some neighborhood, you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, you get shot straight up. You get shot. If you accidentally get exposed to the United States secret document and you go out and open your mouth and start talking it, you're gone. Example is Edward Snowden. So it's just a reality of life everywhere in the world. If your speech is threatening someone or do something is detrimental to somebody, they'll come after you.
The example you're giving is not a good example.
Wait.
Okay. Well, let me chime real quick. Hold on.
You go next. Because they preach this freedom. In America, it's freedom. And when we ask them, what's this freedom you're talking about? They say, oh, you can say whatever you want. And then they'll say you free. They just use that word free. But then I realized that when I was living in Nigeria, there's a lot of things that I would do that I usually get away with. But in America, I would have gone to prison straight up. Like literally, you go to jail for just America. Literally, wait. Yeah, every country in the world have laws and everything. So you cannot have absolute freedom.
But you don't
That's
have
laws. You cross the line, you go to jail. Now, wait. Laws may, from one society to another society, may be different. But the enforcement of society where they enforce the law less is where people have more freedom, to be really honest with you. But society where they enforce the law more, that means you have less freedom. So a lot of us, we say we have experienced more freedom in Nigeria than in America. Because there's certain things I can carelessly do in Nigeria where I know that I'm not going to jail. But in America, I'm going to prison for at least 5 years.
Is that right? What are you talking?
It's not, I'm just trying to, I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying, okay, he's insulting someone right too.
Well, then you get the consequence. You can insult anyone you want. Then
so there's really no,
but there's no
freedom thing that people talk about.
Like you just said.
So there's really no this free. They
No,
keep
that's
preaching. In
free.
America, there's freedom. Everywhere there's freedom. It's just that where your freedom begin. I mean, what's the word? Where your freedom ends is where somebody else's
I think you should just read up Bill of Rights.
whatever.
That you would understand what I mean. Read up the Bill of Rights.
Okay, see, hold on. So, yeah, see, what Mike is saying is what is going on in today's America. The Bill of Rights affords everyone all the freedom possible. But what is going on today with cancel culture? What is going on today? Did you hear about the incident whereby a
But
lady?
that's not cancel culture. Has nothing to do with the freedom of right. You saying
The
a
so-called
slur
freedom you're
word.
talking, the freedom exists every country in
Wait,
the world.
if you
Every
say
country in the world, you
slur
have right to
word,
speak.
saying slur word is not good though. But that's part of like cancel culture you're talking about. Me saying, okay, if I generalize that, oh, all Nigeria are thief, is that not a bad thing to say? Because there's some certain people that stain the cloth of Nigeria, but it's not all Nigeria. If you categorize, so that's where like cancel culture can come in. I mean, you look at the perspective that you're looking at it. I don't think that's the way. Like, it's not. I don't buy into that. It's more like there's the freedom that I see there is, even though maybe it's not for everyone, but there is. Maybe not. It's not equal for all, but there is.
Listen, you say it's this amendment and say give you freedom of speech. There's no country in the world where you don't have freedom of speech. It's just that there's a limit to where your speech can go, and there's no country in the world where where they don't have their limit. Even America, as they give it as tell you that you have a freedom of speech, there's something called defamation. There's some things you can say that will cost somebody a job. Guess what? You're in trouble. There's something you can say if you there's something they call conspiracy, like maybe you conspire with someone to do something. The person is freedom. All you did was spoke, agree with it, but you didn't actually follow them to carry out an act. But guess what? The fact that you conspire, that all you did was speak. So don't you have freedom of speech anymore? So
wait,
that's
you're
the
not
limit
getting it.
of your
That's the
speech
thing.
anywhere in the world.
I understand what you're saying. So, for example, okay, freedom of speech is this: you can say whatever you want, as long as you didn't defame anyone, defamation of character. You're not lying, because for example, if I say
You don't have freedom of speech then. Is it not the same thing in other countries that they tell
oh
you that
my God.
you can't say this, you can't say that?
Right.
It's the same thing.
It's
It's no
the same
difference.
thing, but here's the
Exactly.
thing: they have more when it comes to freedom. So you have the freedom to carry weapon. You have the freedom to practice any religion. You have freedom to this. So that's why I said the Bill of
Name a
Rights. You
country in the
just
world
look
where you
at
don't
it.
have freedom to practice any religion. Name one. Even in Saudi
China.
Arabia, you
China
have
is
freedom to be a
actually a
Christian.
great one. China. Yes, China.
What did you say now? Can you say again?
Freedom to practice any religion you want.
It's every country, man.
Are you kidding yourself?
I'm not kidding myself.
So I will tell you that you can see now. Do you know that people go to church in China? If there is this Joel, or what his name, maybe he lives in Guangzhou, they will tell you Nigerians go to church in Guangzhou. In Shanghai, people go to church there. They even have mosques. They have mosques there.
No, I read too much on the American media. You don't have real knowledge of what is going on out there. I was waiting for Remy to come in.
That's your own point of view.
Do you know the northwest of China? The northwest of China are populated by Muslims. They call them the Xinjiang people. Do you know? And they have mosques and they go to mosques there. Please don't stop.
All right. So why?
Know this thing. Why are you saying they don't?
So why are they getting rid of their mosque?
They are not getting rid of their mosques.
What are they doing to it?
What they are doing is very simple, because they are also afraid of Islamic movement, so they have to control the state. So you can't blame them.
So isn't that
somehow? There's a difference between taking measures to prevent something bad happening from saying freedom.
Right. That is the reason. That is just the reason. And they are minority.
Okay, wait. I'm a Muslim. So don't you think
go and
that
build a church and call it jihadist mosque? See, the American government don't show it up for you.
Wait, let me land. Okay, if me as a Muslim and I'm seeing what is being done, you don't think I will find? I mean,
I find it offensive, and I find it a little bit like, why would you be doing that to my own religion?
China
I
is not an
understand
Islamic
you.
country, for one.
Sorry, Mike. I understand you, Riola, but in the age of let me give you a scenario whereby you don't know. The northwest of China is populated by Xinjiang people, and they are minority to the Han people. The Han are almost about 90% of the population. So, and when you go to the northwest of China, then you see a lot of Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. They are being bordered by all these Muslim countries. Okay. So, and at the same time, I'm not saying that all these Muslim countries are terrorists or whatever, but with what is going on around the world, and another thing is that these people, they want their own government, they want to secede from China, and that is one. And then two, they want an autonomous government. But this is a very big, vast land. It's very big area in that area. So you cannot expect their federal government to fold their hand and they allow their Muslim extremists to come inside and try and start bombing. How would you feel if they bomb one subway station in China, whereby there is more than 200,000 people on the train? They killed.
Well, but that's the thing. That's your own point of view. That doesn't mean
He
that
has
that's
nothing to do
what
with
they're
freedom,
thinking.
Ariola. It has nothing to do with taking away freedom. It's just
It
government
does.
taking measure to prevent some
Oh,
disaster.
so they should start taking away
do this.
churches as well.
Okay, Ariola, do this. Since you have so much freedom, go and start a church and call it Jihadist Mosque and I care that this and that.
Your
They say you
example
have
is not
go
even
and do it in America. See if the government
what
will
example are you
It's only
making?
in Nigeria that we are not watching that space, and that's why we're paying the price for it. That is
What?
why our people are
Remy,
ignorant.
let me say one other thing to Oriola. Give me 1 second. Oriola, Sharia is part of Islamic practice, right?
Yeah.
You have freedom of your
Wait.
religion.
Don't
No,
let it,
stop
don't,
doing your
don't let
Sharia.
us make
No,
it
practice Sharia in
contentious.
America. See,
Don't what? Say that again.
Sharia is part of Islamic religion.
It's
right?
not part of it. Ah, man. So you see,
Sharia?
like, yeah, it's not part of it.
So what did we learn about Sharia then?
See, that's the thing. It's more like, see, just like I think Prince was trying to tell me that, oh, that's what you read in Western media, or you don't even know anything
Okay, tell me about
outside.
Sharia.
Like,
Tell me about Sharia. Let's know.
yeah, I'll tell you. So what do we have here? The Western world, they have what you call democratic system, where they have a way that guides them on how, like, they have the rule of law and everything in place. That's the same thing. It just like it is the same thing in those Middle Eastern, the Muslim countries, that this is the way you have to practice
Islam, right?
their own government system. That's the way. So that's
Is the government system Islamic way
that's
of
what
life?
Sharia is.
Wait. Is Sharia the Islamic way of life? Is it part of Islam?
No,
I just
Wait,
explained it to
let me
you
wait
now.
now. Let me go down now.
Yeah, I just explained it to you now. So, for example, is a democratic system a Christian way of life? No, it's just a way where people want to guide themselves to a rule of law. That's the same thing.
No, it's tied to
not
Islam.
tied. You don't
It's
know
tied to
it and
Islam.
don't say that.
Is it tied to
That's the
Islam?
thing.
That's what I'm asking you.
That's the reason that's the reason for religious war. Like, you don't understand things, then
Then we're asking simple question. You're not giving us simple
Ariella,
answers.
is it Christians that practice Sharia law? Is it Christians or Hindus?
What? Say that again. What
Is
do you
it
mean?
Christians or Hindus that practice Sharia law?
Christian or Hindus? Muslims practice it.
Okay, so
Wait. Muslim countries. Is America a Muslim country? No, it's a Christian country. It's Britain.
Muslim society. Wait. Oh, now you said America is a Christian country, but you are practicing Islam in America.
Yeah, is in America a Christian country?
No, America doesn't belong to any religion. It's just
they do. Oh man, that's the thing.
No,
You really
America
have to
is
read
why
up
is everyone
on
here able
what
to- why
America
you-
is. America is a Christian country. Come on, man.
Officially, America is a Christian country. Yeah. Like,
according to what Constitution?
It is, yes. Even the
Where in the Constitution they mention Jesus Christ? No, where in the Constitution did they
Oh my
mention
God.
Jesus Christ?
Wait. The Constitution take away anything that has to do with religion.
Thank you. So it's not a religious country then?
No. They
You separate the
categorize
church and the state. You
themselves as
separate
a
the religion.
Christian country.
The religion and the state is separated. Yes or no?
Yeah, they're separated.
Exactly. So,
But
listen. What constitute what's part of the country wasn't a constitution. It's a constitution that defines the country.
See, that separation you're talking about did not happen till is in the 50s or the 60s. But the foundation of
We're
America.
talking about now, since you have freedom, right? So, we're talking about today.
But originally, quite frankly, America was built as a Christian nation. It was built on a Judeo-Christian value.
I think
Really,
you're missing
with the slaughtering of with the genocide, that's a Christian way of life.
Wait. I think the understanding is
those are human beings doing stuff.
Wait, you're missing
the genocide of they
when
killed
they say
millions of Indians and enslaved blacks. That's Christianity.
Right. A Christian. That's what Christian does. Let me say something.
Let me say something. These Americans, man, they are so delusional. I'm telling you.
Wait, the separation of states and religion is what you think it means. It's not what exactly the meaning is. What they're saying is when it comes to the rule of law, they separate the religion from the
it's
system.
not the law that defines the society.
No. Yeah, but when it comes to rule of law, they don't want to mix it between the religion and the state. That's what it is. But it doesn't mean
it's not a religious country.
What?
It's not a religious country.
It is. Okay.
It's not.
Whatever you say, but
it's a country that allows you to practice religion, but it's not a religious country. A religious country is a country that, like, for example, Islamic Republic of Iran. Their laws according to Islam. You understand?
No, I just explained it to you, but you refuse to
listen, man. You gotta listen, man. Talk less. I'm trying to explain to you what. Listen. When it say a country is a country of this religion, it means their constitution imbibe that religion, the book of that religion.
Yeah, you need to read American Constitution then. If
okay, tell me what it's talk about Jesus Christ.
Christianity, then you have to read it up because
it's what?
Based on Christianity.
Based on Christianity.
Yes.
No, it's not based on Christianity.
You need to read their law, then you know.
Well, a lot of things have changed.
Where in the law did they mention Jesus Christ? Wait now.
It's a Christian country. It's not a mixed country. It's a Christian
Oriola, definition of a Christian is Christ followers, right? Is the constitution, what in the constitution are they saying we are following Jesus Christ?
Wait, my guy, I don't want to speak in religion because this is
it's not America is not a theocracy. It's not a theocracy.
Conversation here.
Okay, America is not a theocracy, so we don't, everything is not based on what the Bible says. Unlike maybe,
thank you, but it's
unlike some Christian, like
you can say a majority Christian population, but you can't say it's a Christian country.
Oh, okay. You need they will let you know this is a Christian country.
Who will let you know? Who? Your fellow citizen, of course. Me too.
No. I don't have like the entire information here where I can give you source, but
the recent survey
can give to you.
The recent survey says about 65% or more of Americans are Christians. They identify as Christian. Back in the days,
don't go to church, right?
Well, sure. I mean, sure. That's fine.
See their behavior. There's nothing Christian about their behavior.
Mike, there's one thing to be a Christian and another thing to practice Christianity. I can agree with you. In fact, what is going on in America today is completely anti-Christian in every possible way.
Like that from the beginning, it's been anti-Christian.
No,
I give you examples. What is Christian like in committing genocide and enslaving your fellow human being?
Yeah.
So, what is Christian like in Jim Crow? What is Christian like in
dropping?
Wait. What is Christian like in dropping atomic bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
I know.
There's nothing Christian about.
Yes, the first ship that went to Africa to pick up slaves, his name Jesus now. So I believe everything you're saying.
Not only Jesus, Islam also went to the other part of Africa.
We know. I'm not even like defending that, man. My guy.
But it's important to separate.
I'm not defending it. I
understand, but it's important to separate human behavior and selfishness and greed from religion.
I
Okay,
don't
what
want.
No,
If
you
what Mike
can
can't.
we
is
go
saying
back to
also,
technology? Can we
it's
go back
what
to
you're saying also,
technology? Because
it's in the
I'm not
Bible.
like comfortable with this religion
Okay, go ahead, go
conversation.
ahead.
Let's
I
go back
got
to
you.
technology. I'm not comfortable with it. The both are bad to me. Like we have to think.
See, you know
But
what is
with
about Christian?
technology, I
You know
want
about
us to go to
Christian.
technology. I'm not. If you guys want to continue with this
Okay,
religious conversation, go ahead, but I'll listen.
well, let's just go quickly back to China. China, what we're trying to describe here is that not that people are not free to speak or say what they want to say, but we all know that China is highly a surveillance state. They monitor a lot. They have a lot of cameras. They use AI and all kinds of technology to track their people. And it's I don't know how to put the CCP, but they're always in their toes. I mean,
There's nothing wrong with that. United States does the
I'm
same
not
United
saying
thing.
States
anything.
does
Oh no, I'm not
very
saying
well.
anything's wrong with that. I'm just trying
US
to
do
explain.
the
Listen to
same thing.
Eric Snowden's.
I'm not. I'm not.
They're
I'm not
spying on all
condemning.
of us.
Yeah, but
Oh, let me finish. I'm not condemning them.
Sorry, I'll let
I'm,
you finish. Sorry.
yeah, thanks. I'm not condemning what they're doing, especially a country of over 1.4 billion people. Any small skirmish or whatever can turn everything upside down. But how we came to this point was that we're trying to determine what is free speech or what is free or which country is free. So I mean, I realize. I mean, Remy lived in China. I've been to China, and I mean, people move freely. People do things normally. They have clubs. They have everything. And you don't see military police
Please tell me,
everywhere.
I'm
No,
not living in China anymore.
I
So
say you lived in China. I know you live in Finland now. I say you lived in China. Um, but they are free in a lot of ways. But the CCP is always monitoring people to make sure they can get to people as quickly as possible. So, but the same thing is going on here in America and then around the world also. Just like you said, they monitor people. They track your phone record or whatever, your Facebook post and all these things. So the government um, is the one that of course that does all these things. Left to the Chinese people, of course, they want to be free and be like anybody else around the world. And even some people will claim that China is much freer than many Western countries. Actually, go ahead.
So in addition, like another thing that the Chinese are afraid is that they don't want their youth to be Americanized, because if they are Americanized, then there is a big trouble in future. And you can see what the crisis that happened in Hong Kong 2 or 3 years ago, where the youth are protesting against the Chinese government because Hong Kong is now under China, and China is using the whole way of monitoring them. I have a very good. My friend have a very good bad experience with the Chinese. Not really a bad experience. He went to a bar and had a drink with one of the Chinese. They get him to talk, but unfortunately, this Chinese guy is into drugs or whatever, sniffing and whatever. And they monitor my friend for like 2 or 3 days. And they pick him up at the train station. You can't believe it. He was about to get on the subway, and they pick him up. Then the first thing they did is to strip his head, and then they subject him to drug tests and everything. He came out clean, but they didn't apologize for their action. So they just said they told him that we are sorry. They didn't say to him sorry. They said we saw you dealing with this guy in the bar. So me, I don't normally go to bar, but I told my friend, you like going to bar. Sometimes you should be careful. So you can see they know everybody and they monitor. And even in Nigeria, they also monitor people. So
Is that your friend a black person or a white person?
My friend is black. And even
Okay.
the white, no, it's not even that black or white. Even they even monitor white people more than black, especially if they know from America, because they can see you, maybe you're a spy or something like that. They monitor them more. But even monitoring them, they still give people degree of freedom. Nobody stop you in China from walking in the street, and China is a very safe country. You can walk at midnight. You can ride your bicycle. You can do
Mhm.
everything you want to do. Nobody stop you. But what they don't like is that you cannot come up and be telling them Buhari is a Fulani man, or their leader is stupid or moron or something like that. They won't take that one from you, especially from a foreigner. And you cannot instigate their own citizen to take up a religion. Oh, I'm a Muslim, and then you go to them, come and convert to Islam. That is the worst crime you can do in China. They won't accept that one because they know where you are going and they don't like it. And some foreigner who want to do like that, they got them deported immediately. Some were put into prison before deportation. So as a country, you must know what you want. The problem we have in Nigeria are so numerous. If we can come together, that country, God has blessed that country with both human and natural resources. If we can come together and channel our effort towards the same goal, I think the sky will be the limit. If a country like China, I'm telling you, they are so poor that they are begging Nigeria money in the 1970s. And look at them today. America is even afraid of them. The Western world go to them to borrow money. What are we talking about here? And you are here talking about freedom or no freedom. So do you
Yeah,
have freedom in
but
America?
you have to.
What kind of freedom do you have in America? There's a huge discrimination against the black and white. There's a glass ceiling in all this Western country for black people. And you are talking about freedom. What kind of freedom are you talking? Can you
Okay.
walk in some neighborhood in daytime or at night in America?
But
You
can you
know where
can you do the same in China?
you can. 100%.
No, you
I'm
cannot.
telling you, you can get up 2 a.m. and walk around. Nobody
That's
stop you.
not true.
That I'm telling you, oh my God. Where did you get your information? Do you know how many years I lived
Okay,
there?
here's how I get my information. When you go to
Okay, tell
Nigeria,
me.
they treat you like crap. Or even we saw one of the guy in social media that was going around African countries and making those little kids, because they don't know what they're saying, to be calling themselves animal, they're the so crap. And we also saw how like they treat people that looks like me in their country so bad.
Where? You
Are
So
you
mean
saying?
China?
Wait. So your point is that in China they treat black people bad. Is that what you're saying?
all the white
No,
country like
no,
them, they
no,
do.
and no,
Yes.
and no.
Are you
And
wait? The reality is this.
I
Hold on,
think
let me
there's
say this.
so many things you don't really know, Oriola. And sometimes let me tell you something. I am a Nigerian. I'm proud to be a Nigerian. Sometimes I also not proud of my Nigerian brothers, what they are doing. For example, in China, when I was there, the only job you can do there is teaching. Apart from teaching, if you have your money, you can do business, buying product and selling in your country. That was what most foreigners do in China. Or if you're a top professional, some Chinese company invite you to come and work there. Throughout my stay in China, I'm telling you, nobody stopped me. I mean, police and say, blah, blah, ask me question on the road, and it's a lot of years. The problem in China is that the impression they have about black people is that they see white people are being superior because that is what they propagate to them, and black people are the low level. And of course, if you meet some Chinese from the countryside or from the village, they will call you a name you don't like Aryan. Aryan means black person. They can call you that in a very not so good manner. But when you see this person, you already know that this person is not educated. And it also depends where you are living in China. You cannot be living in Lagos. People there are more enlightened and they are more
Exactly.
civilized.
So I'm
Uh-huh.
not lying.
Wait,
I'm actually right.
Let me finish.
You just back
But
what I said though.
when you go to like a small city, like for example, if you know the Western, you go to like interior of Shaki Town. You don't expect the people there that are not as civilized as people from Lagos, Kano, Kolkata, and the rest. Sometimes they will behave badly to you. But
Let me quickly add to it. You've been long
But
winded. Let me add
that's
to
the
it.
same thing as Americans as well.
Oriola, hold on. In America here, wait, Oriola, you go. Just give me a chance. What I mean just explains you have people behave act on their ignorance. Some people it depends on their level of exposure and intelligence, you know. So when you see people, maybe they are not used to certain race of people and stuff like that, and maybe behave certain way. In America here, you can't deny it. You go to certain states or certain towns where it's predominantly white. Once you're black, you show up. They go by those biases, those stereotypes. They'll stereotype you. They
Right.
will.
It's the same thing. It's the
It's a
ignorant
human
though. It's the
phenomenon. It's a human
you
ignorant.
behavior.
cannot call that one.
And what you doing is you pointing at maybe scenario of one Chinese person or
Oh
maybe
man.
China. You trying to make it like
Why you making
Isn't
excuses?
America supposed to be
Stop
better?
making excuses,
Realize
man. What? Say that again.
isn't America supposed to be better when it comes to these things you describing about China?
Why would they be better?
Well, because
Their
you
people
make it sound like China is so
wait,
way off.
their people,
you know, Prince Daddy,
people
and that's what
that looks
frustrates
like
me about
us.
America. Like
They still have
literally,
that in their brain. What are you talking? They still have it. Even if they're not talking it outside, inside their home, they're still saying it. They
who,
stereotype us. They say all of
who,
those things. Their family,
who?
their great grandfathers enslaved our people. So what are you saying? They will still have it. They still think like that. So what do you mean they should be better than that? They're not better than that. Well,
Well, you're the one presenting the argument that in China.
Exactly, and I agree with you. I agree with you.
No. I'm never giving them excuse. I'm just saying that it's like that everywhere. Just stop saying that Chinese was acting the same way. Maybe
Yeah, it's even African we act the same way, man. Like if you're a white person,
what I'm
you
trying
go
to
to
say.
let me wait. Even in Africa, if you're like a white person, you go to a community where the people are not used to you. They start calling you Oyibo or something. Just say
but that's not bad word. In Africa, we actually worship them in Africa. We worship them. A lot of people
it's not the point. It's not the point. The point is
they're
acting ignorant. Even in those Chinese or those white, some of them, it's not like they hate you. When you come around, they just look at you and start, they're acting ignorant. Some of them are not doing out of hatred, but what they are doing is
someone disrespecting you is not.
There are two ways.
No. So then, wait down. See, some of these white people that you call racist, they will tell you that what? I'm not racist. They will deny it because they don't see that what they are doing to you is hurtful to you. Sometimes they don't even know. There are ones like the KKK, they hate you, they want to kill you.
But that doesn't mean it's right.
But cool down. Some of these, even these Chinese, Remy is talking about, some of them, they think they are good people. But those things they say to him, like, oh, you're black, and this and that, to them, it's just a normal, that's their normal, that's their own reality. That's their illusion of who you are. Like to them, like, oh, this people there, these people from this, but they don't think they're being offensive. They just think they're acting.
I'll tell you a personal experience. I was in a classroom and I was just in my off-grade class on Saturday, and I have some kids about 7, 8, or 9 years old kids. I'm teaching them the basics of English. And when I entered the classroom, one of the students just said, area, and he was shouting that black man. But the others remain calm and cool. And what I have to do, because when you experience this kind of thing, you have to be calm and collected, you as a teacher. And I just walked to him and calm him down. Hey, take it easy. I smile to him. I speak a little Chinese to him, and it felt comfortable. And I had the class. So what Oriola is trying to say, I get it. Some people, they will call you that name in a very scornful or terrible manner just to look down on you. And that kind of thing always comes from those people that are not civilized or highly educated or something like that. Or some people just do it just to spite you. It happens everywhere in the world. That one, because you are not in your country.
Yeah, and which leads me to this question, Uriela or anybody else. Racism and tribalism, which one is worse?
It's the same thing.
So tribalism, there's nothing called tribalism. There's nothing really called that. It's because we're invading our privacy. That's why we think people because you don't respect other people's culture. That's why you're taking it that way. Because if to say all those people all those tribes, they stand as a state or as a country where if you come to my country, you respect my culture or you do things the way our culture is being allowed, you won't see that tribalism. But the racism is more like you take people, you force them by taking them, but you don't treat them right. There's so many things that's been done to them. But after a year, where you say, after many years, you say,
Uriela, hold on. That's a reductionist approach. Okay, so if a black, you don't have to be okay. Based on what Remy was saying, a black person that flew himself to China and has been discriminated upon. I mean, what does that have to do with racism?
Isn't that racism?
It's not racism too. You know that some of these people, they are seeing this black man for the first time. Do you know that?
Yeah, but does that mean because you're seeing someone for the first time,
some of them want to take photos with
Stop giving them excuse.
No, I'm not giving excuse. I've already told you the truth.
Let me give you a second, man. Let me chill out. Yeah.
I'm not giving excuse for them. I said that some of you will call you that name in a rather scornful manner to spite you. And what excuse am I giving there?
Okay, well, let me give my own submission. Give me a second. Oriola, first of all, there's no difference between racism and tribalism.
I agree. I agree.
The thing is, what the behavior is just human. It's animal and human instinct. Both and humans, we are animals too. It's an instinct. It's called territorial instinct. Creatures are territorial. When something that doesn't belong in the environment comes to that environment, the first instinct is to be suspicious of that thing, to observe the threats. If that thing is threatening, or that's the first thing. And people tend to carry out their express their suspicion in different manners. Some people are very smart in a smart way, where they're more civilized. They do it in a very not an hateful way. Some people are just completely ignorant and stupid, that they express it in a very hateful way. And it's the same with both racism, both in human race and human ethnicity. It's the same thing. There's no difference.
Wait, what does racism look like to you? Can you explain what you think it is? And if you want to compare
racism is somebody.
Let me land. If you want to compare that with tribalism, what does it look like to you?
It's the same thing. It's just someone you're different.
No, what does it look like? Say it. Give an example.
Somebody have issue with people that belong to this particular race of people. It's the same thing with somebody that have issue with people that belong to this particular tribe of people. It's the same thing.
It's not. I don't even.
Tell me the difference. Tell me the difference.
Is not. I don't think so.
Tell me the difference.
I say,
bros. Let me tell you something. Someone from one race, right? Remy just said, he said when white people come to China, right? There are people of different race. Oh, they see them, they kind of elevate them, right?
Them as superior. They are
superior, exactly.
And they worship them. I'm telling you the
exactly.
truth.
When black come, wait now, you hear me? Chill out now. You get a chance to let me. I'm talking. Let me finish. Then when blacks come over there, oh, they see us inferior. Now, what is the factor? The question you have to ask yourself is: white are different race from them. Blacks are also different race from them. Why did they treat the white? Why they elevate them? They treat white different from the way they would treat themselves. They also treat black different from the way they treat themselves. But the difference is they treat the white better. They treat the black worse. The question is, what's the reason? Why? Because the black society is known to be a little bit more backward. We haven't advanced. I mean, according to them, what they know about us is that
what they show on their TV and
what they show on there, what they know about you is that okay, you are these people.
What they show is the dirty Africa.
Yeah, the dirty Africa and all these things. So that's their reality about you. That's what they understand of you. But with the Europeans, what they see is okay, these ones look like their society is advanced and things like that. They more creative, they do more. So it's the same thing. You understand? The same thing with tribe. Even in Africa, when you come from now let me finish now. You get your chance.
I just want to add something before you continue. In irony, since I came to Europe, I discovered that they like black people more than Asian, more than Chinese and the rest. You can see the white people here, they prefer the black more than the Asian.
Exactly. When they begin to have more experience, it also has to do experience.
It's unbelievable. So sometimes it's and you say Chinese.
I disagree with both of you.
But wait, let me.
You know what? I have seen a Chinese person that I said.
Let me, please now, cool down. Let me have my explanation.
Okay,
you do that to a law, and then when you cut, you just keep going and on. Cool down. He just gave you an example in certain area in Europe. Maybe the people now interacted with different race of people, and some of them have better experience with blacks, and maybe they have bad experience with the Asians, and they begin to form this reality in their head that okay, this black I prefer them, and I have more better time with them. So, and another example I wanted to give is when a black American is black, he goes to South Africa, they look up to him, they elevate him, right? They are black people. When a black person comes from Zimbabwe, they treat him bad. What do you call that? So the tribalism, the black Americans of one ethnic group, the Zimbabwe or the Nigerian from another ethnic group, but they are both black. But the black South African will treat the black American better than we treat the Zimbabwean. So what we're telling you is that this all has to do with human instinct. So it's the same. There's no difference. Racism, tribalism is just human acting on their natural instinct. And also their experience and their knowledge of who they're dealing with. So that's all it is, man. There's no difference. Go ahead.
I accept the knowledge of who they're dealing with, meaning what they see in maybe the TVs or what they heard, which is basically how the black people. It doesn't matter as long as you're black. The way we are being seen around the world was the fact that we were enslaved. And if you see like the American culture where they see us like we like chicken, we don't have brain, we're lazy. There's so many ways, and when you go to different countries, that maybe that comes up on maybe their TV, they see that, and automatically they believe that's who we are. Now I understand, like if you're saying why, everybody know like majority of Europeans, which they're basically white, they they're very powerful when it comes to like industrialization. Like a lot of things comes from them, so it's automatically that a lot of people in the world will see them as superior because they're able to come up with a lot of different technology, a lot of things, so they're respected that way. So now what I'm just saying is we can sugarcoat it how we want. It doesn't matter where you go. If it's not a black country, they still see us as the stereotype is there. They see us as inferior. Now I think that's exactly what do you call, what am I call it, the racism comes in. Because for example, if you go to your workplace, no matter what, your skin color already affects you, where even if you're good enough to do the job, they might not even consider you. They will consider someone that looks
That's
more
not
like,
true. If they
well,
have the knowledge that you're good
it,
enough for the job, they will hire you. Trust me.
okay.
They will hire you over.
I don't want to go into that, but it's
Let me
okay.
explain it to you.
I don't want to
I
like,
had that discussion
I
with.
don't
I had
want
to
to.
listen. I've debunked that discussion with many black people, especially black Americans in America a lot. This idea that you will show up and you they are proving you are proving they prove them and they know for a fact that you are way more productive than this next white guy next to you, and they will dump you and hire that white guy. First of all, that doesn't cohere with even common business
No,
logic.
that's not
Because
true, Mikey.
listen,
You can
bros,
believe
let me
what you
land
want
now.
to believe, but that's
Bros,
not true.
bros, 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 let me land. This is just common logic. People are hiring you because they want to make money. They need someone that's coming in to make money for them. Why would I, as an employer, hire someone that will make less money for me because is I like his skin color? It doesn't make any goddamn sense. I live in Texas for many years, one of the most racist states, and I've seen situations where the most racist KKK, I'm talking about a KKK man, employ me over his fellow white man because I definitely was the candidate that would make him money. I literally was someone that would save his company. Nobody, even me, I have a business. Bros, the first people I prefer to hire is my Nigerian or my fellow people. But guess what? When I want to hire, I'm looking for someone that make me money. I'm in business to make money. I'm not in business for all these sentimental crap. Companies don't give a shit. If
Right.
once you show up, once they know that this black guy can perform, and they look next at this white guy cannot perform as good as him, they hire you. They hire the black guy. They don't care. They may still not like. It doesn't mean they will like you. They still hate you, but they need you to make money for them.
Yeah. So I think I accept I accept what you said, that if you can perform on the job, definitely they will hire you. I mean, there's no reason for them to like say no to you, which is true. But what I'm saying is, this usually we just because it happened in my own world doesn't mean that that's what's accepted. That's what's being accepted all around. And I'm not trying to like blame anyone or pass blame on. That's why this type of topic is very crazy. It's not something that I actually like conversating about. But I accept what you're saying, but it's not something that is 100%. Like the way you're looking at it, I see it, and it is also like about job that you're doing, the type of job and the area. There's so many things that goes into that. So I know what you're saying, but it's not totally like true in a way. Because if it's true, then you will understand that there's a lot of things that a lot of things won't be the way they are in a way. So, but I the way I see it, I've seen stuff. I've seen happen in a way. I mean, even if if you're in a place of work, sometimes I'm not using myself as an example because I don't need to, but it's more like the way the stereotype is there in a way, like they would
Yeah,
try to
stereotype is real. There's no
throw
question
it.
about that.
Yeah, but stereotype is what result into racism, where you would think these people they're beneath you or they can't do stuff, so
If people
you
are
won't give
commonly
them
known for
that
certain
advantage.
behavior, it's natural that you'll be prejudged based on that behavior. It's natural. It's just natural. When you live in an environment when certain group of people tend to carry out certain behavior, you always suspect anyone from that particular group that come around you to likely be have that behavior. You know, so it's just natural. It's normal. It's normal. In Nigeria, when we know Igbos are typically a certain way, we know, okay, when Igbo people are around, you be cautious. When you realize Fulani and those a certain way, when they get around, start to watch them, be careful. It's the same in America. When you live in an environment where, okay, the blacks are just known to be too ratchet,
But
and
that's
that's a
not
fact.
true. What are you
It's
talking,
true.
Mike? That's
Maybe
not
it's
true.
changing now. How old are you,
No,
Riola?
no. It's never true. There's a
Bros.
reason, but there's a reason why that happened. So here, let me explain something. So after they end slavery, even though it was already ended, I think 1885 or something when it was ended, but they didn't get to like actually let them into society where they told them that they would give them land, all the land that was given to those people that were slave then were taken away back from them,
Well,
especially
we're
the people
talking about
that live in
today.
the south. No. I'm trying to explain something that when they allow them back into the
What are
system,
you trying to prove? What are you trying to prove
um,
now?
you just call some certain people that they're
I'm
ratchet. I'm
saying,
trying
I'm
to
not
tell
saying
you that.
all black people. I'm just saying when generally you turn on your TV, the people rapping about stupid things are blacks. The people that displayed ratchet behavior the most in publicly
Yeah,
are
but is it
blacks.
their
But
fault?
it doesn't
Wait, is
mean
it their fault?
who cares what I say
Is it
for or
their
not? I'm just saying whatever
Who
you do,
say that?
that's not the
What?
argument. The argument is
Wait.
not
You
whether
said you don't
how can
care,
you say
but
first of all, how
you're
can you say
still
it's not even
passing
their
the
fault?
blame on them. You
Bros,
say
how
you
can you say
don't
it's
care,
not your
but
fault
you're
how you
still
behave? What kind of logic is that? How can you say it's not your fault how you behave? The way you behave is your fault, my friend. Yeah, you can give excuses how you behave, but if you behave badly, so if you commit crime, I don't say it's not your fault. You go into jail, nobody cares why you
okay.
did
Let me give you
it.
example in Nigeria. Let's use that as an example. But some certain people have oil, but they mess up their place. So now, if those people decide to carry gun, or they should, because of the economic hardship that they have, they decide to act some certain way because people didn't give them the advantage of what they didn't allow them to be what they can be because they have some things that can make them be a good people in the society. So they act some certain way because they were pushed away from being those living up to what they can live, their standard or what they can live up to. So now you will now categorize those people that maybe they carry arms and start destroying the neighborhood, or maybe now they speak about that in their music, so they're bad, right? Because you guys didn't give them
So
that
let me explain. Let me
opportunity.
explain. I didn't say use the word bad. Let me explain. I didn't never say someone is bad. What I'm telling you is, okay, someone behave like this. Simply, that's what it is. Now, you give an example of saying, okay, they destroy some place environment, and then say some people that carry gun. And if the law of the land say you can't carry gun, then you're breaking the law. And if I say, yeah, that person broke the law, that's a factual statement. I'm not
The
saying
people that
I'm not.
took
My argument
the
is not whether it's
oil,
his fault or not. I don't care
so
whether
the
it's his
people
fault or
that
not.
took the oil without, like, they mess up the environment that they know is not ethical, they don't break the law, right?
Those are the which wait. If there's a law in the book that say don't spill oil here and they spill
Yes,
oil, then they
and
are
they
breaking the
did.
law.
Yeah, so and nothing was done about it, and the people carry guns. Yeah, and you feel like they're bad, right?
Dude, I'm not here to judge who's bad or good. I've never come here to say anyone is bad or good. Are you accusing me of saying someone? Did I ever say anyone is bad?
No. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying the behavior that their behavior is
Yeah, the
bad,
behavior is
right?
the behavior now.
Yeah,
They'll
but
be known as people that
that
carry
something
guns.
makes them act that way, right?
Yeah, everybody have reason to act the way they act.
Yeah, but my point is just that the economic empowerment was not given to people that looks like me. People, they're my people. We could have been well. We might actually have some family
But that's a
members and
different
that we don't
argument.
know.
Yeah, we get
But I'm
that.
just
I
saying
mean,
that those people, they don't allow them into the system. And even one thing, okay,
till today,
yes, man.
really.
do,
How
do
are
you
you
think?
allowing the system? How are
Do
you
you
able to get in the system?
do you think?
Wait. Let me even tackle this because this is one retarded. I just sit down with a lot of young black kids in
Don't
America.
say.
Wait. You got to change
Just
your
use
mentality.
the
Listen. Many black Americans are stuck in the past, especially youth, and it just frustrates me. They don't understand how they're setting themselves backward. They are setting themselves up to fail. That mentality that somebody is not allowing you into a system. You sit around your neighborhood, you want to move around there to go do anything, but you've concluded in your mind that they're not allowing me into the system. You haven't made any move. You're sitting around, whereas you see some blacks that are coming from Africa, Caribbean, they go making a move, they're finding their way into the system, becoming doctors, lawyer, engineer, succeeding. You sit in your neighborhood, not doing anything. Someone's telling you why you're not doing anything. You say, oh, these racism. You start telling me, oh, slavery, or they tell us Jim Crow. Dude, that era is gone. We're no longer in slave era. We're no longer in Jim Crow
Here's
era.
the thing.
Listen. There's nothing in America stopping you from trying to do anything you want to do in life.
Here's the problem that I have with people like us, that we
Like
move
who?
into a new system and we refuse to understand. And I
Dude.
understand because we refuse to like learn. Like there's no way
What is it that I
people like
don't know? Tell me.
yeah,
What is it?
yeah, there's a lot of things that you don't know from
Tell
the
me.
way you're talking. You know,
I
there's a
don't know
lot of
about
things.
slavery. I don't know about Jim Crow. I don't know about the systemic. I just broke it down to you. So what don't I know? You telling me I don't know? What are you talking about?
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, you want me to talk? I
Go
can.
ahead and talk. Go ahead and tell me what I don't know.
So here you're saying that. So for example, when you're growing up, people don't tell you that. Okay, how would I put it? People don't tell you, oh, this is how if you go into this neighborhood, this is how you do. If you see cop, or if you see a police, you already have a lot of things going against you. That's number one. That you have
What's
to make
going
sure
against you?
that
Be specific. Don't just say use all these buzzwords, man.
I
What is going against you?
I thought like you know these things. You just gave me Jim Crow, like I was
Well, that
thinking
was
you
back
already
then.
know.
That era is gone.
I already or you think it is? You know, like back in 2003 and 2001, that same thing still happened where there's a
Where in the Constitution
news.
is Jim Crow? Where in American law is Jim Crow?
That's not what I'm saying. You're saying, you know, like when they want to spite you, they have like news and everything around you just so they can spite you. You know those things. But what the point I'm trying to make is this: generation upon generation have went through trauma. They've went to. That's why you will see what do you call it? You know, like this black college and where during the segregation. And even though it was not built by the
Bro, you're
black
going into
leaders,
all these, bros. We are talking about today.
see,
Listen,
but
if you want to listen, if you want to advise, let me tell you something real. Listen. When you see, I don't know how old are you, man. I don't know how old you are.
How old are you? I'm 38.
Thank you. Please don't sit down with a 20-year-old and be telling him that hey, you are suffering from trauma.
Wait. How old are you?
No, this is what you need to tell a 20-year-old.
How old are you?
I'm about around your age range. But listen, my brother, listen to me. Listen. The problem is you sound very black American. You're one of those people with that mentality in black American.
No, I see. That's the thing.
My friend, listen.
To a system, you have
listen,
to understand.
I spend a lot of time with you.
Going to stereotype every single thing.
No. The problem is this: the grown blacks in the black neighborhood, when they sit down with the young ones, what they should be telling them is not this. That's not the way the world works. You understand? Life is not fair. You don't sit around and be telling them victim who they are, victim they are. It's not something is holding them. It's not their fault why they are thinking the way they're thinking. You have the ability to change your mentality. The mind, the brain is dynamic. You have the
it
ability
doesn't
to improve
work
yourself,
that.
elevate
It's
yourself.
not
So,
easy like that.
bro, let me talk now. Chill out.
It's not
Stop.
easy like that.
Stop. See that, and that's the problem. That's the problem. Life is not easy. Nothing in life is easy. The thing is, what conversation we're having with the young one is, hey, go pick up books and read books and develop your mind, elevate yourself, be a decent citizen, and have a dream, follow your dream. That's what you should be telling them. Don't be telling them about, oh, you're a victim, the white man is out to get you. Oh, look what happened in slavery.
Your point of view is wrong, man.
Generation of this, all that dumb shit, man. That's what holding these young children back. Because if you point out in their mind, they just be thinking they're victims. And a victim does not succeed. A victim does not win. You can't be a victim and succeed in life.
So you think that Africans that comes here, and a lot of times, like Africans, like you would do anything just because where you're coming from, you know that
it has nothing to do where you're coming from. It has to do with your.
No, that's not true, man. Where you're coming from, you already know that you don't have you don't have that. How would I put it? Like you can do anything. Like anything they
do you know what?
They bring to you, you are ready to do it. That's because you already have that inferior
Anything they bring to me? No, don't say that. Don't say anything they bring to me. I'm ready to do it. That's not true.
I just didn't want
to
see. That's how it is. Like we accept things that you wouldn't accept if you're in your country. You will accept it from anyone. And those people, these people that you're talking about, they feel like
they should stop feeling like that.
Let me land, man. They accept them into the system, so they believe that they should be of equal. So, but if you're not treating them of equal, and now the black people, because the Africans, because they feel inferior, they will come here and try to take the job that the African American, because they will be blaming them.
What job are you? What you talk? Which job is African doing? The black Americans are not doing.
That's how it is. Like we would take anything that they don't want to do, and they would degrade us. They would do all those.
Who's degrading us?
You will still take it. The job that those white they won't do, you would gladly do it. Even
bro. The conversation has nothing to do with job.
You accept it because you can't think better. The people that see themselves as that want to be of equal, that they don't want to accept them in the system as of equal, you will start blaming them.
First of all, there's no game system.
This is like 5 different generations that went through trauma, and you're telling me those trauma is not there. Like they would just all of a sudden they would just become accept about people degrading you. Like the way even like the just because we accept nonsense from them, we start calling them they're lazy.
Okay.
Because people want to be of equal, now they're lazy.
Okay, bros. First of all, let's get one thing straight. To do something in life, you don't have to go through white. You don't have to go through white people. You don't have to. You don't have to have white people in your mind trying to achieve anything you want to do. I've never had to. Wait. Second of all, there's no such thing as being of equal. The problem is you thinking about them. You're thinking, oh, whites, you have to go through white have to give you something for you to become anything in life. Oh, the white people, you have to go through them, you have to go back to them or something. No one is coming here buying to white people. That's one thing you need to get out of your mind.
How many companies do black people have in this country? Name how many?
Dude, bros, building your life is what we are talking about. We're not talking about Oriola, listen. To build your life, when I say, you know what I mean by building your life? To build your life, empower yourself. You don't necessarily need white people. You can do it yourself. You can build your life. I don't have to deal. I don't know why you people think, oh, white people have to build you. They have to make you.
That's not. It's you that you're thinking that way.
Okay, using the word equal. Okay, using the word equal, what do you mean? What do you mean by equal? What's that equal you're talking about?
Okay, for example, so let me give you how would I say this? Okay, for example, now, do you know that you can do the same job as the other man
Why
and
do you
not
keep talking about
pay?
job, man?
Just listen. Well, yeah, but you're just asking me that I should give you an example. That
Okay, go ahead.
and
Give
I'm
me
saying
an
to you
example.
that you can do a job as the other man and not get pay of equal.
What the hell are you talking?
And what am I? Isn't that true? That you can do the same job as the other man and not
Who's the
get
other
paid?
man? Who's the other man?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the other man. I'm just saying that you can do you can do a job as with the other man. Which
Are you saying a Nigerian that come here with documents that's legally here?
No.
Wait,
No, you didn't. Yeah, you don't understand what I mean.
Let me understand. Wait. You saying a Nigerian that has a document that's legally in America, we accept a job that paid him under the minimum wage, under the law?
Or like that's correct what you're saying, but I'm saying another thing that if it does, I'm not talking about illegal. If you're illegal in this country, you're illegal. I don't care. So that has nothing to do with me. I'm just talking about if I go to a job or I get hired for a job, this, and it's all known. Like you can look this up. That the other person, my coworker, our pay range might not be the same.
Yeah, it depends on the productivity and how you negotiate your pay. You have to negotiate your pay.
Right.
And that's one thing you guys need to understand. Listen, the white people don't have monopoly of
man.
job. They don't own jobs. Let's get it straight.
Guy,
you don't understand. Maybe you need to learn from me.
Yeah, I don't.
You don't understand how
what
world
I'm
works.
saying to
That's
you
the problem with a lot of you blacks in
you know
America.
the problem that
You think
Africans
white
have?
people have the monopoly of the job.
Yeah,
They own
the
the
problem
jobs.
that we
They own
African
it.
has is this: we don't try to integrate ourselves into the system.
Why would I want to integrate
understand
to
it
low
works.
mentality? Why would I want to?
No,
Why would I want
you're
to
not
adopt?
changing your mentality. It's
You want me to adopt
understanding
low
how things
mentality?
work.
No, and that's the beef.
If
with
me and
you,
you
bros.
if me and you, if a me and a white person, we want to buy a house or we want to buy something, the tax or the what is it, the percent, is it tax? The
What the hell
percent.
are you talking about, man? So you increase your tax? Is that what you're saying?
No, not the tax. I'm trying to make a point.
The interest rates. The interest rate.
The interest rate will not be the same. And you can see
not
also,
true, man.
No, wait, let's do it versus country as well. So Greece went into like economic turmoil. Like they still give them loan. Like if you look at the range, if you look at the interest rate that was given to them, compare it to African country that is doing well, and compare the interest rate that was given to them.
You negotiate your loan.
Please,
what about
you have stupidity that I can't negotiate? Then
the way you're talking, man. It seems like I don't think you have a
I
right
know what you are
kind of
saying.
what's
Trust me,
going
I've
on.
had this conversation,
Like,
bro.
you're thinking
Oriela, listen to me.
Okay, Oriela, let me check here, please, guys.
So
Oriela,
narrow.
so Oriela, hold on. Have you ever met a successful African American or black person in America?
They don't look at those kind of people.
And you
they
think
don't look at those ones.
and you think it's impossible for black Americans to succeed in America?
No one is saying that. I never said
That's what
that.
you're saying, man. What do you mean no one is saying that? That's what you've been saying all day. The white man will start. The white man.
You're
The
just
white man will
blaming. See, I never see.
You see the black American that succeed. The reason why he succeeds is because he wasn't thinking like those mumu that I thought you are describing here. You have to free your mind. You can't be. It's like you're talking like someone with a shackle on his mind.
What are you talking?
A white man out there is going to get me. You're talking about equal. I'm not equal. What do you mean you're not equal to a white man? You're a human being like him. You play. You go out there and play.
Yeah. Wait. That's the thing. You pick and choose what you want to hold on to. I never even said anything that you just said. I didn't even
you were
say
talking about
that
equal.
I'm not equal to them. I'm saying
you already seen yourself as a lower human than another white person walking down the street.
That's why the thing is, you see this conversation is more like when you have to understand what's going on. Like,
what's going on? I don't know. Tell me.
No, exactly. There's a lot that is going on that you don't know.
It's fallacy. You guys just believe in your head as going on. It's not going on. It's like all these things is illusion.
That's
I'm living in a black neighborhood. I've had this conversation a million times.
Wait,
they
that's
sit
the
in the
reason
neighborhood and they have this illusion that there's something out there.
And I can tell that you're very naive in the information that you have, like the knowledge when it comes to this topic, like the naiveness, like for you to be saying that, oh, why do people care like that? Why do, like, generation has been suppressed, and you think that overnight they would just out of the box, they would just think like the thinking would just be different. Like
it can be different. If people like you start telling them, repeating the bullshit to them, it would. Do you know why? Do you know why that mentality is being passed down from generation to generation? It's because the uncle will start telling the young one at the young age, oh, black folks don't do that.
They not stop it, man.
And that's what I'm telling you. Or you start telling the young black boy that, hey, white man's gonna get you. The white man is system.
Nobody.
So you already point that stupid thing in their mind. By the time they'll start to have that reality in their mind, the illusion in their mind.
Wait, the reason why you don't think that way is because
my preaching is you should stop making young people think that way. That's why I actually and I advise you stop talking to the young ones like this.
Thinking that way.
A lot of them are thinking like that because the older ones like you keep pointing out stuff in their head.
No, it's you that you don't understand what's going on. There's no way anybody's going to make that. It's the reality that they live through. Even
it's not reality, it's an illusion.
It's reality. I don't know if you have kids yet, but once you have kids or you already have one or two, you will realize. Just wait.
My kids are already ahead of all the white kids in their class.
And I would love if you. Because a lot of Africans,
you have to teach your kids confidence. You don't teach them that they are black. You teach them confidence. Like, listen.
Yeah, but the school is not teaching them that. That's what I'm saying. You lack the knowledge of what you're talking about.
So it's the school that's teaching the white kids that they have to be confident.
Wait until your kid go to school. And I would love that you actually follow.
My kids are in school. They are on top. They are kicking ass, man.
Because just follow up with your kids. Follow up with them and ask them what they're going through at school, so they can explain to you, because
the
mentality
confident
that you have is what majority of African people have, and we have this thing where we just feel like just because
is it a bad mentality?
It's a bad mentality because we just
really, and that's why we are succeeding, right? That's why we are succeeding.
We're succeeding. Where are you succeeding? And so you're succeeding. What innovation have you come up with? What innovation have you come up with? You're succeeding, right? I'm not saying we are in your brain that you have to be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer. It's still in your brain. That colonization that you have to make yourself. You can't create anything. We
should be drug dealers and rappers.
You have to work. You have to work for those companies that do stuff. Like you can't.
I have my own company today, though.
What company? Please,
I have my own. Do you want me to hire you? Do you want a job?
What innovation do you come up? Well, you can hire, but what's wrong with your country,
bro? Man, listen.
What's wrong with your country? What's wrong with your country? You can't even innovate anything. You can't.
We all agree on that.
See, you can't do anything without the white man at you, above you. You can't do anything.
An individual. Me?
What individual? When you
do you know my employees are?
Team,
do you know
I hire what? As a team, you're talking about individual. What individual? You can't do anything. We're so brainless. We can't come up with any idea. We lack everything.
You're shifting the topic. Listen.
Still the same thing. Because colonization already ruined our brain. That's why someone will be telling me here that some people they talk about they talk about stuff when the generation already went through turmoil. What they can see is that like economic empowerment is not there for them. The government literally segregate them away from economic empowerment. They literally, I mean, they can't just buy a house where they want to buy it. They have to.
What we are telling you, that's what we're trying to tell you.
Hold on, 1 second, please, guys. I dare.
So mad about it. You're telling me we should accept it.
I dare advice.
Our home is even ratchet than their home.
I'm enjoying your guys' conversation. I just had a quick interjection. Aurelia, do you think there are free black people in the world capable of thinking and doing things themselves?
Yeah, are you free? You there, you're talking. Can
Yes.
you think on your own?
What the heck are you talking about? We've been expressing it to you all day that we are different. We actually know that we are actually free. We free ourselves.
We do.
Yeah,
We
I'm
do.
free.
You are
Aurelia,
okay. Your hair.
Aurelia,
Wait.
hold on, hold on. Listen,
Your
you put the
oil.
question to me.
Are you the one
Okay,
drilling
let
your
him answer
oil?
your question, Aurelia. You asked
The
me if it's
oil in
free.
your country. Are you the one drilling it?
It's not my
Is it
own.
not done for you?
You're talking about country. You're talking about individual. We're talking about my own personal life. That's what I'm talking
Well,
about.
whatever happened to
Forget,
us as a
listen,
group, whatever happened
forget
to us
that
as
group
a
shit.
group
And
will
that's the problem.
affect us as individuals as well. Whatever happened to us as a group is what happened to us as individuals.
No, it doesn't. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. One
Okay,
person.
okay.
Wait,
When I wake up,
how
okay,
do they say
tell
this
me.
in Yoruba? In your culture, what does that make? What sense does that even
My
make?
friend, we are having a conversation about individual building himself as a human being. Please tell me how a white man can stop me from building myself as a human being.
Nobody says that, please. I never said that.
That's what life is all about. It's about building. Listen,
I'm
life
just
is
saying
about
that
building. Wait,
the opportunity is not there for you. There's roadblock
there's
for
no
you.
opportunity. So how am I making it then? Okay, why is the roadblock stopping me from doing what I want to do with my life?
Yeah, you can do what you want to want. Yeah,
exactly. I'm free. Thank you.
Yeah, anybody can do whatever they want.
Anybody can block you.
But
Anybody can block anybody. Your own fellow black can block you too. Someone that having.
Yes, I agree with you. But the only problem that I have with what you're saying is the fact that people that they're not doing things that you were doing or doesn't have the advantage to be able to do what you're doing. Don't just like put them away. Like they talk about drugs. Do you know what made that happen for those things? Do you know what people go through in the school system? Do you know what people go through in the work system? Just because it doesn't happen to you,
And Aurelia, and you think this only
you're
happens
just like
to black people? Or you think this only happens to black people, right?
No,
There's only black people that struggle in life.
But it's worse with black people.
It's worse with black people. But see, the conclusion of the matter is that you think white people are superior whilst black are inferior. That's what you think. That's your conclusion to the matter.
See, you guys are not listening. So, for example, let's say the reverse is the case. Listen, let's say the reverse is the case where Nigeria, we have like millions of black people, and there's minute, and they actually went through war, like the slavery, the colonization. It will be the same way. It's just backward, because what I'm just saying to you now is, it's not like those people that you're saying they're lazy or they don't want to empower themselves. It's not like they don't want to. I'm just saying, like, the trauma that they've been through.
If you're not doing something, that means you don't want to.
And you have to accept that.
Aurelia, have you studied the history of the Jewish people from way back? I mean, there's slavery, there's struggle.
Come on, man. And
what you say?
You know, like, they're white, and they actually give them reparation, or what they call it. They give them that. How come
we're not talking about that? Have you studied the history?
It's the same thing, because you're saying that they went through so much stuff and they're still able to put themselves together. But they give them reparation. They give them money.
So okay, fine. So if they give black people reparation, if they give hold on.
Learn about ourselves.
Hold on. Now, so if they give black people reparation in America, that all their problems will be solved, correct?
Oh, man. Like, I don't like when people don't
just answer the question, man. Don't stop moving.
No. Because the question you're asking is a setup, and it doesn't make sense.
You brought it up. I was trying to make a point that also that the Jewish people also over the years from the Middle East to Europe and everywhere, even in America, they went through discrimination, suffering, and all these kind of things also. But I don't want to accept your narrative that it's impossible for black people.
Wait.
Hold on.
They have discrimination in America.
Yes, sir.
How?
You have to go back in American history. I mean, it's
No,
not
no,
even
no,
that
no.
far.
They don't.
I'm
They
talking about.
actually
I'm talking about
don't.
in the 60s, 50s, and even
Yes,
the
they don't.
70s.
They don't.
Okay, that is fine. But
They
What
took
you are
out black
talking
Jews,
about
man.
will be the what happened in the World War II. But
no, no,
they
no.
actually
I'm talking
Jews are
about
no
no.
black.
I'm talking about discrimination. I'm not talking about the Holocaust. I'm talking about discrimination
so
here in
who
America.
discriminate against them? Who discriminate
The
against them?
the white people discriminate against the Jewish people, just like they discriminate against the Italians and the Irish people. They were white. They get you don't know this history, so don't
No,
make the
no, no, no,
argument.
no. I know what you're saying, but what you're saying is not even correct. That's what I'm saying. You said they discriminate. So you're saying that Europeans are discriminating against themselves because
Yes,
they're
sir.
liberating
Yes,
different ethnicity. Yeah,
yes,
that could go ahead.
yes. Yes,
Yeah, so
you can call you can call that tribalism if you want to. Just like an Igbo man or Yoruba person are always supposed to discriminate against the other ethnic
Exactly.
group. So
no, no,
at the
no.
end of the day,
That
hold
one
on.
is different.
We
You can look at
discriminate
it
against
that
each
way,
other in
but
Africa,
like the
dude.
way
It's
you're
human.
looking
Yes,
at it.
It's the war. It's life.
it's life.
You
Yeah.
gotta go. You gotta go out there and fight and win. That's what life is about. It's not about sitting around complaining. Someone is discriminating against me. Okay, I'm gonna sit back here. I won't do anything. And someone like, guy, why you not picking yourself up? You be like, oh, because someone is discriminating against me. No, that's a stupid. You're a
Yeah,
man like
but who
another man.
says that? Whoever says that?
That's exactly what you've been sounding like. And I have that
I
conversation with
like the fact that you
many
said I sound
bros,
like that,
bros,
but that's not what I
bros.
was saying.
You know, you sit down, they'll say pick yourself up, like you don't understand. I'm dealing with trauma from ages. They used
Oh
to
man.
were slaves, Jim Crow. Bro, pick yourself up. Go out there. You can't say one man, a man like you, a white man like you, because he exists. You believe because of him, you can't do anything. Go do things. Go and fight.
What are we to say
Your
about all this?
mindset.
Hold on.
See,
What are we
this
supposed
your
to say about this?
mindset,
All the
man.
successful
I
black
can't
people. Hold
stand
on.
it.
Exactly.
What are we to say about all the successful black people, black African Americans in this country? Do you think all of them are poor and backwards and they think the way you think they are? Are you not being like very belittling of these people as a group?
Please, the reason why we don't produce more of those is because people are suppressing the minds of those young ones that are supposed to grow up and become successful like all of those successful ones, because they're suppressing their mind with this victimhood preaching. I mean, it's not good, man.
Yes,
It's not good at all.
Wait,
and
so
Real, I'm gonna let you continue. Allow me like a few seconds, and I'd like you to think about this. If you were to group black people around the world, for example, let's say in Africa, we Africans are like one tribe. The blacks in Caribbean are one tribe. The blacks in Europe are one tribe, and the blacks in America are one tribe. If you were to categorize them as such, I'm telling you today that just like you perhaps know that African Americans are the most successful black tribe in the world. Do you accept that? Yes or no?
I don't know. There has to be a stats that actually say that. I don't I don't think
The
so.
inventor, the only
I
group of
don't think so.
people,
I
it
actually
is
don't
true,
think
but
that's correct.
see, the
That's
people
not
that
correct.
invented the most things that are black in this world are African Americans. Okay, the most successful group of people in this world are African Americans.
Okay, wait. They invented stuff,
Everything,
but do they own
everything.
any of those things that they invented? Because I don't understand what you're saying. You said yes, they invent a lot of stuff, but do they
Yes.
own them?
What does it matter? We're just talking
Oh
about.
my God! What are you saying,
Hold
guys? What
on.
are you
We just
saying?
yes,
Oh
yes.
man,
By the way,
I'm getting annoyed
many
with
of them
you,
own
man.
their patents.
The hell
Many of them
you
own their
saying?
patents. Many of them own their patent. Just like hold on, the stealing of patent is nothing new. Even white people. I think there's a movie that came out not too long ago. This with the white person that invented the intermittent wiper that worked at Ford Motor Company back in the days. They made a movie about him. I think this guy did a movie. Greg Kernier is his name. They stole the patent or they refused to give him
That's
the
not
patent.
how it works. If you work for a company,
No. Well, they said
see,
it. Well,
listen,
they said
listen.
it.
What you
I don't know
just
the
said now
detail.
is not correct.
Hold on. Let's not get to the minutia of that. I'm just saying that because
Yeah, but
eventually.
I'm just saying you know that what you just said is not correct, because if you work for a company and you get a patent, that belongs to the company. It doesn't belong to you.
But
So I don't understand what
the
you're saying.
conclusion of the matter, they awarded the guy a bunch of stuff, and I think they gave him his patent or whatever. I don't want to get to that detail. But my point here
You
is
can
that
get into it because you're saying everything you were saying about them now is not
no,
correct.
I was just saying think that this stealing of patent is not unique to black people. They steal patent from people all the time. Even I heard about Edison. It may not be the person that actually invented the light bulb or whatever. That he stole it from somebody else, or maybe a black person or white person. See, that's not the point here. The point here is that if just like I explained, if you were to group all these black people around the world, the African American again, they top the list in everything that has to do with black people. But here you are in America, always talking as if the rest of the
They
African
didn't
American
top
in this
the list.
country they don't have the opportunity, or they
Nobody
are the
is
worst.
saying that.
You are
Nobody is
saying
saying
that.
that.
You are the
There's
one saying that.
always
They have trauma.
listen.
They have trauma. They have
It's because
discrimination.
you're
They
not
have
listen. See, even during slavery, there are blacks that they're doing great. Like
okay.
there's
And
always there will be you just like any society, there's always going to be the rich, and there will be those in the middle, and there will be the poor one
I
that
agree.
they can get to that point. What my point here, the only thing I'm saying is the fact that understand people's story before you actually accuse them that they can become better than what they already are. So don't just like the way we see things, like it's more like us that even Africans that will come here and do anything, like they can call them goats and they will accept it. Now blaming people that want to be of equal, and that's what I'm just saying, that we have to understand the story very well before we start passing blame. Because exactly the talking point that you guys are making, if you go to Fox News or you listen to some crazy white people, that's the talking point. That's exactly what they say.
What is it? What is the
That's
talking point?
whatever Mike has been saying. That's not a good thing for us. Like
No, all I be hearing say is that it was actually talking about the empowerment of black people in this country. That they don't need the white people necessarily to be
nobody
successful.
says they need them.
So what is your then? So it's kind of confusing right now, I guess. So in other words, the black people in this country, they've gone through a lot, just like a different groups of people around the world. There's nothing wrong with these black people, and I just told you that.
What they went through. See,
everyone in the world has
what they
gone through
went
something.
through.
The world is not easy.
They've gone through, but they are the best in the. They are the best in the
What
world.
they
They
go
are
through,
the
we can
best in the
went through
world.
that.
Huh?
What those people, the generation that you now have, like the blacks, because they're us, what they went through, us in Africa, we haven't go through what. If we actually know what they went through,
This guy's serious.
we will actually be
Okay, who's going through more today? Who's going through more today?
going through more in a way.
More. Yeah.
It's because us over there we can't think for like colonizers
All right,
already
that's
bring
not
our
what I ask you. I'm saying, who's going through more hell today? Who's going through more obstacles today?
What obstacle? Well, we explain. I don't understand what you mean. Like how?
Okay, let me explain it. A child growing up in Africa and a child growing up in America, who's going through more obstacles in life?
Go through. I believe, man.
Come on, man. That's a simple answer now. You know,
it's not a simple answer. It's not a simple answer.
It's a simple answer. If you're born in America, you're born in a silver spoon.
What you're literally saying is this.
Listen. No, it's a simple answer. When you are born in America, you are born with all basic need of life. Your welfare is taken care of. Your free education is there. The tools to become anything in life, it's all in place for you.
What free education?
Listen, you born in America.
Education. Tell me what free education.
K-12.
K-12.
Okay, and
if you're born in Africa,
wait. That's K-12. So you can go to the. How many of those go to Ivy League school? Tell me.
What does it matter? What does it matter? What do you have to?
Man. That's why I say like the mentality that Africans have.
How many percentage of white go to Ivy League school? How many percentage of white and other race go to Ivy League school?
Good question, actually. Good question. What percentage?
They have the highest percentage. I don't have it.
No, what percentage of population will end up in Ivy League school?
The white people has the highest percentage in Ivy League school.
That's
That
not what we're
actually
asking.
see that
What
Ivy League
percentage?
go
you know
there.
what? I
Wait,
think Asians actually do.
no, that's not
Actually,
true. That's not true.
okay, you may be
It
right, but
doesn't
that's
even
fine.
matter. Like,
That's
what
not true.
percentage of human beings will end up in Ivy League school? Dude, you're
Human being.
like,
What is this guy saying? Majority of people that in
No,
the worst rates in your government, they all went to Ivy League school, my man. What are you
which
talking about?
government?
Majority
You know what
of
you're
the people
talking
that
about.
work in Silicon Valley, they all went to Ivy League school.
It's a
Majority of
lie.
your Fortune 100, they all
so
went
if you
to Ivy
don't go
League
to
school. What
Ivy
are
League
you
school,
saying?
if you don't go to
You
Ivy League
can't make
school,
it in life.
you're not going to successful in this
You
country or in the
listen
world.
to
You can, but you're not like the top, man. What are you talking about?
But
Get out
no,
of
if
here,
you're not
yo.
successful, you end up
I
in Ivy
think
League
you
That's
school.
always
what I'm saying.
argue.
That
Africans,
way,
we
You
just
always argue the
that's what we
mundane.
do.
That's such a relevant point. That's such an irrelevant point. Going
Oh,
to Ivy
sure,
League
it
school.
is. It is.
What does that have
Go
to do
to
with
public
anything?
school and see if your kid will have the high rate of going into maybe Yale, Columbia, the Ivy League school.
you don't even have to go to Ivy League school. You don't have to go to like
Yeah, because
even.
you settle for less. That's who you are. You are Africans. That's what we do. We settle for less. And you don't
This
think
guy,
someone
man.
you feel like they're superior to you. Exactly. A great example. You see,
What the hell
you
is this
just
guy
back
talking
yourself to
about?
the corner. You back yourself to the corner now. See? You
This
don't
guy,
even
So
have to go to Ivy League school.
all the doctors that
See?
all the Nigerian doctors that went to school in Nigeria and they didn't go to Ivy League school, they are the bottom. They settle for less. Is that what you're saying?
And how many of them? See, let's even go into that. How many of them? Because I always hear, oh, brain drain, brain drain. How many of your doctor work? How many of them like they work as high and they're getting paid what they need to get paid? They're not just getting used. Like they work
you are diverting,
tirelessly,
man. You
and you
know,
will see their
bros.
counterparts. Most of them all they can do is night shifts. They can't even work like regular hours because all their counterparts wouldn't allow them. What are you talking?
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, what
That's
do you
not
know in
true.
the system? Me, I'm in the medical field now. What are you talking about? I know these things. Well,
But yeah, I don't say don't know,
you're
but
African, man. We
so
accept
all
we
Africans
accept
only
dirt.
work night
We
shift in
accept dirt.
America.
We just talk. We don't know stuff. That we need to integrate ourselves into the system to understand how things work.
No, no,
Communicate.
no, no. See,
Your
here's the
Wall
thing.
Street, you don't
Hold on,
belong
hold on,
there.
hold on. See,
Majority of
Oriela, what you're saying is like a lot of things that you're saying are actually true. But here's the better question: what is the percentage of what you're saying that's of reality or of the total? What you're saying is true. Maybe 5%, maybe 10%. What about the 90% of the things that you're saying that you don't capture in your analysis?
wait,
What are you talking
what is
about?
not? Tell me what's not true. That's what I want you to just say. Because I just asked you
No,
now.
not
You
like it's
said
not
that,
true. Listen, not like it's not
you're
true.
settled for life.
You are not capturing it in your analysis, in your talking points.
Where
Oh,
what?
oh, oh,
I'm
oh,
not.
oh,
What am I not
how can
capturing?
you make a statement that black doctors or Nigerian doctors only work night shift? What does that mean?
Majority.
What is
How's it
Go
possible?
90%?
ask them.
90%?
Go
90%?
ask them. Go ask them.
Okay, tomorrow I'm gonna
You
ask
don't ask
Babati and Sinbad or whatever. I'll ask them
millions of
because
them.
they work in the industry. So, but I don't believe what you're saying.
I
That's
said,
not
don't
just
ask
true.
all
You
of
don't
them.
have to. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to. Just go ahead and do
So,
your
are
research.
you saying 90% of Nigerian doctors work in night shift?
I
That's what
don't
you're saying.
know. What I'm saying to you is majority of them, they will if they're willing to explain to you what they go through in the system, they will let you know how it works. It's not just
The
that. For
racism, right?
everything. What are you talking
They go
about?
through racism, right?
See, that doesn't mean that 100% of them or 90% of them. It means that few of them might not see these things, but a lot of them, oh man, just because I live good, I have a good life, does not mean my next man is living the same way I'm living
That
or
is
is
true.
like that. But because you live that life, now you now think everybody, like I used to make that mistake, especially even in Nigeria. I will make that mistake like we have all this natural stuff. We are good. I always try to classify everybody. I will look things in my own lens. And it's not good because everybody's not like that. So I what I'm just saying is everything you're saying, some of it is correct. You're always going to have people that will stick to one mentality and they don't want to change it. But that doesn't mean that it's like that for everyone. And a lot of people will go through things. In Nigeria, don't we have the rich and the poor? And the people that they in that poor neighborhood, they will have children, and the children will grow up and also have children in that neighborhood. Is it that they don't want to live there? It's because it's already the generation is tough for them to break that trend. And you can't just say that.
See, I think a lot of things that you're saying are skewed. Do you know? Do you know? Do you think all white people in America go on vacation? Do you think all white people in America are rich?
Man.
Huh?
The way you look at, no, I don't, and I'm not saying everybody. My stuff is not implying to everyone. I'm just saying that the high percentage of them, they get it good, while a lot of other the lower percentage didn't get it that good. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying. So I'm not saying.
Don't you think all this have to do with upbringing?
There's a lot of things. Yeah, there's a lot of things that do with upbringing now. So
A father and mother are telling
that,
a child to work hard and put in work and inspiring him to become great.
Even in college. So, for
Don't you
example,
think blacks should be doing the same thing instead of telling their kids, like, "Hey, son, the white man will stop
the way
you. The
this
white
guy is
man
looking at
system,
it, man,
system."
this guy, your mentality is like it's
For
crazy.
them, so I should adopt their own mentality, right?
It's the same thing as every other
Because Daddy,
African friend I've
you know
met.
what's funny? I would sit down with I would sit down with those blacks, right? They have very low mentality and they be complaining about my own mentality. I'm freaking more successful than you, and you're complaining about my mentality.
Yeah,
Like,
because you're.
are you kidding me?
Wait.
No,
I
you
don't
should be
think
telling me
listen,
my
I don't
mentality.
think they're
If I'm sitting
complaining.
down with somebody that's way more successful than I am, I won't complain about his mentality. In fact, I want to learn. I want to adopt this mentality so I can be as great as him.
Sure,
I'll be sitting with some broke ass I'll be seeing some dusty broke ass dude in the hood. There's got nothing going on, and he be telling me that my mentality is wrong.
Majority of Africans that are living through colonization, even though they left
No, get
Africa,
out of
they
here, man.
still
It has
have
not to do with colonization. My mentality has not to do with colonization. Listen, my mentality has nothing to do with colonization.
It does.
No.
Listening to you, 100%, it does.
Colonization is the reason why I'm telling you, you need to pull up and say, work hard in life and succeed. That's colonization. That's colonial mentality. Really?
No, that is good, but you're judging.
No, tell me which part of what I've
I can
expressed
do it.
is a colonial mentality.
Wait,
Tell me.
what you're judging is this. I can do it. I'm successful. I'm able to do these things. I
That's
came
colonial
from
mentality.
no, listen. I said the way you're judging it is like this. Me, I can do it. I'm able to like come from nothing, come here and struggle, take whatever comes that faces me. How come you can do the same? Why? Just pull yourself together. But here's the thing.
Yeah,
you don't
excuses.
understand what they might have went through. You don't understand that.
Bro, you're copying. Excuses. That's what you're doing. Excuses.
All right.
Once I know you can do something, you're not doing it. You can't give me any excuse. Just tell me I need to start doing it too. Don't tell me no, you don't know what I went through. No, no one gives a shit what you went through. Start doing it. That's what we're telling you.
So if that okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. So whose job or responsibility would it be to get them, the black people, of course, out of the state in which they are, that you claim they are in? Still wait for the white man to do it?
Man. See, I think that this conversation that we have, like, maybe we should just listen over again, just so you can understand. Like, I'm not even saying that. I'm not talking about the solution now. All I'm talking about is you have to, before you move forward, you have to understand, like, the history behind something. If I'm doing something wrong, there's always a reason why I'm doing that. Now, I might want to tell you that get yourself together. Don't worry about that. I try to talk to you to make sure that you can look forward and leave those things. You can do that. But I'm just saying that we have to understand that there's a reason, instead of us just like challengely just think that
I can do it. How come you can? Why do you have to wait for someone to do this for you and stuff? I just feel like that's not the way we should look at it. It's more like we don't understand what has been done or what they went through that's
No,
making them.
say
And the thing is,
okay.
what
So hold on. During slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, during all this period, black people in America, they succeeded, they invented, they were creative, they did great things. They
yeah,
went to school, they went to Ivy League school.
yeah.
Okay, so how come?
Wait. You said Ivy League school. They didn't went to
Yes,
go Ivy.
no,
So
yes, yes, some did, some
no,
went to Ivy League school.
during slavery and during segregation, that you can't go to other. You can only go to black school that looks just like that they created for you. You can't go to other schools. What do you mean?
No, yes, you can go. There's
No,
some
you
went to.
cannot.
It's not,
You have to read about segregation. Even Jim Crow, like they can't live in a neighborhood that because they put them in a neighborhood that they don't even the government is not all like the electricity, the all of those
many of
things.
the inventions that African Americans invented in this country were
Oh
under
my God.
discrimination and Jim Crow. Even some
They
perhaps
were
under
more
slavery.
productive under Jim Crow than they are today. And we're telling this guy that, yo, they need to step up. And he's telling us that, oh, they can't step up because they went through Jim Crow
I
and
never
slavery.
said they can. That's see
But
That's
you,
now.
what
but you
what
keep
he's
making
starting
excuses
us
for
about.
them.
I'm not saying they can't do anything. I'm just saying that you have to understand what people went through. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they
So
can't
who
step up.
doesn't know what they went through? Why are you telling me? I already
Yeah,
told
but
you
you
we know that. We
talking
know what they went
you
through.
you make it look like it's nothing. That's how you make it feel. And I mean,
No,
imagine,
no,
okay,
no, no.
how come
What I'm
Africa
telling
never
you
get
is,
their act
it's
together?
nothing.
How
It
come
has
Africa
nothing
didn't
to
get their
do,
act together? I
bros,
mean,
bros,
they shouldn't look at what they went through.
bros. If there's a fire burning around you, right? And I'm telling you that you need to get out of there. Just get out of there. Don't start giving me excuses why you don't want to get out of there. That's what we're telling you. We're telling you, bros, do things, step up, do things this way. And you sitting out telling me you don't understand. What the fuck? Just do it, man. Is it rocket science to do it? Oh my God, man. When they
The way
say do things, just do it.
there's a saying, realize, what you surround yourself with will draw you closer and deeper into it. Just like Mike is saying, why do we dwell on things that's not going to help us? Why don't we
Okay.
talk about the things that's going to help them? And they have plenty of example of not white people, but black people, African Americans that they can look up to that have done great things in this country.
Okay, so
Why you keep making excuses for them to always
I'm not
think back
making
in their past?
excuse. I'm not making excuse. Okay, let me give you an example. So let's say Mr. A has a kid. He just give birth to a kid. So the kid turned maybe like the normal age that you start grade one, first grade is 5. So let's say it's time for the kids to start going to school. Maybe let's call the kid name um little A. So little A doesn't know anything about life. He has not witnessed anything derogatory to him. He's always he knows he see life colorful, bright. Yeah, he began school now. School would School would start shaping. It's not like I'm definitely sure. I don't think this is more like deliberately, or it could be, I don't know. Now you don't know anything about life. You see yourself as a greater person. Now at school, they start doing history. I'm sure, what would they call it now? Maybe like social study. They start teaching them about what has happened in the past. The school will let you know, you look like this, you're not the same as this person. You see, just listen. And because kids always react to what they hear. So now, part of the lecture, they start letting them know that in the past, these people this how they reached this country. In the past,
they went through Jim Crow, they were enslaved, they're nobody, they don't. Now you started to shape that person's mind as a baby, that okay, this is what the generation before me went through. They start using like the N word and all of that. And with kids, they don't know better. They start, the people that see their own people as the superior, that's taking the other people as the other, the little one. They start toying with that type of derogatory words. Now, the other Miss little A started feeling somehow. Like, why? Little A probably will want to fight the other one that felt superior. That's number one. Now, another thing with the system, the school system, is more like they don't see, like, do you know, like that the hairstyle that they normally do, what they call it, maybe that you can braid your hair as black, because they don't see, they see your hair snappy. Like there's a lot of things that go against like how you can do your hair and stuff. So they start letting you know those things. Now those kids' mind has begin to be shaped. And the thing that some of us do is that we fail to question our kids on what's going on a daily basis. That, oh, are you okay? What do you learn today? How is this? So imagine someone is going through that. And you have to remember the way they learn in this part of the world, they don't only learn just verbally, they learn with video as well. So they're showing them how they're people that look like little A, they're people only steal, they loot, they destroy things, they don't listen to the government. Police usually get them arrested and stuff. You start shaping the little A's mind. Let's say eventually, let's say even the type of environment that little A comes from, because the neighborhood is ghetto. It's not like a very nice neighborhood. It started like, that's where it started. And neighborhoods like that, you probably see people that maybe through trauma or through, maybe they lose their work or something happens to them, they turn to drug for their life. So that thing is watching those things. Those things started affecting the little kid. Now, you have to remember, not a lot of people, especially Africans, went through those things where you are at school, they're already telling you that this is what our past went through. They don't see them as the same as this other thing. So you see how like your life has started to be, they started shaping your life in front of you. So that's why I'm saying that there's a lot of things to this that we're not seeing. And if you have kids, you have to be mindful as a parent as well. Because the first thing that you guys said was, one of the things that you guys said was, K, pre-K to grade 12th grade is free. But it's free, but there's a lot of things that will shape your kid along the way. And those things, now that's, is not to say that every kid will fall for this. If you have good parental system around you, yeah, you will not fall for it. I'm just saying that we have to look, there's so many things that guide people in life that will shape them to be. Now, you that you're coming from, you didn't went through that. A majority of us don't even know about slavery. We know about slavery, but we didn't know how bad it was, like how crazy and derogatory it was. So that confidence is still in us, that nobody can take me for granted. Like I can stand up to anyone. Compare that to a kid that already went through, has seen, for as a young kid, they've called him different terms. He has to like self-defense himself from people that were calling him different names.
The most confident people that I know are African Americans.
Yes, man. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay, so and most of the things you're describing that happens in school, I mean, are you talking about what about blacks that go to all black schools? Do they experience the same kind of discrimination describing or trauma induced words that you're talking about?
Yeah, and I feel in life, have you actually meet those people? But because those people, they actually do great in work. They actually do great because what they're learning is not skewed to one particular area. Like they get to see, even though those things they learn about, because majority of when you say black school would mean like maybe when you get to college. I mean, unless in your
No,
neighborhood,
like
let's
high school, black
yeah,
school, the
in
black
your
neighborhood.
neighborhood too. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, the majority of those as well, like they, as long as I think is or depend on how you will look at it, because majority of those schools, if it's not a private school, if it's more like a government school, they still follow the curriculum for the city always, every district have their own curriculum, so they still follow that. So even if it might just be a black school in a black neighborhood, but they still learn some certain things because they still learn those type of things, and they would have it in mind, even though if they not going, of course eventually in life they will still go through it, but they will have it in mind that this is what happened to them. I just feel like because we're much older and we know better, and we don't know that those things usually affect kids, and as a kid you would see those things affect you. And even the even if you live in a black neighborhood, the people that are more, that's where like the success will come to play, because people that are more successful, that their parents have more money and stuff, those kids sometimes will look down on the people that don't have much. So there's so many things, there's so many factors. So it's not just the fact that, but I'm just saying that you saying they should just get over a little trauma. I'm just saying these things started when you're little, like you go to school, you think it's just normal, but you're learning about those things that eventually in life you'll be faced with it, and it kind of shapes your life. That's that's why you will see like some like African family, they'll come here, they will be successful, but they will have kids, and their kids they would turn out to be like me. Not all of them, because a lot of people, like the strong hunt that they went through, they try to make their kid go through that same thing. But some people, their kids would just like unable to, but because some family, they don't really pay attention, they don't know like what those kids have been going through at early age. I mean, I have like siblings like this. There, they had to change schools to private school just so they don't go through those such things, because it does happen. So I'm just saying there's a lot of things we just don't go
What you're
ahead and
describing,
just be
what you're
talking down on
describing,
people.
no, it's not about talking down people. What you're describing happens in Nigeria also. In fact, it happens in all society or all race of people in America and around the world. It's not unique. So the point here is that what you describe is not really unique to black people or African Americans. It's not. And
So
you know,
slavery is not unique to black people.
of course it's not. You know that. Are you kidding me?
I know that slavery,
Okay.
but was it taught in school? That's other. I mean, the only one that you will, if your kid go to school in this country, the only one you will know is that one. Unless maybe if you now take world history, and I think that world history, you have to get to
So
high school
are
to
you
know.
are you say you prefer that you remove slavery, the teaching of slavery out of the school curriculum? Is that
Man,
what you're
I'm
saying?
just see. We need to know about history. I'm
Okay.
just saying that
Okay.
some of the things that shape mind and affect kids. I'm just letting you know. See, I'm not here to pass judgment. I don't pass judgment. I don't.
I'm not here to make. I'm just trying to let you guys know that the way Africans look like, because they don't understand, and that
Okay,
needs to
let's see.
be. We shouldn't. We shouldn't. Most of us are going to have kids, or some of us already have kids. That's some of the things we have to pay attention to.
So,
But
okay,
you realize,
I get your point. So one thing I know, see, it is true that a lot of Africans, when it comes to this country, they are disconnected or they don't even know the quote unquote the struggle of the African Americans in this country, and usually they tend to be young Africans, and there's always this thing about competition between the two groups, blacks in Africa and African Americans here. But where me and Mike are, I think, is about that. Hey, um, the African Americans, as far as I'm concerned, they are equal to the Africans or the white people here in this country, and they cannot be held back necessarily by the discrimination that goes on in this country. Because guess what? There's discrimination everywhere. Just like I was asking you earlier, tribalism and racism. What is the difference? If you ask me, there's no difference because the outcome of both um, um, practice of those two things produce the same outcome essentially. But if you ask me personally, I would even tell you that tribalism is worse than racism because tribalism is a group of people that look alike in terms of their skin color, discriminating against one another. So it makes it worse if you ask me. But
um, let me say this. I don't know the percentage, but I don't think the other race sees black as equal. I don't think so. But now let me go to the tribalism that you're talking about. Okay, would you call Brexit a tribalism?
um, no, I wouldn't call it
Why
tribalism.
not? Why not? It's just same white people but different ethnicity. They refuse to want people from other country, other UK to come
It was
to.
strictly economics. The same reason why.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's isn't that part of it? That they can't just come from anywhere and just take their job. They should
Well,
get their
man,
own.
dude, it's a reality. Immigration, it costs
It
a lot of
is
money. It costs a lot of
yeah.
money.
Accept it. Let's accept it. Is a tribalism. It's the
It's
same
not.
thing.
I won't
It's the
accept it.
same thing that's happening in our country as well. So I don't like the eye that you're looking at it. You're trying to give them a pass, but you refuse to give ourselves a pass as well. It's the
See,
same thing. It's
it's
the
not the same
same.
thing. It's not the
Okay.
same thing. If the Brexit was designed solely to prevent all especially the Eastern Europeans from coming into their country, then I understand. But the whole premise of Brexit was based on economic independence and strength of the British people or the United Kingdom. That's what it's
No,
based on.
that's
Now,
not. It's
now,
not
if
based
if the
on that.
element, if some things that resembles tribalism appears, so to speak, then it is what it is. But do not make it like overarchingly. The reason why Brexit was designed was for tribalism. Come on now,
It is.
really?
It
Oh,
is.
okay, all
It
right.
is. They don't want people from Scotland to just be able to get job in
And
Britain.
what is
They
wrong
don't
with that?
want.
No, no, no. What is wrong with that? I mean, they don't have infinite jobs in their country. They have to protect jobs for the natural born or whatever their citizenship. They have to protect the jobs. I mean, the
Okay. So what's wrong with?
protectionism is nothing new. It's nothing
Okay, so
new.
what's wrong with the Yorubas just don't want anybody to just want to come in and just claim their place? Like the place does not belong to anyone. What's wrong with that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Protectionism. It happens to all
But you
group
just
of people.
but you just saying that what they're doing, the tribalism is bad. You're just claiming that us as a people, what they're doing is bad. But what the white people over there are doing is okay. That's
I
what
didn't
you're
say
saying.
that. Well,
But
I
that's
did.
what you're terming it.
Well, they are protecting their jobs. Nothing wrong with that. They are protecting their country from crimes. There's nothing wrong with that. If the Yorubas think also that they've been overwhelmed by influx of people from around the country, naturally, do you know? I tell you one
And
thing.
so what's
Let me
wrong
say
with
this quickly.
us?
There's nothing wrong, but let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Well, you know, I heard a white person complaining about the influx of, guess what? Not Mexicans, not black people, not Africans, but influx of white people coming from another state into our state or city. Now, what do you call that?
No, no, no.
Is that
No.
racism?
That they saying influx of people that have different ideology, meaning their political style of government is different. System is different
No,
from
no, no, no.
theirs.
Well, you can add that to it. That is fine. But they're
That's what
concerned.
they're complaining
Well,
about.
see, it doesn't matter. But the point here is that
Don't say
people.
it doesn't matter. We have to like break it down exactly why they're doing what they're doing. So
No, no,
that's
no. Well, isn't that the same thing? Isn't that the same thing the British are complaining about with Brexit and maybe the Yorubas too in Nigeria? What is it? Doesn't make
but you
the
just
point.
said that what we are doing in Nigeria is bad compared to what the white people are doing. So you can't just
No, no, I didn't say. I'm
put a
just trying
double
to give.
standard to
I'm
it.
giving the
It's the
reason
same
why
thing.
they're doing it. I'm
Yeah,
giving
but
the
it's the
reason why.
same thing, right? It's the same thing, correct?
Well, you can say it's the same thing. Sure, they have
I
their own
can say,
reason.
do you agree that it's the same thing?
Okay, it could be the same if that. Listen, the point here is that when someone is trying to protect their territorial integrity or their land, it's human nature, so to speak, to do so. And for whatever reason, even for job protection, for security, for name it, for difference in values, they have the right to. It's human nature. So because one is protecting their space because of political ideology and the other one for economic ideology, doesn't mean that one is superior over the other. There's a reason they're doing it. That's the point here. So for you to draw a conclusion, that's way out there, by the way. I mean, I don't know your political affiliation, but to say that the Brexit was tribalism, that's extreme. If you
No,
ask me, that's
what do you
extreme.
mean? It's tribalism, man. Okay, is the Scottish, are they the same as the English?
I know they're not. I know they're not.
Exactly. And the French are not the same as German. And German are not, they all white, but they're all different ethnicity. The same in Nigeria. Igbo is not the same as Hausa. Hausa is not the same as Yoruba. They're all black, but they're different ethnicity. It's the same thing. You just have to respect people's land and culture. That's what I'm saying, that you trying to equate what's going
So
on
we know
with
it's
that.
economic. See, if the impact of what you call it migration, especially illegal migration into a country, cost a lot of money, and the British people, they know the impact on their country, the economy. So for you to reduce everything that
Wait,
they're
that's not the
concerned.
reason for Brexit though.
I
It's
mean,
not that's
it's
not
not
the
the
reason.
it's not the sole reason, but it's economic reason. You can break it down in whichever way you want to break it down to, but it's mainly economic
Yeah,
reason.
but it has something to do with illegal alien now.
Yes, it does, because
No,
I
it
understand.
no.
If correct me if I'm wrong, but I know you're wrong on this, because Brexit, as part of the EU agreement, there's a free flow of labor. Don't argue about that. That's the reason why they're complaining. Free flow of labor, and guess where most of those labor are coming from? Mostly from Eastern Europe. They are less developed than the western part of Europe, and that's just a fact. So it allows for the free movement of goods, people, and even of course currency. They have one currency, the euro. So that's it's all based on economics. So when you have all these people from Eastern Europe, like Romania, the gypsies or whatever you call them from Romania and these other countries, this Slavic countries coming into Europe, um, in abundance, even though quote unquote it is legal as per the EU, contract agreement, it is legal. But they say, hey, Because our space is much better, it's more enticing, more benefits. These people are coming in mass into our country, and we can't take it. It's better we get out of this EU business, and that's what they chose to do.
But I
Yeah,
think part of what you're saying is correct, but I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that they they just feel like they're taking anybody can just take any job, and their people don't have they don't believe that their people are having job like they need to, because since everywhere is connected, anywhere from anyone from any other country can just get a job at their own place, and they don't think it's becoming. They think that it's overwhelming to
you
them,
see,
like their own people
they
are
get
not.
a job. In just like I don't live in England, but I've also heard that they have the NHS, that's what they call them, the healthcare system there, and you also get free medical. If free medical
But
burdens,
that has nothing to do with the Brexit, though. I'm just talking about the economic effect and the reason why they have to break away from it,
it's
because they
all
want.
intertwined. It's all intertwined. What do you mean that has nothing to do with it? Imagine having millions of people in your country overnight, so to speak. They're going to overwhelm the healthcare system. It has something to do with it. It's all economics. That means,
Wait,
what does that mean? That means the British.
isn't that what has to do with your immigration? Like, I thought that has to do with them getting Nigeria or African people to come in for free, and they believe that they will come there to study and take over bring their whole family. But I think that's another. That's what I think you're speaking to. But from Brexit, what I think and what I've read that Brexit is all about is the fact that they want to be able to take care of their own people, and they feel like any people from other countries just walk into their country and gain job, and their own people doesn't have that. You just have to definitely. I mean, the mindset, because people want it, and I see it as tribalism. I don't see it as anything else. It's just they protecting what they have, and there's nothing wrong with that. So, and there's nothing wrong with what they're doing in Nigeria as well. It's the same thing. People want to own their own. They don't want to lose their culture. They don't want to lose who they are. So, what is
So
wrong with it?
yeah, and you have to go. You probably just like have to go also. So let's bring it around. So but here in America, the borders are open. People are coming in from all around the world, um, and yeah, they allow people to come in around the world. They come in, they get them status, they give them free accommodation, housing, and all this kind of benefits. But you still think America is still the most richest country in the world towards black people, and black people can't get ahead in this country. Do you not see the dilemma right there
Oh
in a
my
lot of
God,
ways?
my guy. See, I didn't even say none of that. Me, I just want
Well,
that.
you don't have to say it, but I mean, I can read the
No,
meaning
no, no,
to it.
no, no. You can't pull words and you can't come to conclusion on what I say. All I'm saying is let us understand whatever country we go to, or wherever we find ourselves. Try to understand, integrate yourself into the system to understand before you start passing judgment. That's all mine. Like, I care less if people think whatever you care is what you care.
But
Like, I
but
don't.
that statement you said right there is what I stand on also. Absolutely. That's exactly the way I would say it also. But what you're saying also, it's really a reflection of people's values, how they grew up and how they perceive things. Um,
Yeah.
some people don't tend to want to understand people. Just like if you see people online commenting or saying things online, usually what they say is a true reflection of who they are. Okay, um, not everybody spends time to learn about other people.
But not
Uh,
always though. You online example, not always, because a lot of people will they front like they're opposite of what they're portraying online. Like, but I understand the points you're making. But I just think that, especially if you can be out there and show yourself, like, some people just like, because sometimes, like me, I don't do it though, but I heard like people say like, they're battling, like they're like having debate or argument with someone online, not realizing that the other person at the other side might be like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old that just trolling, that doesn't just feel
Well, yeah.
like they just want to like pass time away, like they're just trolling. So that's what I mean. Internet is not really real to me. It's like anybody can be anyone. You can say you're the billionaire. Remember? Do you watch that Netflix movie that it was done on this guy that was going around acting that he has big company, he's a billionaire, but he's just sleeping around with girls. Like he
I
will
yeah,
collect money
I
from
didn't watch it, but I heard about it.
uh
Yeah, I heard about it. I
watch
think
it, man. He's very that guy, that guy is crazy. Dang, the way he did it, and the girls they all fell for it. Like he was using, so he will get one girl and use the money that he get from that one to
hmm
be like sponsoring somebody else. Like the guy is crazy. Like it was the way he's doing it. Like so that's what I'm saying. Like the internet is not real to me. It's like you don't know who you're conversating with. You don't know who the other person is. Like there could be something totally away from what they're talking. Like they might be opposite of what you think they are. So yeah,
Well, I
but
mean,
this
there's one thing. I know people use the internet or whatever social media to front a lot. That is true. I mean, people become what they not really are in real life. That's what people do a lot. But sometimes when people are commenting on something or expressing themselves, you can tell from the way they express themselves that that's perhaps the way they are in real life. They can expose themselves. That's my point. Um, because